Rosa Luxemburg and the Critique of Political Economy. Introduction 34. Luxemburg and Marx 35. The Circulation of Money 40. The Domar Growth Model 46. 3. The Monetary Circuit of Capital in the 053 Riccardo Bellofiore. Introduction 53. The Anti-Critique, a macromonetary rewriting of the accumulation of capital 53 Luxemburg problematic in the Anti-Critique, a first assessment 59 Luxemburg as a forerunner of the circuit theory of money 61. 4. Late Marx and Luxemburg, opening a development within political economy 64 Paul Zarembka. Contradictions within Marx's conception of accumulation of capital 64 Marx's late theoretical work, Schemes of Reproduction 67 Luxemburg on accumulation and her critics 69 Critics 70 Value in its realization, with accumulation of capital understood to focus on increased employment of wage labor 73 Value. When the context is wider than capitalism 75 Reconsidering Marxist political economy 77. 5. Rosa Luxemburg and Finance 81 Jan Toporowski. Introduction 81. Rosa Luxemburg's Criticism of International Banking 81 The Marxian Reflective View of Finance 83 Luxemburg, Finance, and Minsky 89 Conclusion 90. 6. Economics, Politics, and Crisis Theory, Luxemburg, Bukharin, and Grossman on the Limits of Capital 92 Paul Matic. 7. Luxemburg's and Kalecki's Theories and Visions of Capitalist Dynamics 102 Tadeusz Kowalik. Introductory Remarks 102. Marxian Schemata of Reproduction a Tool or a Theory. 103 From Primitive Capital Accumulation to Imperialism 106 Kalecki's Continuation 108 Different Concepts of Capitalism 110 Controversy on Crucial Reform of Capitalism 112. 8. Imperialism Today 117 Joseph Halevi. Introduction 117. From pre-Second World War imperialisms to post-Second World War U.S. imperialism 119 Post-war imperialism, the USA 122-127. 9. Rosa Luxemburg on imperialism, Some Issues of Substance and Method 130 Roberto Vanziani. Introduction 130. The Model 132. Imperialistic International Relations 135. Further substantive and methodological issues 140-141. 10. Rosa Luxemburg's The Accumulation of Capital, East and West 144 Heaping. Introduction 144. Rosa Luxemburg's Analysis of China 145. The Establishment of National States and the Mode of China's Modernization 150 Evaluation on Luxemburg's Viewpoint of the Relationship between the East and the West 154. 11. A Very Political Economist, Rosa Luxemburg's Theory of Wages 159 Michael R. Kratka. Teaching Marxist Political Economy 159. 12. Contents Marx's Critique of the Classical Theory of Wages 160 Unsolved Puzzles in Marx's Theory of Wages 162 Rosa Luxemburg's Reformulation of the Law of Wages 166 The First Marxist Debate on the Theory of Wages Rosa Luxemburg's Impact 169. 12. Rosa Luxemburg on Trade Unions and the Party, The Polemics with Kautsky and Lenin, An Assessment 175 Andrea Panaxian. Introduction 175. Between East and West 176. Russian Social Democracy and Working Class Politics 176 The Russian Empire in 1905 178 German Labor Movement and the Russian Lesson 179 Mass Action 180 The First World War and the European Labor Movement 181. 13. Rosa Luxemburg, The Woman, The Revolutionary 186 Edoardo Macy. Index 192. Rosa Luxemburg on Capitalist Dynamics, Distribution, and Effective Demand Crises. Riccardo Bellofiore. This volume is dedicated to Luxemburg's contribution to Marxian critical political economy. This contribution is mainly embodied in 3 books, The Accumulation of Capital, Luxemburg, 1913, and The Anti-Critique, Luxemburg, 1921, normally considered together, An Introduction to Political Economy, Luxemburg, 1925-1. There is little published literature drawing much of a connection between Introduction to Political Economy and accumulation of capital. However, I believe that only by reading these three books together is it possible to follow Luxemburg's train of thought. Thus, in what follows I shall try to provide a comprehensive reading of the economic writings of Luxemburg as a whole. In the final section I shall summarize the contributions of the following chapters. My chapter in the book will be mainly devoted to a new reading of the Anti-Critique. The Accumulation of Capital, a brief sketch. In the Accumulation of Capital, Luxemburg insists that, for capitalist reproduction to continue undisturbed, it is not enough for its material elements to be present in adequate proportions, nor it is sufficient that there is a compatibility between technical and material constraints, on the one side, and value equilibrium conditions, on the other. For reproduction to be capitalist, what is required is that surplus value, having been produced, is realized, and therefore invested, in a spiral. In fact, unless the prospect of realization today and in the future is in sight, surplus value will not be produced at all. The perspective Luxemburg adopts is the analysis of total capital. According to Luxemburg, in a succession that is both logical and historical, commodity capital, which is the outcome of productive capital, bought thanks to the advance of finance to capitalist firms, must take again the form of money, that is, must turn into money capital and then go into production again, in a new cycle. Thus, Luxemburg raises three, intertwined, issues: I. Valorization, i.e. producing and realizing new value embodying surplus value, at prices granting an adequate normal rate of profit. 2. The need for enough effective demand in the current period for firms' output, and 3. An incentive to accumulate, i.e. there must be the prospect of more outlets for the ever-increasing output in subsequent periods. 2. Luxemburg believed that if capitalism is analyzed as a closed system, and the environment of non-capitalist areas is discarded, as Marx did at the end of Capital Volume 2, it is impossible to envisage who will provide this demand. Note that it is not only or mainly demand today, but more especially demand in the future, that validates, in the metamorphosis from commodities to money, at the expected prices, the surplus value, and thus validates the increasing share of investment that is necessary if the initial realization crisis is to be postponed. Present and future wage earners, of course, provide part of consumption demand by buying subsistence goods, and the magnitude of this demand may rise over time in absolute terms. However, although workers' consumption can realize the surplus value of individual capitals, this cannot be included in total capital because, by definition, workers' expenditure is bound by the limits of variable capital. Any purely demographic increase in demand is irrelevant here because what we are looking for is not potential demand based on need, but demand backed by money and, moreover, demand in excess of the capital advanced and thereby also in excess of the present and future money wage bill. Nor can this growth in effective demand come from capitalists' consumption on luxuries. Enlarged reproduction is built exactly on the hypothesis that surplus value must not be fully consumed, otherwise we would fall back on simple reproduction. Again, it must be clear that we are looking for demand that validates ex post firms' investment on an increasing absolute and relative scale. Of course, so-called third persons buy consumption goods too, but what they spend is coming from an income whose sources are deductions from the new value extracted by workers. They simply substitute for workers' or capitalists' consumption, so this must be abstracted from the problem. Foreign trade within the capitalist world simply changes the form of the surplus value without providing the final monetary realization we are looking for. Since what Luxemburg wants to explain is the actual historical existence of capitalism as a system based not on simple reproduction but on expanded reproduction, and since the logical inquiry provided by Marx in Volume 2 of Capital is not able to show the possibility of capitalist accumulation in a pure society in which capitalist social relations are dominant throughout, then the answer is clear. Capitalist development is actually built upon the presence of non-capitalist areas, which act both as provider of commodity outlets and as provider of inputs, raw materials, labor power, etc. Thus, the theory of capitalist development must necessarily slide into the history of capitalism conquering the external environment. Capitalist accumulation means increasing political and military struggle over these areas, that is, imperialism. Because these processes determine the shrinking of the non-capitalist areas, the tendency to crisis becomes stronger and stronger over time, leading spontaneously to capitalist collapse and to barbarism. The active intervention of the organized working class must find in these objective and unavoidable long-term prospects the grounds to break with capitalism and affirm socialism. 3. Why the argument fails. Several criticisms of Luxemburg's train of thought have been put forward. The most sensible one concerns her reading of the meaning of the schemes of reproduction in Marx's overall theoretical project. In fact, she believed that the inquiry about total capital must be immediately developed at a concrete level of investigation. In contrast, Marx believed that inquiries into both individual and total capital have to be developed, starting from those determinations common to capital as such. In the inquiry there is a double movement of abstraction. The first is from the way the inner nature of capital realizes itself within competition, where the appearances of an external law working through the reciprocal action and reaction of many capitals against each other. The second is from the concrete historical movement of capitalism. In Marx's method, theory is something derived, from the concrete to the abstract, with the priority of the historical over the logical, but also and at the same time it is the premise of a true understanding of the facts, from the abstract to the concrete, with the priority of the logical over the historical. Capital in general is, on the one hand, the abstraction that allows the distinctive features of the capitalist mode of production to be defined relative to other modes. But, on the other hand, capital in general is also not only a logical but also a real abstraction. Indeed, competition does not just reveal the immanent laws of capital, but inverts and distorts them. An immediate analysis of the capitalist mode of production, of the kind Luxemburg desires, is alien to this view. Rather, it is necessary to find the mediations through which the essence necessarily shows itself in an upside-down form of manifestation. It is therefore quite natural that the inquiry about the reproduction of total social capital in Volume 2 says nothing about the issue that most interests Luxemburg, the actuality of capitalist accumulation. The only role of the schemes of reproduction is to show the possibility to reconcile in expanded reproduction the constraint on the production process arising from its dual nature, the labor process and the valorization process. The issue of a realistic picture is out of place here, as it is, of course, devoid of sense, the argument of those who, from the same schemes, want to derive the impossibility of a generalized overproduction of capitalist commodities because of lack of effective demand. In fact, Luxemburg falls into the same epistemological error as the authors she criticizes when she tries to show, through a mathematical manipulation of the schemes, that with different hypotheses the general glut of commodities is necessary. Her different hypotheses are taken from Capital Volume 3, an attempt to reflect the overall spirit of Marx's critical political economy, increasing organic composition and increasing rate of surplus value. If these two trends are superimposed on the schemes, she argues, the result is an overproduction of supply relative to demand in the sector producing consumption goods. There are many problems with this line of thought. First, it does not seem coherent with the same problem raised by Luxemburg, which was one of lack of effective demand as a whole rather than underconsumption in its strict sense. Second, while Luxemburg 4 wants to be more realistic with her assumptions relative to Marx, she nevertheless maintained from Marx's scheme the constraint that surplus value is capitalized only within the sector in which it is extracted, something that is both practically and theoretically disputable. As a fair representation of capitalist dynamics, it assumes away both the reality of capital transfers between sectors and the tendency to the uniformity of the rate of profit. Third, and decisively, what Luxemburg obtains is just an overdetermination of the model. Let us look at this last point more in detail. Luxemburg maintains from Marx as an equilibrium condition the equality of savings and investments in each sector separately. At the same time, she allows for an increase in the rate of surplus value, while taking as constant the share in surplus value that is saved period after period. Of course, this amounts to a higher rate of growth in capital accumulation than in overall consumption. While capitalist consumption rises at the same pace as investments, workers' consumption accounts for a decreasing share of income. Since surplus value can be spent only within the sector from which it originates, the outcome cannot but be an excess supply in the consumption goods sector. But this, it can be countered, is nothing but a disproportionality crisis, corresponding, of course, to excess demand in the production goods sector. It is definitely not an excess of total supply relative to effective demand as a whole. There is nothing strange in this, since this result is in the nature of the schemes of reproduction. Having said this, a different perspective might be advanced. If one looks at what Luxemburg is clearly trying to do, the disproportionality coming out from the scheme is not so self-defeating for her argument. Moreover, it shows how she is putting forward an argument that is very far from underconsumptionism. Her modification of the schemes of reproduction with an excess supply of consumer goods and an excess demand for production goods, including raw materials etc., has a definite and coherent counterpart in her solution to the difficulty she raises. The excess consumer goods supplied in Department 2 are sold to non-capitalist areas, and this allows the raw materials and inputs needed to resolve the excess demand for producer foods supplied in Department I to be imported by those same non-capitalist areas. Following this track, accumulation in the capitalist area continues without taking into account any limit to internal consumption. In other words, the rate of accumulation is independent of the internal market, and is maximized. The critics, however, do not see her problems. As soon as the accumulation of capital appeared in print, it became the object of fierce criticism. This criticism did not come only from social democratic authors. Harsh criticism also came from Bolsheviks, such as Bukharin, 1924, and from theoreticians, such as Sweezy, 1967, who were themselves proposing an approach to crises stressing the theme of the insufficient realization of surplus value. There were a couple of easy targets at least, so it seemed at the time. The first was Luxemburg's insistence that a key issue is the realization in money of surplus value. Thus, she was accused of having confused the question where 5 does demand comes from to realize surplus value, with the question where does money come from to monetize profits. This second problem is taken by her critics to be simply a technical one, easily solved by, say, an increase in the velocity of money. The first problem is also false, because critics argue that Luxemburg is guilty of the usual error by underconsumptionists. She does not see that capitalists provide demand to themselves, not through consumption but through the same act of investments. Thus, investment dynamics is justified by itself. The locus class siccus of this criticism is Bukharin's imperialism and the accumulation of capital. Consumption grows in line with accumulation, he argues, the consumption in absolute terms of the workers already employed, of course, but also workers' consumption through capitalist accumulation and the corresponding increase in employment. The additional variable capital coming into the system, year after year, realizes the surplus value extracted in previous years. Strictly speaking, investment, i.e. additional constant capital, is in itself not only an increase in productive capacity, but also demand providing the realization of the value and surplus value produced with that capacity. Investment is, then, the solution to the problem it poses to itself. There is nothing strange in the fact that a guarantee of the possibility of extended reproduction over time requires a picture of a world in which production is carried out for its own sake. It is simply the consequence of the fact that the aim of production is not use value but the support of value in view of the maximization of surplus value. There is no necessity of realization crisis in the form of underconsumption crisis. There is no impossibility of capitalism in a pure two-class society, in a closed setting with no external non-capitalist environment. Unless, of course, for total capital, the issue of realization is translated into that of the immediate and simultaneous transformation of the commodities into an equivalent pile of money. This, for Bukharin, is exactly Luxemburg's error. Luxemburg is guilty not only of underconsumptionism, but also of locating the source of the crises in circulation and not in production, and of viewing the problem in circulation in its most superficial aspect, given by its monetary setting. This does not mean that there are no crises in capitalism. Those who criticize Luxemburg on these lines base their argument not on effective demand but on the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, or on anarchy on the market resulting in disproportionalities. General overproduction of commodities is a red herring. This criticism is not convincing. We have already seen that Luxemburg broke with underconsumptionism. In fact, she considered that increased consumption arose from the new labor power employed as a result of accumulation, and she did not discount investment. Indeed, for her, the realization crisis arose from the relative reduction in variable capital that sprang from the inner dynamics of capitalist production of relative surplus value. What the critics miss are the three defining features of her contribution, which clearly show her superiority over them. They are, I, the macromonetary nature of the capitalist process, and therefore the crucial issue of finance in the accumulation of capital; 2, the dependence of the dynamic equilibria of extended reproduction; 6, on the dynamic of investments, and of the latter on the incentive to invest; and 3, the grounding of crisis theory in the dynamics of production of value and surplus value, because the crisis of realization is the necessary consequence of relative surplus value extraction producing the tendential fall of the relative wage. If it is true that Luxemburg was not able to exploit her insights to the full, it is also true that her critics do not even see the problem that she was posing. The monetary labor theory of value in Introduction to Political Economy. Before coming back to the topic of capitalist reproduction and crisis, it is important to take a step back and reconstruct some key moments in Luxemburg's reading of Marxian economic theory as represented in writings other than the accumulation of capital. One privileged entry point is her Introduction to Political Economy. Paul Levi published it after her death, in 1925, as an unfinished work with its origin in her teaching at the Party School. She started writing it no later than 1912, and revised it in 1916. Only part of it is available in English, the first chapter and a section on primitive societies. The book is important here for two main reasons: I, the necessary link between value and money, and 2, the law of the tendential fall in the relative wage. Luxemburg stresses that the novelty of Marx relative to the classicals is in the value form analysis. To discover that in the exchange value of every commodity, in money itself, there is only human labor, and that the value of every commodity increases with the amount of labor required for its production, and vice versa, is to recognize only half of the truth. The other half consists in explaining how and why labor takes on the estranged form of exchange value and the mysterious form of money. Luxemburg, 1925, 221, my italics. Capitalism is generalized commodity exchange, and exchange, says Luxemburg, is the only means for associating atomistic individuals and their activity in a coherent social economy. OPCIT, 222, my italics. In other words, exchange is the indirect social nexus of an asocial society founded on separation between producers, which in capitalism are firms in mutual competition. What does this mean? Concrete, individual labor extracted by single capitals in mutual competition is immediately private labor commanded by capitalists in the expectation that it will be validated by the market, ex post, as socially undifferentiated labor. Capitalist labor is not immediately social labor in its useful and natural shape, rather it is labor that is indirectly social, which must become social. Though Luxemburg in Introduction to Political Economy does not use the term abstract labor, it is clear that for her this ex post socialization is going on thanks to the abstraction from the concrete determinations of its performance and the eventual validation of the commodity on the market. Everybody produces as an individual. 7. But only their final products constitute social wealth. Their share in social labor is represented not by a certain amount of labor determined in advance but by the final product, by the commodity. The individual producer, or firm, is no longer sure that the labor producing that commodity will be confirmed as social by the market. Only the product which can be exchanged has value, a product which is not sold is without value, she wrote, OPCIT, 195, my italics, and the labor going into it would be wasted. Only exchange determines the labors and products which are useful and which count socially, OPCIT, 197, my italics. Thus, the notion of socially necessary labor cannot be separated from the eventual validation in exchange. Furthermore, immediate private labor can become social only through monetary exchange, that is, inasmuch as the commodity is exchanged with money. Money is itself a product of labor, and the labor producing the universal commodity, the commodity against which all other individual commodities must be exchanged to show that they are part of abstract social wealth is, says Luxemburg, the embodiment of social labor, what marks immediate private labor as socially necessary validated ex post, OPCIT, 205. The labor producing money is the only immediately social labor, OPCIT, 221, my italics, and thus money reveals itself to be a commodity unlike any other, since other commodities are produced by immediately private labor and, in the exchange with them, the labor producing money counts as immediately social labor. In this sense, money is nothing but the expression of social labor. When the market economy becomes predominant, exchange cannot but pass through the intermediation of money, and the value of every commodity is necessarily represented in money, OPCIT, 220, my italics. Money is the only common reality connecting different private labors, a piece of human labor without any utility. If this unique means for reciprocal understanding among individual isolated producers in the anarchy of the economy is suppressed, they are lost, OPCIT, 224. In Introduction to Political Economy, the connection of all this with the notion of the abstraction of labor is not explicit. But that abstract labor is a real abstraction specific to capitalism and not a mental generalization of the researcher. The other side of the coin of abstract labor is none other than money itself as the true outcome of the capitalist process. All this was already clearly recognized by Rosa Luxemburg in a prior text, Social Reform or Revolution. Marx's abstraction is not an invention but a discovery. It does not exist in Marx's head but in the commodity economy. It has not an imaginary existence, but a real social existence, so real that it can be cut, hammered, weighed, and coined. The abstract human labor discovered by Marx is, in its developed form, none other than money. Luxemburg, 1900, 150, my italics. 8. The necessary conclusion is that, as Luxemburg again writes at the end of the last chapter in Introduction to Political Economy, capitalist profits, production, and accumulation depend on the present and future market outlets. Capitalist production depends from the market and is driven by demand. Luxemburg, 1925, 247, my italics. The capitalist process as a monetary circuit in anti-critique. This stress on the monetary nature of the capitalist economy is foreign to almost all of her critics. In Introduction to Political Economy, Luxemburg's approach was to rescue Marx's analysis of the internal relation between abstract labor, as a notion in which the sociality of labors is not granted ex ante, and money as a commodity, as the embodiment of immediately social labor. In other words, the level of the analysis is that of the beginning of Capital Volume 1, in which money is introduced as the universal equivalent. The inquiry is framed in an approach in which the production of value in generalized commodity exchange is made dependent on the market. This conclusion is, in fact, even more valid for surplus value production, which is dependent on effective demand, and thus on the expectations of sales at prices guaranteeing the normal profit rate. Before turning again to Introduction to Political Economy, it is interesting to note that the anti-critique starts with a powerful, quite novel, and original rereading of Marxian theory as based upon a class and macro-monetary picture of the economy. Capitalist production is for profit, in the form of glittering bullion, and a constantly growing profit. Exploitation has two conditions: first, that the labor market and the production process are such that the extraction of labor and surplus labor may be fulfilled; second, the possibility of selling the commodities produced by the workers to recover, in money, the capitalists' original expenses as well as the surplus value stolen from labor power. Luxemburg, 1921, 49, translation here, as elsewhere, modified, and this implies, for Luxemburg, as we already know, a steadily increasing possibility of selling the commodities. Crucial here is the argument put forward in Introduction to Political Economy, i.e. a reading of commodity circulation and production as a situation in which the sociality of private labor is realized only ex post, and may be disconfirmed by the market. Thus, the level of production is demand-driven, and the socially necessary amount of labor time spent in capitalist labor processes also depends on effective demand. Capital accumulation depends on the market, and thus on social needs. To define the social need within capitalist accumulation, and its elements, the appropriate scheme of reference is, for Luxemburg, a macroeconomic starting point. Hence, she delves into a detailed analysis of Marx's schemes of reproduction, whereas the notion of total capital is taken as non-fictional. Because of the class division, the access to money to finance production and demand is indeed very different between the two classes. Hence, more specifically, the framework she adopts is a macro-monetary class approach. 9. The difficulty she finds is the following. Total capital has to realize an aggregate profit in money form. More than that, what is needed for accumulation to continue is a growing money profit. Luxemburg asks, how can the total amount of money grow if its component parts are always circulating from one pocket to another? She investigates how the diverse constituents of social capital circulate as money magnitudes within the schemes of reproduction. This amounts to asking from whom money is disbursed, and where is it recovered. It is crystal clear, at this point, that the effective demand problem in the accumulation of capital, within the macro-class monetary perspective outlined in Anti-Critique, is strictly intertwined with the finance issue. In a monetary production economy, capitalists must advance money capital at the beginning of the capitalist sequential process, and every act of buying and selling must be backed by money. But the means of production to reproduce the system on the same or on an extended scale are produced by some capitalist firms and bought by others, so the transaction is an internal affair, a family matter within the capitalist class. The money injected is money recovered, in the same amount. This money, says Luxemburg, remains safely in the pockets of the capitalist class, but, for the same reason, it cannot grow quantitatively. Of course, we reach the same conclusion when we look at capitalist luxury consumption goods. The money to buy them comes again from capitalists, this time viewed as consumers. The money spent by capitalists as consumers is a cash inflow for the capitalist firms selling the luxury goods. Once again, it is an internal arrangement within the capitalist class, the money never leaves the aggregate capital as a whole. Things change when we consider the wage bill advanced by the firm sector on the labor market, and its actualization as the subsistence real wage for the working class when wage earners spend their money on the commodity market. Workers are deprived of the means of production, and have access to money only if they are able to sell their labor power to capitalists. This is the only external buying for the capitalist class. Therefore, it involves a leaking out of money. The finance to pay the total wage bill cannot but originate once again from total capital, but this is clearly no longer an internal or family affair. Whereas constant capital does not ever leave capital as a whole, variable capital ends up in the hands of workers. But the problem of recovering this outflow is not really serious in Luxemburg settings. Like the classicals and Marx, she does not consider any workers saving, even less a liquidity preference on their side. Thus, wages are entirely consumed. Both in simple as in extended reproduction, all the finance advanced to wage earners originates from the capitalist class, and through the selling of subsistence goods to workers by consumption producers goes back to the capitalist sector in the same amount. The deadly serious problem is another one. Although capitalists are always able to receive back the finance they advance to start production and to support their demand, they cannot possibly find inside their sector a source of more money. But capitalism is defined as the self-valorization of the value advanced, or, more specifically, as the production of more money from a given amount of money. The 10 issue raised by Luxemburg is even more precise and unambiguous. This demand must be productive, capitalistically productive, starting a new production of surplus value. The problem cannot be overcome by suggesting that enlarged reproduction capital buys new means of production or employs new workers. The reason is straightforward: these new means of production and these new workers are paid by capital itself, so any amount of money coming in because of the new investment or the new consumption is flowing out from the same capitalist class. And it cannot but be so in a pure capitalist world, in which money springs only from the capitalist class. Capital needs to find a demand that is an external source of more money, i.e. a demand that does not originate from capital itself, because it is a strict impossibility for the capitalist class as a whole to gain an excess of money receipts over the money injected into the system. It thus appears to be inevitable to arrive at Luxemburg's position in the accumulation of capital. The buyers must be outside the capitalist class. The buyers we are looking for must obtain their purchasing power elsewhere than from the capitalist class. They must be producers within a system of non-capitalist, simple commodity production and circulation. In this way, they are able to sell to the first department, which has an excess demand, and buy from the second department, which has an excess supply. This is a kind of solution to the Luxemburg disproportionality crisis model, which has the advantage to free capital from the too strict equilibrium conditions to extended reproduction and accumulation. The law of the tendential fall in the relative wage in Introduction to Political Economy. Let us now go back to Introduction to Political Economy. As we anticipated, the book is also relevant for the formulation of the law of the tendential fall in the relative wage. The latter follows as a necessary consequence of her reading of Marx's theory of the wage. Luxemburg distinguishes in the absolute wage the nominal wage and the real wage. The normal level of the real wage is fixed by social conventions and class struggle. The historical, social, and conflictual subsistence real wage defines the value of labor power as the socially necessary labor time required to produce the means of subsistence, as Marx does in Volume 1 of Capital. The nominal wage is the monetary expression of the value of labor power, or its price in the chapter. Luxemburg does not consider deviations of the money wage from the level guaranteeing that workers get the subsistence real wage. The class subsistence real wage, whatever the appearance at the microeconomic level of inquiry, is in fact determined by total capital, when the capitalist class as a whole fixes the real wage for the working class, which will be bought by the money wage bill advanced as variable capital. Introduction to Political Economy insists that the peculiarity of labor power as a very special commodity is dual. We may rewrite these two characteristics in the following way. First, it consists in the fact that its use value, living labor, is not separable from the seller. This, of course, means that after the buying and 11 selling of labor power in the labor market and before produced commodities are sold in the commodity market, capitalists have to compel workers to work as expected, and work for a socially necessary labor time, which is longer than necessary labor time. Second, the congealing or crystallization of living labor in objectified abstract labor, ideal money, is the substance of value. The actual metamorphosis with real money, which is nothing but the only immediately social labor, simply exhibits this substance of value in a monetary form. Surplus value is, then, the monetary expression of surplus labor, whose origin is in the prolongation of living labor over and above the necessary labor. For the extraction of surplus labor to be possible, a certain level of productive power of labor must be reached in society. Thus, the surplus value productivity of wage workers cannot be traced back to some physiological property, and depends on social phenomena especially relevant, among which, we may remind ourselves, are historical evolution of the economy, the organization of labor and the determination of the methods of production in present society. Another specificity of the wage relation can be appreciated, according to Luxemburg, through a historically comparative approach. In slave and feudal societies, in which laborers were either part of the same means of production, the slaves, or were tied to them, the serfs, in both cases strictly in a relation of open and transparent subordination. What was determined beforehand was the lot of goods accruing to the ruling classes, not that accruing to the direct producers. In contrast, in capitalist societies, workers are juridically free subjects, and what is given and known beforehand is the lot of commodities available to wage earners. A similar contrast between pre-capitalist class societies and capitalism may be stated looking at the destination of the surplus. In slave and feudal societies, the end of production was consumption in kind of the ruling classes, something that is more or less limited whatever the rapacity of the ruling classes. In capitalism, the end of production is sale against money on the commodity market to obtain a potentially unlimited surplus value, and this means that, in immediate production, the drive is to push beyond any limit the excess of living labor over necessary labor. Under the money form, wealth does not know any limit. That's why the hunger for surplus labor is without limit. Luxemburg, 1925, 237. It is with this in mind, to obtain more money from the money capital advanced, in a limitless spiral, that the capitalist process is started. To extract surplus value and to extract it without limit, this is the aim and the function of the buying of labor power, ibid, my italics. These 2 points are crucial, and connected in a dialectical relation. The value of labor power is ruled by the subsistence level of the real wage, which is seen as a determinate amount given and known in the period, as Marx wrote before production, and in pure theory it regulates the buying and selling of labor power on the labor market, where the nominal wage is fixed through the bargaining between trade unions and firms. The surplus value, and hence the surplus labor, is, at that point in the cycle of capital, yet to be determined. It will be determined only after the initial exchange on the labor market and within the 12 immediate production of value and surplus value, in the capitalist labor process, as contested terrain. It is, therefore, the result of class struggle in production. According to Luxemburg, it is here that we better understand the role of trade unions. It is only through class struggle that the length of the working day may be reduced, or the conventional subsistence real wage increased. These are reforms, they are positive for workers' well-being. At the same time, they are functional to the working of the capitalist economy. It is only thanks to this social constraint that capital may express its inner positive, progressive nature. At this point, Luxemburg's introduction to political economy introduces the notion of the relative wage, which is central to her perspective. The notion was already put forward in Wage, Labor and Capital, a speech given by Marx in 1847 and published in 1849 in Neue Reinigungszeitung. It helps to understand the relation between the standard of living granted to workers and social wealth. Relative wage is defined by Luxemburg as the share of the wage in the whole output created by workers. Luxemburg, 1925, 253-4, my italics. Given the length of the working day and the intensity of labor, capitalists obtain a larger share of surplus labor, and then potential surplus value, within the whole of the labor time pumped out from workers, and therefore a share of surplus value within new value, only to the extent that more advanced techniques of production diminish the value of labor power. Labor power, we already know, is regulated by the real subsistence wage and is a known datum, at a given time and in a given place. In rebuttal of any theory that would impute to Marx the idea of an increasing absolute impoverishment of the working class, Luxemburg clarifies that the real wage may increase and the relative wage may fall. Luxemburg, 1925, 254. In other words, and more generally, innovations may allow at one and the same time an increase in the share of surplus value going to capitalists and an increase in workers' material well-being. The latter may be realized either as higher real wages or as reductions in working time, or both. How does Rosa Luxemburg go as far as to put forward what she defines as a law distinctive of the mode of production founded on labor power as a commodity, the law of a tendential fall in the relative wage? Here again her method is historical and comparative. In primitive communism the division of the product is made, in equal parts, before production, Luxemburg, 1925, 256. In feudalism, not equality but exploitation rules. Nevertheless, what is exactly fixed is not the share of laborers, of serfs, in their output, but the share going to the exploiter, to the feudal lord. What residues, as labor time and as output, is the share of the serf, Luxemburg, 1925, 257. In pre-capitalist exploitation, she says, there are clear, though arbitrary, norms regulating ex ante the share in distribution going to exploiters, so that if, in production, they are able to increase their output, the residual accrues to them. In capitalism, she insists, the situation is very different. In the wage system there are neither legal nor customary rules, neither coercive nor arbitrary determinations of the workers' share of their product. Rather, this share is determined by the degree of the productive power of labor, then by the state of techniques. It is not any arbitrary will of exploiters. 13. But technical change that causes the inexorable and relentless pressure on workers. Luxemburg, 1925, 257, my italics. Indeed, Luxemburg continues. For capitalism, continuous and ceaseless technical change is a necessity, a vital condition. The competition between individual entrepreneurs compels each one of them to produce, as cheaply as possible. That is, with the highest possible saving of human labor. Luxemburg, 1925, 255, my italics. The conclusion is that EACH advance in the productive power of labor manifests itself in a contraction of the necessary labor to reproduce the worker. That is to say, capitalist production cannot take a single step without limiting the participation of workers in the social product. Ibid, my italics. Let me summarize the argument. Luxemburg argues that an increase in the productive power of labor, driven by individual capital's competitive hunt for extra profits, necessarily leads to a decrease in the labor socially necessary to produce wage goods. The change in distribution is thereby traced back to dynamic competition, the way the inner nature of capital, exerting constant pressure on workers for a limitless excess of living labor over necessary labor, manifests itself in the reciprocal repulsion of the many capitals. This conclusion necessarily follows from two others that stated that the real wage is a known datum before production, i.e. the magnitude of the absolute wage is already determined on the labor market, and that the variability of surplus value in immediate production is a consequence of class struggle and innovation, i.e. surplus labor and potential surplus value are magnitudes yet to be determined in the analysis of the origin of surplus value. In fact, the fall in the relative wage is, for Luxemburg, simply the consequence of the extraction of relative surplus value. In a situation like this, the real wage may rise, but there are clear upward limits. Her conclusion is straightforward. The struggle against a fall in the relative wage also implies a struggle against the commodity character of labor power, i.e. against capitalist production as a whole. Thus the struggle against a fall in the relative wage is no longer a struggle on the basis of the commodity economy, but a revolutionary, subversive attack on the existence of this economy. It is the socialist movement of the proletariat. Luxemburg, 1925, 257, English translation in Rostolsky, 1968, 295, my italics. 14. The class macromonetary determination of the wage in Marx. Luxemburg's perspective helps to rescue the same Marx's way of theorizing the wage relation. In Capital Volume 1, we find a very similar picture to that of Luxemburg's. The illusion created by the money form vanishes immediately if, instead of taking a single capitalist and a single worker, we take the whole capitalist class and the whole working class. The capitalist class is constantly giving to the working class drafts, in the form of money, on a portion of the product produced by the latter and appropriated by the former. The workers give these drafts back just as constantly to the capitalists, and thereby withdraw from the latter their allotted share of their own product. The transaction is veiled by the commodity form of the product and the money form of the commodity. Marx, 1867, 713, my italics. This macromonetary view must be prolonged in an interpretation in which the real wage for the working class is to be seen as determined by capitalists' choices on the composition of output, which fixes the commodities made available to wage earners, and against which their money wage will be spent. This view can be found clearly expressed by Marx in a long quote from the Results, in which the macromonetary perspective is prolonged in a theory of distribution. If we think of the whole of capital as standing on one side, i.e. the totality of the purchasers of labor power, and if we think of the totality of the vendors of labor power, the totality of workers, on the other, all material wealth confronts the worker as the property of the commodity possessors. The fact that capitalist number 1 owns the money and that he buys the means of production from capitalist number 2, who owns them, while the worker buys the means of subsistence from capitalists number 3 with the money he has obtained from capitalist number 2, does not alter the fundamental situation that capitalists number 1, 2, and 3 are together the exclusive possessors of money, means of production and means of subsistence. Commodities, in short, appears as the purchasers of persons. The buyer of labor power is nothing but the personification of objectified labor, which cedes a part of itself to the worker in the form of the means of subsistence in order to annex the living labor power for the benefit of the remaining portion, so as to keep itself intact and even to grow beyond its original size by virtue of this annexation. It is not the worker who buys the means of production and subsistence, but the means of subsistence that buy the worker to incorporate him into the means of production. Ibid. 1003-4, my italics. 15. Luxemburg's law of the tendential fall of the relative wage is thus another theoretical development in a line of strict continuity from Marx. It is not difficult to see that the law is nothing but the negative of the real subsumption of labor to capital and of the extraction of relative surplus value. What is interesting is that Luxemburg builds the law in a way to allow a simultaneous rise in the real wage and fall in the relative wage. Contrary to the determinist reading of class struggle, typically imputed to Luxemburg, she sees the objective basis as long as capitalism does not enter its final phase of maturity and collapse of social reforms, allowing, within capitalist compatibilities, a bettering of workers' condition. This is meaningful, however, only in the use-value dimension. In the value dimension, things are not this way and necessarily so, since value inescapably implies an antagonistic partition of the working day. Capitalism is necessarily driven to an increase of its share against the one going to workers. Endogenous technical change and effective demand crises. This view of distribution allows us to see one of the sources of the problem of effective demand in Luxemburg and also allows us to suggest a development. In her introduction to political economy, Luxemburg's discussion of the wage goes back to a dialectic between endogenous technical change in capitalism, distribution, and crises, i.e. the origin of effective demand crises is the incessant revolution of the mode of production necessary for capital's valorization. She accepts from Marx the identification of innovation with mechanization and with labor-saving techniques. This would lead to an increase in the organic composition of capital, of dead labor over living labor. The corresponding increase in the rate of surplus value means a reduction in workers' consumption, and in consumption in general. Looked at from this angle, as we have already noted, the problem definitely is not restricted to circulation and is not under consumption. It is a limit on demand that capital places on itself in circulation because of its inner dynamics in production. Outside any attempt to see in a dynamic like this a necessary path leading mechanically to economic collapse, it is interesting that Marx himself put forward a perspective in which overproduction is imputed to the limits arising in exchange from the disequilibria in circulation, which are more and more likely because of the incessant revolution in the methods of production. I shall limit myself here to some quotes from the Grundrisse, Foundations of the Critique of Political Economy. At a given point in the development of the productive forces, for this will determine the relation of necessary labor to surplus labor, a fixed relation becomes established, in which the product is divided into one part corresponding to raw material, machinery, necessary labor, surplus labor, and finally surplus labor divides into one part which goes to consumption and another which becomes capital again. This inner division, inherent in the concept of capital itself, shows itself in exchange in such a way that the exchange of the capitals among one another takes place in specific and 16 restricted proportions, even if these are constantly changing in the course of production. This gives, in any case, both the sum total of the exchange which can take place, and the proportions in which each of these capitals must both exchange and produce. Exchange in and for itself gives these conceptually opposite moments an indifferent being. They exist independently of one another. Their inner necessity becomes manifest in the crisis, which puts a forcible end to their seeming indifference towards each other. A revolution in the forces of production further alters these relations, changes these relations themselves, whose foundation from the standpoint of capital and then also of that of valorization through exchange always remains the relation of necessary to surplus labor, or, if you like, of the different moments of objectified to living labor. If production proceeds regardless of this state of affairs, then ultimately a negative magnitude, will come out of the exchange on one side or the other. Marx, 1857-58, 443-4, my italics and modifications. The argument is clear enough. Valorization is linked to the real possibility of further valorization. It depends on both the unity of production and circulation. It is not enough that a use value is produced in a capitalist labor process to be a commodity. As a commodity, it needs to have a use value for others and be an object of social need, exchanged with the universal equivalent. The new value can be realized only through monetary sale. The problem is that capitalist production poses growing difficulties to the coming into being or the realization of surplus value as actual money in circulation, and then to the renewing of the capitalist process as accumulation. Why? The production of relative surplus value reduces more and more the necessary labor. As a consequence, the part for which a demand different from consumption must be found, to translate a larger surplus labor in surplus value, is not constant but widening. This point, however, is in itself not decisive. The same process of relative surplus value extraction multiplies the branches of production, so that capitals exchange with each other on a larger scale. The real difficulty is that the revolution in the methods of production continuously alters the equilibrium exchange ratios among branches of production required for accumulation to go on without crises. At the same time, the fulfillment of these equilibrium exchange ratios is a risk. Proportioned or balanced growth is not an internal requirement of the capitalist production, in no way arises out of the nature of capital itself. It can be imposed only externally and violently. It is, then, inevitable that crises erupt periodically. In fact, this argument may be prolonged into an attempted coordination between disproportionality crises and general overproduction crises. An increase in investment is accompanied by an increase in new industries and new branches of production, along with changes in old industries and old branches of production. This involves a modification of the conditions of equilibrium between sectors, means of production, wage consumption goods, luxury goods. In an unplanned economy, this makes a disproportionality crisis ever more likely, with excess 17 demand in some sectors and excess supply in others. In the latter, the excess of production over effective demand gives rise to a fall in prices, resulting in losses and even bankruptcies, which in time lead to layoffs and a rise in unemployment. Thus, firms' demand for the means of production collapses together with workers' demand for wage goods. When this negative multiplier chain affects important sectors of the economy, the downfall in investment and consumption demand transmits excess supply to the other industries, a sequence eventually leading to general overproduction. This is not, of course, Luxemburg's original train of thought, but it maintains a close link to it, since it is grounded in the interaction of innovation and distribution in the capitalist process interpreted as a monetary circuit. This volume is the only genuinely immanent critique of Marxian dynamics. Luxemburg criticized Marx's model as inconsistent within its own logic, since the realization problem is not squarely faced but solved, as it were, by a sleight of hand. In particular, as each department does not have ready demand for its output before it can plan accumulation, where, Luxemburg cogently asked, Does each department get the money to place the order for extra machines that will solve the problem? In Chapter 1, pose the question of the money circuit and prices explicitly and place it in the context of more modern discussions of dual instability, in order to gain a better understanding of the role of price as opposed to quantity adjustment in tackling instability. This allows them to discuss the path of prices as well as of quantities, which have been the sole subject of controversy hitherto. This is done not just for exegetical reasons but because, as is well known in the literature on dual instability in Leontief systems, the stability of the growth path in terms of value can be misleading, since it may well be that in the realm of prices instability reigns. Extending the basic insights of the literature on dual instability to the scheme of expanded reproduction, which is an early example of the Leontief input-output system, is at the heart of their inquiry. For Andrew Trigg, Chapter 2, Rosa Luxemburg's The Accumulation of Capital is exceptional for the detailed attention given to the second volume of Marx's Capital. Luxemburg makes two main critical points about the second volume. First, by focusing on the question where does the money come from, Marx obscures the more important question of the source of demand. Second, Marx assumes that capital can accumulate unimpeded without seeming to have any purpose. For daring to criticize Marx, Luxemburg has been lambasted for being a crude underconsumptionist, failing to recognize that capitalists pursue profits, whether or not this satisfies any purpose. Trigg argues that Luxemburg's critical appraisal of Marx should be set in the context of the overall analytical grasp of the importance of profits as the main goal of capital accumulation. Moreover, invoking Kalecki's admiration for Luxemburg's spirit of skepticism about the possibility of unimpeded growth, he argues that Luxemburg carried out a great service to political economy by emphasizing the importance of demand. A particular contribution of this chapter is to suggest the Domar, growth model, interpretation of Marx's reproduction schema as a way of capturing Luxemburg's spirit of skepticism, without downgrading the importance of money profits as the ultimate goal of capital accumulation. His approach addresses the two-part question where does the money and demand come from, by marrying a formal model of the circuit of money with the reproduction schema. In Chapter 3, by the focus on the reframing of the model of the accumulation of capital in terms of a macromonetary approach that Luxemburg developed in her response to the critics in the Anti-Critique. Once the capitalist process is depicted at the macro level as a production of more money by means of money through labor and production, the issue of the finance for production and effective demand becomes central. In a monetary economy, money buys commodities, commodities do not buy money. Moreover, activation of the capitalist process requires that firms have the disposal of money as capital in advance, a kind of cash in advance constraint. In a pure and closed capitalist setting without the state, in which the capitalist class is identified with a firm sector already in possession of a given stock of money provided by the gold producer in past circuits, there is no way that in enlarged reproduction the surplus value can be realized against new money flowing into the circuit. The only possibility, as Luxemburg realized, is to imagine an external inflow of money. The chapter compares Luxemburg's approach with the contemporary circuit theory of money. In this way it is possible to clarify the limits of her problematic but also to set her as one of the forerunners of this stream of thought. In a circuitist approach, firms have to ask banks for finance to begin production. A new problem actually arises in the new setting, even more serious than the monetization of surplus value in Luxemburg. How are firms able to pay back interests on the loan, in money, to banks, since what they can obtain back from the commodity market is only the initial finance? In Chapter 4, Paul Zaremka stresses that, although a fully capitalist mode of production is presumed in capital, it did not exist then, nor does it exist now. In his opinion, the concept of the accumulation of capital, as it needs to be understood within Marxism, must include continuing penetration of non-capitalist modes of production. The recognition of this fundamental point is at the heart of Luxemburg's legacy in political economy. Even turning to Marx's schemes of reproduction, his last theoretical work on the capitalist mode of production, we see that Marx never integrated theoretically issues of penetration of non-capitalist forms within his own theoretical work, Primitive Accumulation, notwithstanding. Others, later, wishing to avoid those difficulties as well as having possible political motives of one sort or another, fired many objections at Luxemburg's The Accumulation of Capital. However, according to Zaremka, reconsidering Marxist political economy with accumulation of capital understood to include penetration of non-capitalist societies involves a reconsideration of the same concept of value. His chapter concludes by exploring directions for addressing 19. The difficulties surrounding value and accumulation of capital as concepts, both of which are fundamental for Marxist theory. Rosa Luxemburg, in The Accumulation of Capital, insisted that capitalist accumulation requires external markets in order to overcome a tendency to stagnation. These external markets formed the basis of her theory of imperialism, which was taken over by Lenin and subsequent Marxists. However, in chapter XXX of that book, on international loans, Luxemburg examined the role of finance in capital accumulation. Though this analysis was perhaps peripheral to her argument, according to in chapter 5, it has sufficient critical elements to warrant a place for Luxemburg among the pioneers of critical finance, while the fate of that analysis among Marxists reveals how the most important school of radical political economy in the 20th century came to an attenuated view of finance as a factor in capitalist crisis. In his chapter, he argues that Luxemburg put forward an analysis of international finance that not only allows for a disturbing character of finance, but also looks forward to important aspects of Minsky's analysis in the second half of the 20th century. Rosa Luxemburg's The Accumulation of Capital involved taking a political position against the revisionism dominant in the Social Democratic Party as well as boldly criticizing the Marxian theory of capitalism. Accordingly, as clarifies in Chapter 6, the critical responses to her work were both political and economic in character. Bukharin's defense of orthodoxy reflected the theoretical limitations of its Leninist version as well as the struggle against Luxemburgism within the communist movement. In the most complicated variant of these swirling economic and political currents, Henrik Grossman's rejection of both Luxemburg's and Bukharin's views followed from an unprecedented grasp of Marx's thinking that suggested potential conflict with Grossman's own Leninism. Grossman valued Luxemburg's work for its attempt to ground the idea of socialism in an immanent critique of the capitalist economy. For this very reason he did not succumb to the tendency to criticize her for spontaneism. On the other hand, he held that she had failed in her goal because of her misunderstanding of Marx's critique of political economy. Luxemburg's work was an important stimulus to Grossman's path-breaking understanding of the argument in Capital. Strikingly, that understanding led him to a political position much like hers, and far from the mechanical historicism of which he was accused at the time. In Chapter 7, compares Rosa Luxemburg's and Michael Kalecki's theories and visions of capitalism. They are, besides Oskar Lang, the best-known Polish economists in the world economic literature, and both are recognized as amongst the most original socialist thinkers in Marxist thought. In their methodological approach and views there are some strong similarities and equally strong differences. Both took the Marxian scheme of reproduction as a starting point of their analysis, but Luxemburg was unable to transform it in a useful tool. Hence, there were many flaws and much confusion in her theoretical reasoning. Kalecki started his career as a researcher from his pioneering empirical investigation of Poland's national income. This helped him to grasp the Marxian schemes as the most important aggregate notions useful for macroeconomic 20 analysis on which to build a genuine and original advance in theoretical thinking, rather than put forward a simple repetition of Marx's concept. The second difference was that Kalecki's contributions arose in the atmosphere of the greatest crisis capitalism ever passed through, whereas Luxemburg's views were shaped by an epoch of colonialist imperialism that created an exceptional, expansionist economic dynamics. Hence, their visions were different. Kalecki's thinking tended to be stagnationist for the present, whereas Luxemburg wanted to discover the seeds of the future collapse of capitalism. In Chapter 8, argues that present-day imperialism, that is the role of the state in fighting internationally for room for capital accumulation, is mostly financial rather than oriented towards the use of external markets in order to unload excess production. These aspects already existed during the heyday of the British Empire, when Britain became a chronic deficit country in the current account. Yet it is through the unintended consequences of U.S. post-1945 hegemony in world capitalism that the transformation of imperialism took place in a most systematic manner. Halevi maps out the differences between what he considers to be the two main phases of the evolution of the U.S. role in the world economy. The first phase, 1945-71, is characterized by a Gramscian type of hegemony in which the USA sacrifices its own corporate interests to sustain capitalist countries, such as Japan, in need of markets and an international anchor. It is in this phase that attacks on the credibility of the international monetary system of Bretton Woods reached a peak. The second phase begins in 1971, with the end of Bretton Woods, and marks a progressively uncooperative position of the USA relative to the rest of the capitalist world. After 1971, dependence on the USA, as a global importer and as a global debtor, acquires an all-encompassing dimension. Hence, the issue has become how to make the rest of the world foot the bill. It will be argued that such an orientation is not sustainable. In the next chapter, looks at Rosa Luxemburg's theory of imperialism from a different angle, focusing in particular on the role of non-competitive and violent means in generating and maintaining imperialistic relations. A dynamic model of a global economy with international capital flows is set up which extends Romer's static models. Countries are partitioned based on their position in the international credit market, net borrowers, net lenders, neither, and a system of imperialistic international relations is completely characterized. It is then shown that more advanced countries are net lenders and have an imperialistic status in the international economy, while less advanced countries are net borrowers and suffer from imperialistic domination. Internal limits to capital accumulation and effective demand problems are not necessary to understand imperialism. Instead, the latter may be understood as the product of capitalists' incessant quest for higher profits and differential levels of development and wealth across countries. Moreover, imperialistic international relations can arise in a perfectly competitive environment in which international economic relations are mediated only by markets. Thus, it is argued that violent and non-competitive means are not necessary to understand the genesis of imperialism and indeed to condemn it. However, it is also shown that, under general conditions, perfectly competitive 21 markets and differences in development and wealth do not provide foundations to imperialistic international relations as a persistent phenomenon. This suggests that violence and non-competitive practices may be crucial to understand the persistence of imperialistic relations. Therefore, at a methodological level, the analysis of Rosa Luxemburg's theory provides interesting critical insights into analytical Marxist models and suggests various directions for further research. Rosa Luxemburg insists that capitalist accumulation needs to find markets in non-capitalist countries, and that these external conditions are necessary for the reproduction of total capital. Hence, in the imperialist era Western capitalism has to look for markets in Eastern non-capitalist countries, and East and West together constitute total capitalist accumulation. The accumulation of capital has not only an economic but also a political aspect. According to in Chapter 10, Luxemburg described in general terms the complex relations between the East and the West in globalization, but her picture now has to be critically evaluated taking into account successive concrete developments and changes. The West has taken the East as its market to realize capitalist accumulation, and has promoted the transformation of the East from agricultural to industrial civilization. The invasion by the capitalist West divided the countries in the East into two kinds: colonies, such as India, that were under the control of the West, and independent states, such as China, which, with the aid of the market, have transformed the external condition of capital into the internal factors of their production system, and have changed the traditional mode of production into the modern mode of production, resulting in independence in economy and politics. These states are in conflict with the capitalist West in terms of values and ideology. Michael Kratka's Chapter 11, deals with an important but neglected part of Luxemburg's legacy in political economy, her reading of the Marx's theory of wages. According to Schumpeter, this was an extremely complex whole covering all aspects of the wage-labor phenomenon, too complex for him to reconstruct, as he admitted. Like most of Marx's theories, his theory of wages suffered the fate of being rarely understood or properly studied. Important parts of it, such as the theory of the wage form, were simply ignored. Rosa Luxemburg, lecturing on political economy since 1908 in Berlin, had to deal with a double simplification still prevailing in her time, the identification or confusion of Marx's theory of wages with Lassalle's iron law of the wage minimum, and the even stronger conviction that Marx had asserted an iron law of immiseration of the working class. She tried to demonstrate the full complexity of Marx's alleged law of wages and to refute overtly simplistic accounts in order to re-establish its explanatory use value. Surprisingly for votaries and opponents of the so-called Marxism alike, she came up with the conclusion that the law of the value of labor power regulating the price of labor could and would prevail only with the help of trade unions. Hence, the basis of Marx's theory of exploitation would be valid only within the context of a regulated labor market, and with the aid of a highly organized workforce. Luxemburg's presentation of Marx's theory of the determination of the wage level in capitalist economies actually discloses one of the central, and rarely ever discussed, difficulties of Marx's theory of value and 22 surplus value, a difficulty that goes back to Smith and Ricardo. Luxemburg's offers a solution, but a rather tricky one, rendering the Marxian theory of wages even more political. The last two chapters discuss the non-economic aspects of Luxemburg's legacy. S chapter is devoted to the political side of her thought and action. An essential way of interpreting Rosa Luxemburg's theoretical and political contribution in the years from the First Russian Revolution up to the First World War is the understanding of her particular position in the international socialist movement as a personality linking East and West, in particular with regard to the entry onto the scene of the labor movement in the Russian Empire and the political and organizational developments of this movement in the area dominated by the Model Party of the Second International, the German Social Democratic Party. In these years, Rosa Luxemburg's thoughts on trade unions and the party are particularly rich and original in respect of the classical approaches to these subjects in the Marxism of the Second International. Her conceptions, however, cannot be considered as a systematic alternative elaboration. They should more likely be considered as replies to the problems caused by the geographic expansion of socialism and by the growth of social and political experience of the working class movement in that period. These problems were at stake in the critique of the Leninist conception of the party, organizational questions of Russian social democracy, as well as in the pamphlet on mass strike, party, and trade unions, using the Russian lesson to point out the limits of the idea of separating the political and the economic struggle, to criticize the pedantic cult of the organization and the disregard of the German labor leaders for anything that did not come from the center. With the outbreak of the First World War, the topic of mass action and the problem of the working class politics would come back in a particularly dramatic context, from which the Russian experience, and Rosa Luxemburg's approach to it, could not have been left out. In the last chapter, recalls some passages from some of Rosa Luxemburg's letters written in prison, in 1916 and 1917. They reveal her sharp human sensitivity, such that embraces all living creatures, and the strength of the communist humanism, far from the cynicism often ascribed to the revolutionaries. 1. Rosa Luxemburg's critique of Marx's schemes of reproduction, a re-evaluation and a possible generalization. Meghnad Desai and Roberto Vanziani. Introduction. Rosa Luxemburg's eminent critique of Karl Marx's accumulation schemes is well known. In her book The Accumulation of Capital, 1913, she not only gave an account of the rather spirited, but confused, debate that broke out among the European Marxists on the publication of Volume 2 of Capital, especially the last chapter on the scheme of expanded reproduction, but she offered her own cogent critique and proposed a solution. Luxemburg, 1913, see also Desai, 1979, Chapter 15. Marx's scheme appeared to offer a model of capitalist accumulation that guaranteed perpetual growth at a steady rate for both sectors, departments, and, indeed, has been characterized as the fastest converging two-sector balanced growth model by Morishima, 1973, Chapter 10, see also Morishima, 1958. Marx's model seemed to go against the vision of a permanently cyclical course for capitalist accumulation outlined in Part 7, Volume 1, of Capital. There were other inconsistencies between the two volumes' portrayal of capitalist accumulation. In the scheme for expanded reproduction, CIR, there is no technical progress and hence the value per unit of physical output in both departments and the organic composition of capital are constants. 2. The profit rate is computed in value terms rather than in money terms and differs between the two sectors, and 3. The profit rate in each sector is constant and does not decline. Also, in terms of Volume 2 itself, while Part I laid out the three circuits of capital in terms of value, money, and physical quantities, the CIR is only in value terms. Prices and money play no role in the CIR. The CIR generated a long debate. Was it a scheme for abstract study of how gross and net output are reconciled at the aggregate level, hence a pioneering exercise in national income accounting, or was it a realistic picture of how it was possible for a capitalist economy to grow? Was it a scheme for planning, as later proved useful in Feldman's model for the Soviet economy's first 5-year plan, or did it lay down conditions that made it impossible for a capitalist economy ever to achieve balanced growth if it relied on uncoordinated accumulation plans, as opposed to the accommodative behavior postulated in the CIR? Rosa Luxemburg criticized Marx's model as inconsistent within its own logic, since the realization problem is not squarely faced but solved, as it were, by a 25 sleight of hand. The limits to the supply of labor power are assumed away. Since each department does not have ready demand for its output before it can plan accumulation, where, she cogently asked, does each department get the money to place the order for the extra machines that dissolve the problem? Where does the money come from? This question is loaded with dynamite. Marx had not tackled the circuit of money capital in the CIR. Thus, the exchange of goods between the two departments seemed to occur outside the exchange nexus, in a gigantic bookkeeping exercise for all capitalists together. If the question of money is posed, then each department has to sell its output and realize the value and surplus value before making accumulation plans. Omit the issue of money, and the virtual market economy of CIR can be swallowed. In this chapter, we explicitly pose the question of the money circuit and of prices. This is done not just for exegetically reasons but because the stability of the growth path in terms of value can be misleading, since it may well be the case that in the realm of prices instability reigns. This is not just idle speculation. There is a well-established literature on dual instability in Leontief systems, see, for example, Sargon, 1958, Jorgensen 1960 AB. This literature has a basic theorem which states that if the quantity system is stable then the price system will be unstable, and vice versa. The reason for this is mathematically trivial: the roots of one system are the reciprocal of the roots of the other system. Extending this conjecture to the CIR, which is an early example of the Leontief input-output system, is at the heart of our inquiry. The next section will lay out the general outlines of the CIR as first proposed by Marx. Marx's peculiar investment rule for the two sectors is then explained since it is the root cause of the superstable behavior of the model. Most authors, including Luxemburg, did not question this rule. But it is at the heart of the problem. No capitalist economy can have a cooperative rule whereby one sector's capitalists are willing to mop up the unsold output of another sector. But once Marx's rule is dropped, there are many possibilities open as to how accumulation behavior will be determined. In his treatment of CIR, Morishima, 1973, puts forward one such rule and analyzes the roots of the resulting system. As a first option, we lay out the price system of Marx's CIR and then Morishima's, 1973, modification. This reveals the underlying instability of the Marxian model. This then shows the scope for future developments of the Marxian model in a full 3 circuits of capital logic, in which stability and instability are dialectically and mathematically intertwined. The model. Marx's SEER has a familiar structure. Its elements are as follows. A. There are two departments. Department I makes machines which are consumed during the production process as constant capital, while Department 2 produces wage goods that are consumed by workers as well as capitalists. 26. B. The rate of exploitation is identical across the two departments and constant over time, as is the organic composition of capital in each department. C. Department I produces more units, measured in labor values, than are required for the replacement of consumed constant capital and, by corollary, Department 2 produces less than the sum of variable capital and surplus value. D. The imbalance is resolved, I, by Department I accumulating 1/2 of its own surplus value and putting it in production at the same rate organic composition of capital as initially used, and 2. By Department 2 buying up all the output of Department I surplus to the requirement of Department I and again keeping the same organic composition of capital as it started with. As is well known, the result of this process is that after the first year, during which the two departments grow unequally, in every subsequent period they grow at constant rates. Accumulation in both departments occurs at a constant rate. This is a powerful result and, in the general context of Marx's critique of political economy, it is surprising. Its interpretation remains contested and, indeed, became the subject of a long and intense controversy in the 25 years following the publication of Volume 2 in 1885. Today, we understand the structure of Marx's SEER much better, but Rosa Luxemburg mounted an imminent critique of Marx's scheme inasmuch as it rules out any realization problem or any problem of shortage of labor power. Luxemburg put the model in the larger context of a world of rich and poor countries wherein the rich countries solved their realization problem by selling to the poor countries and buying cheap foodstuffs from them to keep the value of the wage low. For our purposes, the crucial insight that Luxemburg offers is to ask how Department I finds money to accumulate when it cannot sell its output and realize costs, much less profits. Where does the money come from? This points to a need to place the SEER in the three circuits of capital framework where in addition to the CC, value capital, circuit we have the MM, money capital, and the QQ, physical capital, circuits. This means that prices have to be solved for explicitly, the money sums advanced and realized have to be calculated. Since productivity is constant by assumption in the SEER, the CC and QQ circuits are exact images of each other. Thus, out of the three circuits, at least two need to be developed. The missing circuit is the money capital circuit. In order to describe the production structure of the SEER, let A be the 2 times 2 matrix of input coefficients, where Ij is the quantity of good I used in the production of good J. Let AI and Aj denote the ith row and jth column of A, respectively. Sector 1 produces capital goods, whereas Sector 2 produces wage goods. Let Y be the 2 times 1 vector of activity levels, let E denote the uniform rate of exploitation. The familiar SEER tables can be written as Y1 equals a 11 Y1 plus a 21, 1 plus E, Y1, 1.1a. Y2 equals a 12 Y2 plus a 22, 1 plus E, Y2, 1.1b. 27. The first equation is about the output of Department I, which uses a 11 of its own output and a 21 of Department 2's output as inputs. The same logic applies to equation 1.1b, which gives us the output of Department 2. In addition, we begin with a disequilibrium condition that Y1 a 11 Y1 plus a 12 Y2, 1.2a. Y2 a 21, 1 plus E, Y1 plus a 22, 1 plus E, Y2, 1.2b. Marx's resolution of the disequilibrium is that Department I invests half, or generally a portion, beta, of its surplus value which equals EA21Y1. A portion of it goes to Department I itself as extra demand. This is given by the organic composition of capital, which is key equals a 1I slash, a 1I plus a 2I, I equals 1, 2. Once this demand for its own product has been decided, then Department 2 steps in to buy the rest of the available surplus output of Department I. So, given equation, 1.2a, at all t we have y1 ton, a 11 y1 ton plus a 12 y2 tons, beta ea 21 y1 ton, k1 equals theta t, ea 22 y2 tons, k2, 1.3. Where theta t is whatever number will equate the two sides at t. The result of steady growth follows from the next period onwards. Since this is an arbitrary behavioral rule, it is better to formulate the SEER more generally. Morishima, 1973, has done this. It is useful for our purposes to take his approach. He postulates that all capitalists have a constant propensity to accumulate and the possibility of all capitalists investing in either sector given profit rate equalization, but retains the assumption of a constant organic composition of capital. This allows him to set up the demand and supply equations for the two departments in the form of a pair of difference equations. Thus, he has y1 ton equals a 11 y1 ton plus a 12 y2 tons plus a 11 delta y1 ton plus a 12 delta y2 tons, 1.4a. y2 tons equals a 21 y1 ton plus a 22 y2 tons plus a 21 delta y1 ton plus a 22 delta y2 tons plus b, s1 y1 ton plus s2 y2 tons, 1.4b. Where SI equals a 2 i.e. is the rate of surplus value in department I equals I, 2, and B is the capitalist's propensity to consume, which is 1 minus the propensity to accumulate, and is assumed to be equal for all capitalists. This pair of difference equations can be written in matrix form as y equals I plus A delta y plus by 1.4. Where B is a matrix with zeros in the upper row and BS1, BS2 in the lower row. The latter expression can be rearranged as IABY equals A delta y, 1.5. Since delta denotes a forward difference, we can write down the basic difference equation of the SEER as in Morishima, 1973, 123. 28 IB1 AYT plus 1 equals RYT plus 1 equals YT, 1.6. Where R1I equals a 1I and R2I equals, BSI a 1I plus a 2I, slash, 1BA22, I equals 1, 2. Hence, all the real yes are positive. Solving the characteristic equation of the 2 times 2 matrix R, we can examine the roots, then the dynamic path of output will be determined by the reciprocal of the 2 roots of R. Of the 2 roots, one is positive, smaller than 1, but greater than 2, which is positive if and only if a 12/a22 a 11/a21, that is if and only if department 2 is less capital intensive than department I, as in Marx's SEER. 3 Morishima shows that, unless the economy starts out with just the right proportions, it will have unstable balanced growth. An economy starting from an initial point away from the balanced growth path will diverge from it as time goes on. Morishima, 1973, 125. This result is dramatically different from the fast convergence to balanced growth of the original Marxian SEER. Dual instability. The more interesting task, however, is to trace out the circuit of money capital We take it that the money initially advanced by the capitalists at the beginning of MT, buys the initial inputs, a 11 plus a 21, y1 ton for department I and the initial inputs, a 12 plus a 22, y2 tons for department 2. At the end of the circuit, all the output is sold at the new price and the difference between M and M is profits, or M as Marx labels it, or MT plus 1 equals MT plus M, T/T plus 1, 1.7. The subscript to M is written as it is because it emerges within the production period but is realized at the end. Marx solves the realization problem by using the equations for accumulation. This relates to the way in which MT plus 1 will enter into production again. But since the realization has to be before the readvancing of the realized capital, Marx's solution is questioned by Luxemburg. However, we can investigate this issue in the more general framework posited by Morishima. First, let Pt plus 1 denote the 1 times 2 vector of prices prevailing at the end of T to the beginning of T plus 1. By premultiplying equation 1.4 by Pt plus 1, we obtain PT plus 1 YT equals PT plus 1 AYT plus PT plus 1 A delta YT plus PT plus 1 BYT, 1.8. Equation 1.8 looks simple but contains a lot of information. The term PT plus 1 YT on the left-hand side is output at the end of T to the beginning of T plus 1, valued at prices that will prevail in T plus 1. On the right-hand side, we first have expenditure to replace inputs consumed during production, PT plus 1 AYT, followed by the buying of the inputs for next period's production, which is the term PT plus 1 A delta YT. Since the inputs are used in the next period, they are priced at next period's prices. The last item is the consumption expenditure of the capitalists, which is also bought at the end of period at the new prices. 29. Indeed, equation 1.8 shows the theoretical and analytical differences with the literature on dual instability, which arise from the class perspective incorporated in the system. In Salo, 1959, and Jorgensen, 1960 AB, there is no class dimension, and thus the consumption of all agents is equally treated as part of the reproducibility requirements of the system, and is incorporated into the Leontief matrix A. Here, we distinguish between worker and capitalist consumption, whereby the former is included in A and is advanced by the capitalists, whereas the latter is included in B and is paid out of revenues. In the absence of a theory of prices, however, there is not much else we can say about the circuit. Hence, we shall add some more structure to Morishima's 1973 model. We assume that, at the beginning of each period, capitalists can decide either to enter production buying all necessary inputs, including wage goods, using their wealth, which is thus transformed into productive capital, or to lend their wealth on the financial market and receive the competitive interest rate, thus becoming financial capitalists. Let RT denote the competitive interest rate at T. If they choose to produce 1 unit of good I, capitalists need to advance an amount of money equal to PTAI and receive a price equal to PIT plus 1 at the end of the production process. By investing the same amount of money in the financial market, they earn a gross return of 1 plus RT, PTAI. Hence, assuming that competitive conditions prevail, both investments must yield the same return and the no arbitrage conditions can be written as follows. 4. PT plus 1 equals 1 plus RT, PTA, 1.9. Equation 1.9 describes the dynamic path of prices in a rather convenient form, and it allows us to exploit the results of the literature on dual instability, conveniently modified to fit our specific framework. In fact, Morishima's analysis of R can be applied noting that if B is equal to the null matrix then R equals A, and that nothing in Morishima's analysis depends on I. B is not equal to I, assuming that department I is more capital intensive, A has 2 positive roots smaller than 1. Hence, whereas the quantity system has an unstable balanced growth path, the price system has a, asymptotically, stable balanced growth path, with prices vanishing in the limit, provided that the interest rate is equal to 0. However, the existence of a positive interest rate enriches the dynamic possibilities of this economy. Assume for simplicity that the interest rate is constant. At most, it will fluctuate in the neighborhood of the constant profit rate, which is implied by the linear structure. Let lambda 1 and lambda 2 denote the 2 latent roots of the characteristic equation associated with A. We can write 1 lambda 2 0. 5. The solution to equation 1.9 will be as follows. P1 ton equals chi1 n11, 1 plus R, T, lambda 1, T plus chi2 n21, 1 plus R, T, lambda 2, T, 1.10. P2 tons equals chi1 n12, 1 plus R, T, lambda 1, T plus chi2 n22, 1 plus R, T, lambda 2, T, 1.11. 30 where chi1 and chi2 are constants determined by initial prices P0 equals P10, P20 and the ns are obtained from the 2 sets of equations. A11 lambda I, ni1 plus A12 ni2 equals 0, 1.12a. A 21 ni1 plus, a 22 lambda I, ni2 equals 0, 1.12b. From equations 1.10, 2, 1.12, we can derive our main result concerning price dynamics. Theorem 1, Dual Instability. In the SIR economy with competitive pricing and a positive, constant interest rate R, I, if 1/1 plus R, greater than or equal to lambda 1 and initial prices do not correspond to the stationary values, then prices tend to the latter. Depending on initial conditions, the decrease can take place along a balanced or an unbalanced path, but the balanced path is stable. 2. If 1/1 plus R, lambda 1, then the only stationary prices are equal to 0, whereas if 1/1 plus R, equals lambda 1 then there exists a strictly positive vector of stationary prices. Proof I. First, convergence follows from equations 1.10 and 1.11, noting that 1 lambda 2. Second, initial conditions determine the value of chi1 and chi2 and thus whether prices will move at the same rate, but given that lambda I, 1 plus R, less than or equal to 1, I equals 1, 2, then if prices are not on a balanced path, they will converge to it. 2. Finally, if 1 plus R equals 1/lambda, then by the Perron-Frobenius theorem there is a strictly positive vector of constant prices Pf satisfying equation 1.9. If 1 plus R, 1/lambda 2 then the only constant vector prices satisfying equation 1.9 is the zero vector. QED. Theorem 1 describes the form in which dual instability manifests itself in the Marxian SIR schema, if one assumes competitive dynamic pricing. But we can also give an economic interpretation. Given the linear structure of the system, the reciprocal of lambda 1 is 1 plus the profit rate of the system. Thus, if lambda 1 plus R, i.e. the rate of interest exceeds the profit rate, dual instability would be present, although the price system, too, would have at least one unstable root, the balanced growth path would be asymptotically stable. Yet, arguably, this is the economically uninteresting case because the gross interest rate would persistently exceed the profitability of the system. The results above concern the case in which either the profit rate exceeds the gross interest rate or they are just equal. 31. Although the dynamic behavior of prices is interesting, our aim is to characterize the behavior of money aggregates, i.e. the circuit of money capital. Let omega t denote the 2 times 1 vector of aggregate endowments of both goods in the economy at the beginning of t. Since workers do not save, all assets in the economy are owned by capitalists. Hence, the money capital circuit will start off with mt equals pt omega t. Assuming full employment of capital, under equation 1.9, it will be true that mt equals pt omega t equals pt ayt, all t. Furthermore, if omega t plus 1 denotes physical assets accumulated up to t plus 1, and available for production, in the circuit of money capital we have mt plus 1 equals pt plus 1 omega t plus 1. In order to derive a precise expression describing the dynamics of M, note that equation 1.8 is equivalent to pt plus 1 yt equals pt plus 1 ayt plus 1 plus pt plus 1 byt, 1.8. Where the first term on the right-hand side is just the monetary value of assets at the beginning of t plus 1, that is, pt plus 1 ayt plus 1 equals pt plus 1 omega t plus 1. Hence, in terms of Marx's description of the money capital circuit, we have mt equals pt ayt, mt plus 1 equals pt plus 1 yt, and mt plus 1 equals pt plus 1 ayt plus 1. Therefore, from equations 1.7 and 1.8, we can derive the following equation. mt plus 1 equals mt plus m, t/t plus 1, equals mt plus 1 plus pt plus 1 byt, 1.7. From equation 1.7, it follows that MT plus 1 greater than or equal to MT as long as profits are non-negative, and MT plus 1 greater than or equal to MT as long as the monetary value of consumption is not higher than money profits. However, in order to characterize the dynamics of money capital more precisely, we need a more explicit expression in terms of MT and MT plus 1, which is actually given by equations 1.8 and 1.9, using the fact that MT equals PT omega T equals PT int, all T. PT plus 1 omega T plus 1 equals 1 plus R, PT omega T, 1 plus R, PT ABYT, 1.13. Theorem 2, the circuit. In the CIR economy with competitive pricing and a constant, positive interest rate R such that 1 plus R, greater than or equal to lambda 1, there is a positive number B asterisk such that money capital grows without bounds for all B, 0, B asterisk, along the balanced growth path, BGP. Proof 1. If capitalists do not consume, then B equals 0 and B equals 0, where 0 is a matrix with all zeros, an equation, 1.7, MT plus 1 equals MT plus 1, all T. The result follows by noting that money capital then moves according to the following expression. PT plus 1 omega T plus 1 equals 1 plus R, PT omega T, 1.13. 32. Proof 2. Consider now the case with B0 and B is not equal to 0. From equation 1.8, and using the competitive pricing equation 1.9, we write MT plus 1 equals PT plus 1 AYT plus 1 equals 1 plus R, PT AYT, 1 plus R, PT ABYT, 1.14. Which describes the dynamics of MT factoring terms out and using equation 1.9, the latter expression can be written as MT plus 1 equals 1 plus R, T plus 1 P0 at plus 1 IBYT. Or, using the diagonalization A equals V lambda V1. MT plus 1 equals 1 plus R, T plus 1 P0 V lambda T plus 1 V1 IBYT, 1.14. Next, recall that Morishima's 1973 matrix R is defined as R equals IB1A so that YT equals R1 TY0, or, using the diagonalization R1 equals EZE1. YT equals EZTE1Y0, 1.15. Where Z is the inverse of the diagonal matrix of the eigenvalues of R. Thus, MT plus 1 equals 1 plus R, T plus 1 P0 V lambda T plus 1 V1A EZT plus 1 E1Y0, 1.14. If B equals 0, then equation 1.4 reduces to MT plus 1 equals 1 plus R, T plus 1 P0 I0, as in proof 1. If B0, consider the BGP of Morishima, 1973. First, note that the BGP rate, 1 plus G, is equal to the inverse of the Perron-Frobenius eigenvalue of R, 1, i.e., 1 plus G, equals 1, 1. At the BGP, then equation 1.14 can be written as MT plus 1 equals 1 plus R, T plus 1 P0 V lambda T plus 1 V1A, 1, T plus 1 Y0, 1.14. Second, by the Perron-Frobenius theorem, 1 is a strictly increasing, continuous function of the entries of R. Hence, since R21 and R22 are strictly increasing in B, a fortiori 1 is a strictly increasing, continuous function of B such that 1 equals lambda 1 if B equals 0 and 1 equals 1 if B equals 1. Finally, note that 1 greater than or equal to lambda 1, 1 plus R, lambda 2, 1 plus R, and let B asterisk be the value of B such that lambda 1, 1 plus R, equals 1. Then we can conclude that for all B0, B asterisk money capital grows without bounds. QED the assumption that 1 plus R, greater than or equal to lambda 1 plays no role if B equals 0, if capitalists do not consume, then a positive interest rate is sufficient for money capital to increase exponentially. Another way to put this is that a profit rate above the rate of interest allows some room for capitalists' consumption without necessarily affecting accumulation. But if capitalists' consumption is zero, then accumulation is better secured. 33. We have re-examined Marx's SEER, which was subjected to an imminent critique by Rosa Luxemburg. However, along with her contemporary Marxist critics, she took Marx's investment rule as given. The difficulty with this rule is that it is arbitrary and variable enough to ensure superstability but as a piece of legerdemain. We extend Morishima's more systematic analysis to embrace prices and money circuit of capital. We find a relationship between the rate of interest and the rate of profit and explore the limits to capitalist consumption as it affects accumulation. There are still issues which remain. Thus, ideally we require an ex-ante investment rule to see if that will lead to cycles and crises. We hope to take up such issues in future work. Notes 1 on Feldman's model, see Desai, 1979, Chapter 17. 2. This notation is adapted from Desai, 1979, Chapter 5. 3. It is interesting to note that this was the stability condition in Uzawa's, 1961, paper on two-sector growth models, which revived interest in this literature. 4. Equation 1.9 is derived under the implicit assumption of no fixed capital. 5. This can also be derived from the Perron-Frobenius theorem given that A is a non-negative, productive, indecomposable matrix. References: Desai, M. 1979, Marxian Economics, Oxford, Blackwell. Jorgensen, D.W. 1960a, A Dual Stability Theorem, Econometrica, 28, 892-99. 1960b, Growth and Fluctuations, A Causal Interpretation, Quarterly Journal of Economics, 74, 4/1636. Luxemburg, R. 1913, Die Accumulation des Capitals, trans. By A. Schwarzschild, with an introduction by J. Robinson, 1951, The Accumulation of Capital, New York, Monthly Review Press, and London, Routledge and Keegan Paul. Morishima, M. 1958, Prices, Interest, and Profits in a Dynamic Leontief System, Econometrica, 26, 358-80. 1973, Marx's Economics, A Dual Theory of Value and Growth, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press. Sargon, J.D. 1958, The Instability of the Leontief Dynamic Model, Econometrica, 26, 381-92. Salo, R.M. 1959, Competitive Valuation in a Dynamic Input-Output System, Econometrica, 27, 3053. Uzawa, H. 1961, On a Two-Sector Model of Economic Growth, Review of Economic Studies, 29, 47. 2. Where does the money and demand come from? Rosa Luxemburg and the Marxian Reproduction Schema. Andrew B. Trigg. Introduction. The early part of the 20th century was a golden period for Marxian economics. With the dominant German Social Democratic Party at its epicenter, a rich ferment of discussion took place over the meaning and application of Marx's Capital, and in particular over the role of the reproduction schema. This golden period came to a brutal end. Rosa Luxemburg was murdered by right-wing terrorists. Hilf Erding perished at the hands of the Gestapo in France. And Bukharin fell victim to Stalin's show trials. In view of the enormous damage to the Marxian economic tradition inflicted by this age of extremes, it is vital that the ideas developed during this period are salvaged. An arguably key part of this salvage operation is to reconsider Rosa Luxemburg's The Accumulation of Capital, 1913, which is exceptional for the detailed attention given to Marx's forgotten book Volume 2 of Capital. Osnar, 2004, 253, argues that Luxemburg believed this book The Accumulation of Capital to be a continuation of Capital Book 2, which Marx had left unfinished. In particular, an authoritative account is provided of why the reproduction schemes are important, and how reproduction is intertwined with the circulation of money. Luxemburg makes two main critical points about the second volume. First, that by focusing on the question where does the money come from, Marx obscures the more important question of the source of demand, and, second, that Marx assumes that capital can accumulate unimpeded without seeming to have any purpose. For daring to criticize Marx, Luxemburg has been lambasted for being an underconsumptionist. Sweezy, 1942, 171, for example, considered her to be the queen of underconsumptionists, regarding consumption as the key constraint upon capital accumulation. 1 Foley, 1986, 151, argues that for Luxemburg there is something strikingly un-Marxist about the premise that the ultimate aim of capitalist production is workers' consumption. Similarly, for Howard and King, 1989, 113, but she herself is mistaken in imputing to the capitalist system as a whole the goal of expanding human consumption. Yet, on a close reading of Luxemburg's accumulation of capital, capitalists are engaged in the pursuit of exchange value, the pursuit of money profits. In a quotation that has been highlighted by Desai, 1979, 155, Luxemburg writes, "This means that the starting point of capitalist production is not a given number of workers and their demands. 35 but that these factors themselves are constantly fluctuating, dependent variables of the capitalist expectations of profit." 1913, 134. 2. The contribution of this chapter is to explore how Luxemburg's arguments about capital accumulation can be captured in an analytical framework. 3. First, as argued by Bellofiore, 2004, 289, Luxemburg's theory is always framed in terms of some kind of a model of the money circuit. To capture Luxemburg's approach, a model of the money circuit can be nested in Marx's reproduction schema. In particular, it can be shown in some depth how money outlays transmit between departments of production using a multiplier framework derived from Leontief input-output analysis. This approach provides an alternative to the models developed in the Franco-Italian Circuit School, Dealey Place and Nell, 1996. By capturing some of the key aspects of the circulation of money, identified by Luxemburg in Volume 2 of Capital, this model also provides a starting point for considering the parallel questions of where both demand and money come from in the reproduction schema. A limitation of this analysis of the circulation of money is that it relates to only one period of production. To examine the constraints on capital accumulation over time requires the development of a model of economic growth. As is well known, the Domar growth model, which incorporates the Keynesian multiplier as a key building block, can be closely related to Marx's reproduction schema. The second contribution of this chapter is to show how the Domar model can be developed from our model of the circulation of money in the reproduction schema. Using this model, formalization is provided of some of Luxemburg's insights into the contradictions inherent in capital accumulation, insights that are somewhat more sophisticated than her underconsumptionist label would suggest. Luxemburg and Marx. For scholars of Marx, a common complaint is that Marxian economics, as practiced in the universities, fails to reflect the original purpose of Marx's writings. Models of reproduction, in particular, ignore the importance of money, and the way in which Marx uses the schema to expose the perceived dogma of Adam Smith. For a close reading of Luxemburg's The Accumulation of Capital, as we shall see, does not disappoint on either of these fronts. The starting point for Luxemburg's investigation is the reproduction of the total social capital. Karl Marx made a contribution of lasting service to the theory of economics when he drew attention to the problem of the reproduction of the entire social capital, Luxemburg, 1913, 31. The historically specific cornerstone of capitalist reproduction is that it requires the formation of profits. Only those goods are produced which can with certainty be expected to sell, and not merely to sell, but to sell at the customary profit. This profit becomes an end in itself, the decisive factor which determines not only production but also reproduction. OPCIT, 34. 36. Capitalism therefore involves a multitude of individual producers engaged in the pursuit of profit. To conjoin these individual decisions into a reproducing total capital requires circulation and exchange. Capitalist production is primarily production by innumerable private producers without any planned regulation. The only social link between these producers is the act of exchange, OPCIT, 34. The exchange of commodities between producers is underpinned by Marx's theory of value. In contrast to Adam Smith, a correct distinction is made by Marx between dead and living labor. Constant capital, raw materials, machinery, and premises is produced by past labor, in previous periods of production. Variable capital and surplus value are produced by living labor in the current period of production. For Luxemburg, this specific connection of each past period of production with the period following forms the universal and eternal foundation of the social process of reproduction and consists in the fact that in every period parts of the produce are destined to become the means of production for the succeeding period, but this relation remained hidden from Smith's sight. OPCIT, 73. Smith's fatal error is to ignore the role of constant capital, a mistake that is attributed to his undeveloped theory of value. For each individual capitalist, therefore, the value of each commodity is made up of constant capital, variable capital, and surplus value. Moreover, commodities have value in exchange only when they are sold in their money form. Once the commodity has been produced, it must be realized, it must be converted into a form of pure value, that is, into money, OPCIT, 38. However, when Luxemburg examines the reproduction of total capital, the use form of commodities is also important. Whereas it does not make the slightest difference to the individual capitalist whether he produces machinery, sugar, artificial manure, or a progressive newspaper, provided only that he can find a buyer for his commodities so that he can get back his capital plus surplus value, it matters infinitely to the total capitalist that his total product should have a definite use form. By that we mean that it must provide three essentials: the means of production to renew the labor process, simple provisions for the maintenance of the workers, and provisions of higher quality and luxury goods for the preservation of the total capitalist himself. OPCIT, 81. This emphasis on the importance of the use form provides a rationale for the reproduction schema, in which separate departments of production are established for consumption goods and means of production. Luxemburg argues that for simplicity one category of consumption goods can be considered, incorporating goods consumed by workers and capitalists. In addition, the formula for calculating 37 values, C and V and S, can be applied to both individual and total capitals, but at the aggregate level has to be complemented by the reproduction schema, OPCIT, 83. Starting with Marx's case of simple reproduction, two of the key ways of modeling the circuit of money, developed by Marx in Capital Volume 2, are considered by Luxemburg. Again, scholars of Marx should not fail to be impressed by the way in which Luxemburg sets out the role of money in the reproduction schema. The circulation of money is examined in the context of Marx's numerical example of simple reproduction, Table 2.1. This shows amounts of surplus values, SI, produced in each department, together with inputs of constant capital, CI, and variable capital, 6, which make up the total value of production in each department, WI. First, a mutual exchange theory of money is formulated. 5. Money first comes into circulation by the payment of wages, OPCIT, 94. Capitalists in Department I advance 1,000 units of money to their workers as variable capital. Capitalists in Department II sell consumption goods to Department I for this value of 1,000 units. The money, first advanced in Department I, circulates into the hands of capitalists in Department II. With the money received from this transaction, Department II's capitalists are able to purchase means of production from Department I, and the money returns into the hands of the Department I capitalists. The same type of mutual exchange happens for the 500 units advanced as variable capital in Department II. Second, the Kalecki principle, that capitalists earn what they spend, can also be identified in Luxemburg's interpretation of Marx. 6. The mutual exchange of money advanced as wages is insufficient to oil all of the exchange between the two sectors. In particular, Department 2 capitalists have not yet renewed the second half of their constant capital, OPCIT, 95. To fill this void, Luxemburg points out that the needs of the capitalists, as consumers, must be satisfied just as constantly as the needs of the workers, OPCIT, 95. Capitalists must advance money in order to satisfy their own consumption requirements. There are, of course, 1,000 units of money that are bouncing between the departments from the original advance of wages, but this cannot be used to oil capitalist consumption. Capitalists must consume at the same time as workers consume. For Luxemburg, both capitalists may each advance 500 units of the money necessary for the exchange, or possibly the two departments will contribute in different proportions, OPCIT, 96. Hence, if the capitalists themselves have set in motion all the money which circulates in society, they must also advance the money needed for the realization of their own surplus value, OPCIT, 98. Under simple reproduction, this money is earned from the extraction of surplus value in previous periods, but in the current period. Table 2.1 Marx's simple reproduction schema. CI 6 SIWI. Department I 4000 1000 1000 6000. Department 2 2500 500 3000 6000 1500 1500 9000. 38 of production capitalists clearly earn what they spend, the Kalecki principle. So long as there is sufficient money cast into circulation for capitalist consumption, then together with the mechanism of mutual exchange, all goods are sold in the marketplace. Under simple reproduction, as summarized by Howard and King, 1989, 107, there is no deficiency in the demand for either department's output, and no reason why production should not continue at this level in later periods. Since all surplus value is consumed by capitalists under simple reproduction, it is very easy to see how profits are realized. Where the problems start are under expanded reproduction. For Luxemburg, the essential difference between enlarged reproduction and simple reproduction consists in the fact that in the latter the capitalist class and its hangerson consume the entire surplus value, whereas in the former a part of the surplus value is set aside from the personal consumption of its owners, not for the purpose of hoarding, but in order to increase the active capital, i.e. for capitalization. Luxemburg, 1913, 112. Under expanded reproduction, not all of the surplus value is consumed by capitalists. A part of it is now directed to expanding the means of production, and there must be sufficient aggregate demand to purchase these new goods. Luxemburg poses the key question, where is this continually increasing demand to come from, which in Marx's diagram forms the basis of reproduction on an ever-rising scale. OPCIT, 131, of course, Luxemburg has been widely criticized for arguing that the source of this demand must come from non-capitalist buyers, but our focus here is on how the problem of demand is first established in the reproduction schema. 7. As argued by Zaremka, 2002, 24, Luxemburg turns to a serious analysis of the role of a non-capitalist environment only after discovering the weakness in Marx's presentation. This demand problem is examined by considering the peculiar dominance of Department I. By applying the rule that capitalists in Department I invest a half of their surplus value in new capital, it is assumed that Department II is completely passive. 8. Once Department I has followed this rule to start the production of capital goods, the question is asked, and who requires these additional means of production? OP. CIT, 132. The answer must be that Department II requires these capital goods in order to expand its production of consumption goods. This begs a further question from Luxemburg: well then, who requires these additional consumer goods? OPCIT, 132. This demand must come from Department I, since it is employing more workers to make the additional capital goods. There is, she argues, a serious problem about the incentives for capital accumulation. We are plainly running in circles. From the capitalist point of view, it is absurd to produce more consumer goods merely in order to maintain more workers, and to turn out more means of production merely to keep this surplus of workers occupied. OPCIT 132. 39. More circling is involved in the consideration of money. There is a problem of establishing where the money comes from to back up the aggregate demand. Luxemburg considers Marx's example of capitalists A, who produce a surplus product of capital goods, and capitalists B, who consume this surplus product. The problem is that to get the money to purchase from the A's, the B's must also sell their surplus products. But who could have bought their surplus product? It is obvious that the difficulty is simply shifted from the A's to B's without having been mastered. OPCIT 143. The money could be found in the transition from simple reproduction to expanded reproduction, when capitalists reduce their own consumption, making money available for accumulation. OPCIT 147. Aside from these very narrow circumstances, however, Luxemburg argues that Marx's focus on where the money comes from is a major distraction. Marx finds the money for accumulation on the basis of a reduction in consumption, a restriction of demand. For Luxemburg, it is not the source of money that constitutes the problem of accumulation, but the source of the demand for the additional goods produced by the capitalized surplus value. OPCIT 147. Kotz, 1991, 121, has argued that Luxemburg is wrong to differentiate between money and demand. Counterposing money and demand as two distinct potential problems of accumulation is not a very useful way to view the issue, since the monetary problem appears to be an aspect of the demand problem. It could, however, be argued, in Luxemburg's defense, that she is not trying to banish money from the accumulation story. Her main point is that the very exposition of the difficulty, Luxemburg, 1913, 147, the problem of identifying the source of money obscured the role of demand in Marx's investigation. The statement by Kotz that the monetary problem appears to be an aspect of the demand problem, Kotz, 1991, 121, is entirely consistent with the considerable attention given to the circulation of money in Luxemburg's account. Indeed, Luxemburg identifies the source of money as a distinct part of the problem. Towards the end of Chapter 9, which considers the difficulty as regards circulation, she states: "True, if the capitalized surplus value is to be realized at all, money must be forthcoming in adequate quantities for its realization. But it is quite impossible that this money should come from the purse of the capitalist class itself." Luxemburg, 1913, 165. This reading of Luxemburg throws up two parallel questions: where does the demand and money come from for capital accumulation? To address these questions, an analytical framework can be developed in which both the circulation of money and the trajectory of economic growth can be modeled. This model is nested in the Marxian reproduction schema in a way that is consistent with Luxemburg's interpretation. The circulation of money. The circulation of money in the expanded reproduction schema can be illustrated using Marx's first example, Schema B, in Section 3, Chapter 21, Volume 2. 40 of Capital, see Marx, 1978, 586-9. Table 2.2, A, presents Marx's example as a Leontief input-output table. In addition to flows within and between the two departments, all measured in units of money, increments of 500 units of constant capital, DC, and 150 of variable capital, DV, are shown alongside 1,100 units of capitalist consumption, U. Table 2.2, B, displays these elements using Marxian categories. Expanded reproduction requires a complete money circuit. Following Trigg, 2006, Chapter 4, it can be assumed that the circuit is initiated by money outlays on capitalist consumption and new constant and variable capital. Table 2.3 shows how these outlays are made by capitalists in each department of production. For example, the capitalists in Department I spend 400 units on new constant capital, 100 units on new variable capital and 500 units on capitalist consumption. The outlays on the products of both departments are collected in the final row as total outlays, which sum to 1,750. Depending on what is purchased, each outlay is also a receipt. Department I's purchase of 100 consumer goods from Department 2, for example, is a receipt for Department 2. The final column of Table 2.3 collects these receipts, which also make up 1,750 in total. The capitalist class outlays 1,750, which returns to it as 1,750 in receipts. It is clear from this example that the Kalecki principle holds, with the capitalist class earning what it spends. But this is only part of the story. The capitalists may earn the money cast into circulation as their own income, but there is much more income to be generated from this initial injection. Exploring Marx's tableau in more depth, a multiplier process can be examined in which the level of income is expanded in a series of circuits. In Table 2.2, c, the following notation is introduced. The consumption coefficient Hi represents the amount of physical consumption required by each unit of labor, and Li is a labor coefficient defining the amount of labor required for each unit of physical consumption. For each physical amount of output in sector J, the physical amount of good I that is required as input is replaced in the proportion defined by the input coefficient Ij. Money prices are represented by Pi, total physical outputs by Xi, physical outputs of new capital goods by D, physical outputs of new consumption goods by DH and physical outputs of capitalist consumption goods by CK. Hence, the elements of Marx's numerical example are displayed in Leontief-type algebraic terms. Consider inputs of constant and variable capital to Department 2. The 1,500 units of constant capital are represented by P1 and 12x2, the money output of Department I required by Department 2. And the 750 units of variable capital are represented by P2H2 liters 2x2, the amount of consumption goods set aside by Department 2 for its own use. The first row of Table 2.2, c, is captured by a balancing equation. 49. The balanced growth rate would, in the unlikely event that this could be achieved, be equal to the multiple of lambda, the ratio of investment to profits, e, the per capita share of surplus value, and sigma, the productivity of investment. The Domar model allows us to address Luxemburg's question: where does the demand come from? The problem, as articulated by Domar, 1947, is the dual role of investment in this equation. On the left-hand side of equation 2.24, the increment in investment determines, via the multiplier, the increment of income which the economy demands. On the right-hand side, however, the increment in capacity which the economy can supply is determined by the amount of investment itself, representing the required change in the capital stock. Whereas changes in investment are necessary in order to induce increasing aggregate demand, only a particular amount of investment is required to enable a matching increase in supply. For Domar, this provides the heart of the problem as to why it is so difficult for a capitalist economy to achieve balanced growth. An absolute amount of investment generates an increase in capacity, but an increase in investment is required to realize this capacity in terms of increasing income. There is a mismatch between the contrasting requirements of demand and supply in the reproduction schema, the main source of the contradiction being the hungry requirements of the demand side of the balanced growth equation. This contradiction bears a close resemblance to Luxemburg's posing of the question how new capital goods can be produced in the absence of sufficient demand to satisfy the new capacity. Sufficient demand to meet the requirements of a balanced growth in capacity is unlikely to be forthcoming from within the Domar model, from within the reproduction schema. Joan Robinson's interpretation of Luxemburg has some resonance with the Domar definition of the problem. What motive have the capitalists for enlarging their stock of real capital? How do they know that there will be demand for the increased output of goods which the new capital will produce, so that they can capitalize their surplus in a profitable form? Robinson, 1951, 20. For Zaremka, 2002, 36, Robinson is able here to explain and appreciate the basic problem Luxemburg raises, a problem that, we argue, can be formalized using the Domar model. Moreover, part and parcel with the contradiction between investment and demand is the requirement that there be borrowing in the Domar model. In equation 2.26, expanding investment, delta I0, is established under balanced growth. It follows that investment in period t must be higher than investment in the previous period, it at 1. Now, at equilibrium, investment in each period is identical to total savings, SAV, which means that at 1 equals SAV 19, hence it can be concluded that at SAV. Under expanded reproduction, investment of today must always exceed savings of yesterday. An injection of new money, or dishorting, must take place every day, Domar, 1947-42. This new money must be met from borrowing. There is a paradox of borrowing under expanded reproduction. 10. In the 50 institutional setting of a developed monetary production economy, this paradox of borrowing suggests the vital role of the banking system to expanded reproduction. The Domar model can therefore be used to ask the dual question: where does the demand and money come from? Aside from the problem of how demand meets the new capacity developed by capital goods, there is the additional problem that capitalists must borrow money. Luxemburg recognized the importance of borrowing in Chapter 30 of Accumulation of Capital, when considering the importance of non-capitalist demand, see Foley, 1986-88. She also highlighted the importance of borrowing in Reform and Revolution, when the inner tendency of capitalist production to extend boundlessly strikes against the restricted dimensions of private property. Credit appears as a means of surmounting these limits in a particular capitalist manner. Luxemburg, 1914. Luxemburg's interpretation of the relationship between credit and crises is close to that developed in Capital, Volume 3. She writes, to begin with, it increases disproportionately the capacity of the extension of production and thus constitutes an inner motive force that is constantly pushing production to exceed the limits of the market. But credit strikes from two sides. After having, as a factor of the process of production, provoked overproduction, credit, as a factor of exchange, destroys, during the crisis, the very productive forces it itself created. OPCIT, 14. Credit has a double role, in which it breaks through the limits of the market, but also exaggerates the extent of the crisis. In short, credit reproduces all the fundamental antagonisms of the capitalist world. It accentuates them. It precipitates their development and thus pushes the capitalist world forward to its own destruction. Luxemburg, OPCIT, 15. The paradox of borrowing, however, gives credit an endemic role in capital accumulation, not just as a way of expanding capacity beyond its usual confines, but as core to capital accumulation itself. The Domar model can therefore be offered as a vehicle for identifying how credit can provide a more fundamental source of fragility, at the heart of capital accumulation, than both Luxemburg and Marx recognized. Not only does the Domar model capture Luxemburg's emphasis on the importance of demand, as a key contradiction in capital accumulation, Domar also increases the importance of credit as a factor driving capital accumulation and the possibility of economic crises. Notes 1 on Bligny's definition. Underconsumptionism is characterized by a persistent tendency towards insufficiency of demand for consumption goods. Bligny, 1976, 11, original emphasis. 2 Similarly, Bligny, 1976, 194, points out that Luxemburg clearly identifies the importance of demand for means of production as part of capital accumulation. It. 51 is not just demand for consumption goods that is important to capital accumulation, hence the non-underconsumptionist character of Rosa Luxemburg's ideas. 3 This chapter summarizes some of the arguments put forward in Trigg, 2006, drawing together the analytical strands as they relate to Luxemburg. 4 Mosley, 1998, argues that the refutation of Adam Smith was Marx's main objective in developing the reproduction schema. 5 C. Nell, 1988, for a detailed discussion of the role played by the mutual exchange model in Volume 2 of Capital. 6. This is also the interpretation of Volume 2 of Capital offered by Sardoni, 1989, 214. Capitalists' profits depend on their consumption and investment expenditure, just as in Kalecki's analysis. 7. Luxemburg, 1913, also shows how the problem of demand is accentuated under a rising organic composition of capital. 8. Luxemburg also considers Marx's second numerical example in which accumulation proceeds uniformly in both departments, Luxemburg, 1913, 124. Although this example is less arbitrary, the same problem arises of how Department 2 will acquire the precise amount of additional capital goods produced by Department I9 for Domar. The first two elements of the balanced growth equation represent the propensity to save, alpha equals E lambda. The share of profits out of total income, E, combined with the proportion set aside for investment, lambda, make up the proportion of profits saved, alpha. Hence, from the multiplier relationship YT equals 1/E lambda, it follows that it equals alpha Y equals sav. 10. This paradox of borrowing has also been established by Foley, 1986, Chapter 5. Notwithstanding the rich complexity of the Foley model in its treatment of time, the main advantage of Domar's demonstration of the role played by borrowing is that it embodies the Keynesian multiplier relationship. 3. The monetary circuit of capital in the anti-critique. Introduction. Luxemburg was one of the very few Marxists to interpret the capitalist process in Marx's Capital as a monetary sequence of successive and intertwined phases. Taken together, the accumulation of capital and introduction to political economy show that Luxemburg was on the way to combining a monetary labor theory of value and exploitation with a macro-class monetary approach to production and distribution. Indeed, she may be seen as a forerunner of recent attempts to reinstate valorization as the core of a monetary theory of production, as some theorists of the monetary circuit have proposed in recent years. In the following, I shall focus on Luxemburg's reading of the monetary aspects of Marxian critical political economy, and on her circuitist framing of the realization problem in the anti-critique. The anti-critique, a macro-monetary rewriting of the accumulation of capital. The anti-critique is a macro-monetary reading of the capitalist process through which Luxemburg introduces the reader to a better appreciation of her problematic in the accumulation of capital. In a demand-driven macro-monetary valorization process, this is how she redefines her problem. To accumulate capital does not mean to produce higher and higher mountains of commodities, but to convert more and more commodities into money capital. Between the accumulation of surplus value as commodities and the use of this surplus value to enlarge production there always lies a decisive leap, the salto mortale of commodity production, as Marx calls it, selling for money. Is this perhaps only valid for the individual capitalist, but not for the entire class, for society as a whole? Definitely not. The accumulation of profit as money profit is just such a specific and quite essential characteristic of capitalist production, and is as valid for the class as it is for the individual employer. Luxemburg, 1921, 71-2, my italics. 54. Capital accumulation depends on the market, and thus on social needs. To define the social need within capitalist accumulation, and its elements, the appropriate scheme of reference is a macroeconomic starting point. The problem immediately becomes precise if we approach it from the standpoint of total capital, once we see the process of capitalist production as a whole. This is the only relevant and right way. It is the standpoint Marx develops systematically for the first time in the second volume of Capital, and on which he bases his whole theory. Through all contradictions of competition there remains the fact that all individual capitals in society form a whole. When one looks at capitalist production as a whole, then social requirements become a magnitude which can be grasped, and which can be divided in its elements. OPCIT, 51, my italics, translation modified. From here, Luxemburg goes on to an analysis of the various components within the schemes of reproduction, whose originality lies in three elements. First, the strong emphasis placed on the non-fictionality of the macro nature of total capital as the basis for the Marxian system, second, the monetary nature of the capitalist process, and then the need for finance for both production and demand, and, third, the class division as fundamental not only for the real but also for the monetary. Description of the cycle of capital. Let us first look at total capital vis-a-vis the working class as something real and concrete, not a mere mental abstraction of the researcher. Luxemburg asked herself. But wait, perhaps such questions are putting us on quite the wrong track. Perhaps profit accumulation does take place in this ceaseless wandering from one capitalist's pocket into the other, in the successive realization of private profits, where the aggregate amount of money capital does not even have to grow, because such a thing as the aggregate profit of all capitalists does not exist outside of obscure theory? OPCIT, 72-7. And she countered with one of the clearest affirmations on the priority of the macro-social foundation over the inquiry about the individual behavior to be found in Marxist economics. Marx's economic theory stands and falls with the concept of gross social capital as a concrete amount, which finds its tangible expression in aggregate capitalist profit and its distribution, and whose invisible movement initiates all visible movements of individual sums of capital. OPCIT, 73, my italics. Moreover, even though 55 every capitalist goes blindly on producing, competing with others, and hardly sees what is happening in front of his nose. There must obviously be invisible rules which somehow work in all this chaos of competition and anarchy. From the circumstance that all these laws we expound here are not explicit norms for the conscious behavior of individual capitalists, and indeed that does not exist in society any general institution that consciously establishes and enforces these laws, it simply follows that production today fulfills its tasks like a sleepwalker, through all these gluts and dearths, price instability and crises. OPCIT, 54, translation modified. Hence, the problem remains. Gross social capital continually realizes an aggregate profit in money form, which must continually grow for gross accumulation to take place. Now, how can the amount grow if its component parts are always circulating from one pocket to another? OPCIT, 73, my italics. To better understand this last observation, let us look at the detailed description of how the various elements considered in the schemes of reproduction circulate in monetary form, from whom money is dispersed and from where it is recovered, taking into account the class division in capitalism as basic in a monetary production economy. This leads back to the effective demand problem in the accumulation of capital, but with a different twist. Every capitalist, she wrote, must lay out the money capital in advance. OPCIT, 52, my italics, translation modified, and nobody receives anything from the social stock of commodities without the means of purchase money, IBID, my italics. Let us start with the means of production required to reproduce the economic system on the same scale, simple reproduction, since capitalist firms provide all the necessary means of production for society's labor process, IBID. The exchange of the commodities constituting constant capital is an internal or family matter between capitalists, IBID, and the required money for this process, of course, comes out of the capitalists' pockets, IBID, my italics. For exactly this reason, i.e. because it necessarily circulates within the aggregate firm sector, money remains safely in the pockets of the capitalist class before and after the exchange on the market has taken place. Reproduction of constant capital on the same scale obviously requires, year after year, the same amount of money to be mobilized. This kind of finance is, as Keynes would say, a revolving fund. The same is true, Luxemburg says, of capitalist luxury consumer goods. These are already owned by the capitalists as a class in kind, before exchange, since they are part of the commodity stock produced in their firms. These commodities too must be exchanged with money, but this money is brought into circulation in the necessary amount by the capitalists themselves. As with the renewal of constant capital, this is an internal, family arrangement of the entrepreneurial 56 class. Once more, this money returns whence it began into the pockets of the capitalists as a class, OPCIT, 53, my italics. Under the hypothesis of simple reproduction, with all the surplus value going into capitalist consumption, we would need again only the same amount of finance year after year, the revolving fund. A different issue altogether is behind the realization of the means of subsistence for the working class. All commodities except for labor power come into this world as property of the capitalists, IBID, my italics. Firms then have to buy workers' labor power, paying them a wage bill, to begin production. The workers who, unlike capitalists, are deprived of the ownership of means of production and have not available money in advance of selling commodities cannot but sell the only commodity they own, their labor power, to capitalists. This is, in fact, the only way for those belonging to the working class to have access to money as the means of purchase to finance their consumption, and this finance originates again from the capitalist class. The majority of the working population must exchange its labor power with capital to acquire means of purchase. Every capitalist must advance the necessary money capital to purchase his labor power, what Marx calls variable capital, in order to keep his enterprise going. OPCIT, 52.3, my italics. This time, however, it is no longer an internal business, or family affair. Variable money capital flows out of the capitalist class. Since, however, Luxemburg does not take into account any savings, and still less any liquidity preference, from the working class in her macro scheme, the money wage bill is entirely spent buying the output of the section of the firm sector producing the means of subsistence. Therefore, since it is the capitalists who sell means of subsistence to the workers as commodities, OPCIT, 53, my italics, again this money returns, down to the last penny, into the pockets of the capitalists as a class, after the worker has bought his means of subsistence, IBID. The determination of the wage as something going on at the macro level is very clear in Luxemburg's thought. It is a real wage for the working class as a whole, given at the subsistence level. It is defined by the capitalist class choices on the composition of output thanks to their monopoly both of means of production and of money as capital, and not through conscious behavior but through invisible movements under the social constraint of social norms and class antagonism. Workers have to receive the wage in money form for the mechanism of production and expenditure to be put in motion at the beginning of the capitalist circuit, otherwise the cycle of money capital would not even start and firms would not have the availability of labor power. But what is hidden behind the monetary transaction when workers spend their money wages buying consumer goods is again a real macro process. 57 From the total quantity of commodities produced by the workers, a certain share of consumer goods is assigned to them by the capitalist class, in the exact measure of their possibility to be employed in production. By means of exchange the working class, selling the labor power, thus receives from the capitalist class a certain sum of money every year, and with this money they take from the social stock of commodities, which are, of course, the property of capitalists, the share of subsistence goods allotted to them according to their cultural level and the stage of the class struggle. OPCIT, 52.3, my italics, translation modified. But, of course, we cannot stop here. Capitalism is defined by the fact that its aim and goal is profit in the form of money, the accumulation of money capital, OPCIT, 55, my italics. Surplus value must also contain a part destined for accumulation, IBID. More than that. His actual purpose is so important that workers are only employed, and then are also able to obtain their means of subsistence, if they produce this profit to be accumulated, and there is the plausible expectation that this accumulation can go on in monetary form. IBID. The portion of the commodity output containing surplus value has to be realized against money. It is clear that, within the monetary sequential framework adopted by Luxemburg, two interconnected issues must now be raised. One, we already know, what kind of demand, and productive demand, and from whom, is there for these commodities? The second is, since this demand must be, first of all, a monetary demand, who advances this money, i.e., where does it come from? The answer to the first demand we already know. The demand cannot come from workers, because, according to the standpoint of the capitalist as a class, it is very important to always take this standpoint as distinct from the limited horizon of the individual capitalist. Workers are not, like others, customers, but simply pure labor power, whose maintenance out of part of their own output is an unfortunate necessity, reduced to the minimum society allows in the specific given circumstances. OPCIT, 55, my italics, translation modified. Nor it can come from capitalists in the form of demand for luxury consumption, even though in abstract they may consume all of their surplus value. This would contradict the problem, which is that of finding a productive demand justifying not only the ex post validation of present value production but also the prospective spiral of capital accumulation. For the same reason, Luxemburg rejects all unproductive forms of demands as a solution to her problem. Among these unproductive expenditures is the demand of the non-capitalist strata, such 58 as civil servants, clerics, academics, and artists, which can neither be counted among the workers nor the capitalists, OPCIT, 56, who are only consumers, and whose income comes from deductions from profits or wages. If we resolve the conundrum through investments, such a solution only pushes the problem from this moment to the next, OPCIT, 57, since we have to find an even greater prospective demand, a continually expanding market, OPCIT, 67, my italics. The above points, in fact, also provide the answer to the second issue we raised, that of the monetary financing of demand. As long as workers continue to buy the larger output, this will result in compression of money profits, and this is a self-defeating solution for the realization of surplus value as a monetary magnitude. Furthermore, these higher money wages can only be financed by the capitalist class, as it is only from firms that workers that can obtain the means of purchasing output, and the capitalist class, identified with the firm sector, is in this model the only source of money. Increasing the share of demand accounted for by capitalists' monetary consumption would not work because, as we have already noted, this is an unproductive kind of demand, and would not realize money as capital. The point here is that, in this scenario, what the capitalists would get as money valorizing capital would be only money that they have themselves injected into the system, and this is, of course, also true for consumers from non-capitalist social strata, as they too obtain the means of purchase from capitalist pockets, either directly or through the wages of labor. In fact, the same criticism can be made against the straighter answer, which is to view capitalists, directly or indirectly, as their own customers not through unproductive expenditure but through the accumulation of capital itself. What else is accumulation but extension of capitalist production? Those commodities which fulfill this purpose must not consist of luxurious articles for the private consumption of the capitalists, but must be composed of various means of production, new constant capital, and means of subsistence for the workers' new variable capital. OPCIT, 57, translation modified. But here too, as in the cases surveyed previously, no excess of money receipts over the money injected into the system is possible for the capitalist class a whole. The money that circulates among capitalist firms to buy the new constant capital is, again, an internal business, a family affair within the capitalist class. And the money spent by the new workers also arises from their employers, i.e. again it comes from the pockets of the capitalist class. The gold miner, who may produce more gold as money, and inject it into the capitalist process, exchanging his product for commodities, cannot be an adequate solution for Luxemburg. In this way, part of the surplus value extracted may, of course, be sold, but the price is that resources must be directed away from productive capitalist reproduction, and this would reduce the pace of capitalist accumulation. The result, rather than the flow of new capital, would be slower growth. Indeed, Luxemburg insists again and again that we need not just money for the circulation of surplus value, but 59 money that, while monetizing surplus value, is at the same time activating a new capitalist cycle of accumulation, money as capital. The problem is clear, at the macro-monetary level of the argument, with means of purchase flowing from capitalists as owners of the competing firms, and assuming given velocity. If the capitalist as a class are the only customers for the total amount of their commodities, apart the share they have to part with to maintain the workers, and if they must always buy the commodities with their own money, thereby monetizing the surplus value contained in them, then the accumulation of profits by capitalists cannot possibly take place. Luxemburg 1972, 57, my italics, translation modified. Thus, exploitation is complete, the possibility of enrichment, of accumulation has come. But exchange, the realization of the increased surplus value and increased new money capital, has to take place in order for possibility to become reality. Notice that we do not ask here, as Marx often does in the second volume of Capital, where does the money for the circulation of surplus value come from? To answer finally, from the gold miner. We ask rather, how does new money capital come into the pockets of the capitalists, since, apart from the workers, they are the only ones who can consume each other's commodities? Here money capital wanders continuously out of one pocket into another. OPCIT, 72, my italics. The only valid answer, for Luxemburg, may be found in buyers who must receive their means of purchase from an independent source of purchasing power, and do not get it out of the pocket of the capitalist like the workers, OPCIT, 57, my italics. They must not be part of the capitalist class, and must be producers within monetary commodity, simple, circulation. This is exactly what happens in the solution she devises to her disproportionality crisis model in accumulation of capital. Luxemburg problematic in the anti-critique, a first assessment once the analysis is no longer restricted to the generalized circulation of commodities before the explicit consideration of capitalist production, but looks at the capitalist process at the macro level as a production of more money by means of money through labor and production. The issue of the finance for production and effective demand becomes central to critical political economy. The view of the valorization process as money begetting money is already crucial in Volume 1, in which the general formula of capital is introduced. In the 60 Anti-Critique, Luxemburg builds on the macro picture of the cycle of money capital in Volume 2. She clearly posits as a starting point in her discussion of the accumulation of capital that, in a monetary economy, money buys commodities, commodities do not buy money, and that, 2. Activation of the capitalist process requires money as capital in advance, which means something akin to a cash in advance constraint. In her view, the problem is most clearly one of the finance of effective demand only, in enlarged reproduction, because in this setting, in contrast to simple reproduction, there is a need for an inflow of new money. It is clear, however, that from here it is only one step to the view that the more general problem is how money enters the economy for the first time, and the answer is that in capitalism this is systematically solved by finance to production. Luxemburg did not consider adequately Marx's monetary developments in Volume 3, with the investigation of interest-bearing capital, credit, and fictitious capital. Thus, her picture of the monetary circuit in the accumulation of capital and in the anti-critique was not predicated on a clear separation between firms and banks, which is not yet spelled out by Marx either in Volume 1 or in Volume 2. This omission enables a better understanding of how she framed her problem. In a macro-circuit perspective, in a pure and closed capitalist setting without the state, where the capitalist class is identified with a firm sector already in possession of a given stock of money provided by the gold producer in past circuits, there is no way that, in enlarged reproduction, the surplus value can be realized against new money flowing into the circuit. The only possibility, as Luxemburg realized, is to imagine an external inflow of money. As Kalecki, 1967, noted, if we allow for the presence of the state, there is an alternative to net exports as the solution to Luxemburg's problem, a solution which Kalecki dubbed internal exports, a government budget deficit newly financed by the central bank. It is internal to the closed economy, but it is external to the capitalist area. This would, temporarily, solve both the effective demand problem and the finance problem. However, Luxembourg would have rejected this, considering the state budget deficit to be a, directly, unproductive expenditure. The realization in money is not a realization against money as capital. On careful consideration, and this is a criticism, Luxembourg's problem may be said to be non-existent in her own setting, but for different reasons from those usually put forward, that is, taking seriously her view of the monetary circuit. If we construct the macro circuit in her way, not only is any wage expenditure certain to flow back to firms, but any exchange between capitalists is also, as she insisted, an internal affair, a family business. The capitalist class, in fact, is a fully integrated sector. One and the same agent is buying the output it itself is supplying. Money, as means of purchase, is here completely inessential. Let me distinguish money as currency, opening and closing the monetary circuit, from money as abstract wealth. Surplus value commodities, produced by living labor in excess of necessary labor, is surplus abstract wealth. It need not to be put on sale against money, as currency. As Luxembourg herself noted, the surplus commodities are new capital goods and luxury goods, i.e. they are commodities which are exchanged among capitalists themselves. Nothing is lost if money is. 61. The intermediary of exchange is abstracted from. On the contrary, as Luxembourg again made crystal clear, the buying and selling of labor power in monetary terms is a distinctive feature of capitalism and, of course, one which cannot be abstracted from even when capitalists are put together as total capital. If we instead consider credit and banks, as in Volume 3 of Capital, another criticism is possible, this time from an orthodox Marxist point of view. Credit and banks may increase the velocity of circulation of money as a commodity, so that surplus value may be sold against money even though the stock of money, strictly speaking, is unchanged. The effective demand problem and the problem of financing demand here become two completely different questions. I believe, however, that Luxembourg is right in stressing that it is not reasonable to resolving her problem systematically through variations in velocity. Luxembourg as a forerunner of the circuit theory of money. Luxembourg's problem may be easily restated in a different setting, the one privileged by Old, Wicksell, Schumpeter, Keynes, amongst others, cf. Bellofiore, 1992, 2005a, and New, Schmidt, Pargius, Graziani, amongst others, cf. Graziani, 2004, Theories of the Monetary Circuit. They all reject the view of money as a commodity. Moreover, they all build their models on a strict separation between firms, which produce commodities but do not produce money, and banks, which produce money ex nihilo, but do not produce commodities, as a defining feature of the capitalism. Marxian monetary theory must be interpreted and reconstructed on this background. Bellofiore, 2005b. In my view, commodity producers in the generalized commodity exchange at the beginning of capital have nothing to do with a simple commodity society. In fact, though this is implicit at this stage of the argument, they are simply capitalist firms. However, it then becomes clear that production requires prior finance from industrial capitalists, the firm sector, who have to resort to monetary capitalists. The latter cannot be reduced to the producers of gold as money, or to banks making loans from primary deposits in gold. If gold production itself requires prior finance, this cannot be conceived as based on commodity money, i.e. gold, unless one resorts to a kind of regression theorem a la Mises, or falls into the trap of a regression ad infinitum. Unfortunately, Marx's analysis of banks is ambiguous on all these points. Banks are partly interpreted as intermediaries and partly as true creators of money. The only way out is then to interpret the monetary capitalists as the banking system, with loans making deposits. If we take this point of view that money in capitalism is essentially bank money, created by commercial banks and the central bank, and that loans create deposits, Luxembourg's problem takes a new twist. Now firms have to ask banks for the finance to begin production. If, as Luxembourg clearly saw, the system is in simple reproduction, then each year the same amount of bank credit as money is circulated, though now this revolving fund is created at the beginning of the circuit and it is regularly destroyed at the end, one period after the other. In this 62 setting, in contrast to Luxembourg's, firms have to repay the loan to banks, but in a closed economy, and with no savings from workers, firms are again, as in her view, absolutely certain to receive back all the finance they injected into the system, which they can return to banks. And, as in her model, in enlarged reproduction, if velocity is constant, a new inflow of money seems to be needed to monetize the commodities containing surplus value. A new problem arises in the new setting, even more serious than the monetization of surplus value in Luxembourg. How are firms able to pay interest on the loan, in money, to banks, since what they can obtain back from the commodity market is only the initial finance? These last two problems, the payment of interest to banks in the form of money and the monetization of gross profits, have been heavily debated within the modern theory of the monetary circuit. One possibility is to view the macro setting as fiction, behind which lies the reality of overlapping monetary circuits, de Vrooy, 1988. As a consequence, the finance to production of some, later, circuits realizes the surplus value commodities of other, prior, circuits. This, however, contradicts Luxembourg's stress on total capital as something real and concrete. A second option is to deny that there is a problem. The surplus produced by the firm sector is thought of as something in kind, and interest is paid to banks in kind. Exchanges within the firm sector may be regulated by bills of exchange, a form of bilateral credit, in contrast to bank credit, which is a tripartite system. In this case, interest on loans is no more than a tax resembling feudal rent, Graziani, 2004. However, this produces a disturbing picture, departing from the reality of a monetary and capitalist economy in which demand, not only consumption but also investments, is a monetary demand. And again, Luxembourg would have refuted this scenario, and for this same reason. A third possibility has been advanced, to imagine that part of the firm sector incurs losses, and this, of course, is offset by money profits gained by the other part, Mazzori-Cicero, 2005. This solution seems ad hoc, and like the second does not satisfy Luxembourg's quest for a new money inflow. The only valid solutions to Luxembourg challenge in a theory of monetary circuit setting seem to be the following three: I. External outlets in non-capitalist areas, which is Luxembourg's own solution, Luxembourg, 1913, 2. Keylucky's internal exports, Keylucky, 1967, and 3. The banking system financing not only production, of both consumer and producer goods, but also firms, net, investment demand, Graziani, 2004. In fact, in the new theoretical setting, with banks separated from firms, and, in contrast to Luxembourg's setting, in which firms advance money themselves, the financing of net investments means an increase in the flow of money, this time of a productive nature. In this way, refuting Luxembourg, the possibility of dynamic growth equilibrium in a monetary capitalist system can be confirmed. This equilibrium, however, may be shown to be very unstable, making the Luxembourg and Keylucky solutions, I, and 2, again quite reasonable in practice, and opening the way to Minsky's problematic, Minsky, 1986. To be sure, Luxembourg would have been quite dissatisfied with a perspective like this. Crisis is not a strict economic necessity in the form of collapse. But effective demand crisis and financial instability are definitely a likely outcome. For late Marx and Luxembourg opening a development within political economy. Paul Zermke. Contradictions within Marx's conception of accumulation of capital. Marx centered his theoretical work in Capital within a fully capitalist world. He said that, in order to examine the object of our investigation in its integrity, free from all disturbing subsidiary circumstances, we must treat the whole world as one nation, and assume that capitalist production is everywhere established and has possessed itself of every branch of industry. Marx, 1867, 545, FN 1. He wrote this while discussing accumulation of capital, a subject perhaps least expected for such presumption. Luxemburg, 1913–1951, 331-3, reviewed several other statements Marx made in this regard, notably in Volume 2, and she felt that no doubt was possible. Marx wanted to demonstrate the process of accumulation in a society consisting exclusively of workers and capitalists, under the universal and exclusive domination of the capitalist mode of production. As a simplifying assumption, who could fault Marx, particularly when we know full well that he knew that the world was much more complex? Still, the presumption is problematic within the internal logic of his work. Marx's concept of accumulation of capital conflicts with presumption of a fully capitalist world. His accumulation of capital must be understood to mean an increase in the number of wage laborers and the required means of production. Thus, in a draft of Capital, we read the process of accumulation is itself an intrinsic feature of the capitalist process of production. It entails the new creation of wage laborers. Marx, 1933, 1061, italics in original. 1. Then, in Volume 1 as published, we read: a part of the annual surplus labor must have been applied to the production of additional means of production and subsistence. Now, in order to allow of these elements actually functioning as capital, the capitalist class requires 65 additional labor. Accumulation of capital is, therefore, increase of the proletariat. Marx, 1867, 544–576. This requirement, although inadequately appreciated, should be clear enough. For elaboration, see Zaremka, 2000. Where does the increased supply of labor power come from? In Marx's draft, the answer read: it does this either by extending its rule to sections of the population not previously subject to itself, such as women or children, or else it subjugates a section of the laboring masses that has accrued through the natural growth of population. Marx, 1933, 1061. In Volume 1, the solution for additional labor power was narrowed as follows: the mechanism of capitalist production provides beforehand, by converting the working class into a class dependent on wages, a class whose ordinary wages suffice, not only for its maintenance, but for its increase. Marx, 1867, 544, italics added. In other words, capital had previously created wage laborers, and now these wage laborers get a bit more than enough for their own subsistence. This may be suggestive of a Malthusian base for population increase. In any case, the incorporation of women and children into the labor force, mentioned in the draft, is neglected in the published work. Population increase continues to be mentioned by Marx as a major source of additional labor power. In the 19th century, the global population growth rate was only around 0.5% per year. If Marx was considering a country, rather than the whole world, the rate of increase in England was higher, 1% in the 19th century, but still not enough to rely on for accumulation of capital. Marx's own numerical illustrations of accumulation assume annual population increases of 10%. Another possibility: could the increased labor power supply for accumulation of capital not come from continuing penetration of non-capitalist modes, not merely a creation of wage laborers beforehand? While presumption of a fully capitalist world in capital contradicts such an understanding, proletarianization of the world was then and is still, in fact, proceeding apace. Thus, Pagan Marxist, November 2004, Year 1, Number 5, p. 5, makes an attempt to record recent progress, indicating that the global non-agricultural labor force more than quadrupled from 1950 to 2000, representing a 2.9% annual rate of growth, due in part to population growth, about 1.7% annually, and in part to the process of proletarization, linked to the disintegration of the peasant social framework and to the shift from the rural to the urban areas. Perhaps Marx became quite aware of continuing proletarianization, not only the proletarianization resulting from original transition from feudalism to capitalism, i.e. primitive accumulation. Thus, consider a bit more deeply the unpublished 66 results section, which was to have been the conclusion of Volume 1. The most important theoretical concept in results was formal and real subsumption of labor to capital, following usage beginning in the Grundriss. By the concept of subsumption, it can be argued that Marx clearly wished to imply that as economic relations increasingly took on a capitalist character, their scale increased and this brought them ever closer to the world market and their point of culmination. White, 1996, 191. Yet, by leaving results out entirely as Volume 1 went to the publisher, any focus on subsumption was lost. Even references elsewhere within Volume 1 to subsumption were almost completely stricken by Marx, including references to cooperation, division of labor, and use of machinery as stages of subsumption. OPCIT, 200. One remaining definitional passage for subsumption was eliminated in the French edition. The published Volume 1 shows that very little remained of the argument that in its cycle of reproduction capital created its own preconditions on an ever-increasing scale. OPCIT, 201. 2. Marx spent many years after the publication of Volume 1 studying pre-capitalist societies, including reading much Russian literature. Just as Marx was about to publish the first volume of Das Kapital, he had run into serious problems with the section of his projected work which would deal with the circulation of capital. He had hitherto assumed that capital would spread throughout the world carrying all before it, but he had overlooked the fact that even in his own native Hunsruhecken, despite the development of capitalism, the older, collective, social and economic system still survived. Capitalism, apparently, did not necessarily erode traditional peasant society, but coexisted with it. Marx removed much of the philosophical underpinnings for his earlier view of capitalist development from the published version of Das Kapital, continuing the excisions in the second and French editions, and he embarked on a lengthy empirical investigation of how capital actually began to circulate. He had an excellent example to hand in Russia, which had just embarked on the capitalist road, having abolished serfdom a few years earlier. In 1870 Marx learnt Russian and got down to the serious job of collecting materials on Russian economic development. White, 2001, 12-13, summarizing a major result of his own 1996 book. It is mostly forgotten that Marx wrote Engels in 1870 that the most important work published since Engels' own Condition of the Working Class in England was Flerovsky's Condition of the Working Peasant Class in Russia, published in 1869. Flerovsky's book, like, for example, Van Onselen's, 1976, 100 years later, focused upon the proletarianization process, including the role of taxation therein. The main reason which compels the peasant to resort to the capitalist is to pay his taxes. Translation by White, 1996, 249, who also explains that worker for Flerovsky is peasant in our usage. See also Firstater, 2005. It is fair to say that Marx was trying to understand the forms of, and limitations, to 67 capital's penetration. This became a continuing study of his to the end of his life, including extensive correspondence with Russians. Marx's late theoretical work, Schemes of Reproduction. We could suspect that the question of penetration of non-capitalist modes of production would become integrated into Marx's late theoretical work. It is not to be so, however, and was left to posterity in the person of Rosa Luxemburg. From Engels' preface to Volume 2 we know that Marx was working on the schemes of reproduction as the last of his theoretical work. And from Engels' footnoting within Volume 2 concerning whether he is drawing upon earlier or later manuscripts of Volume 2 for his own editing, we can understand where individual passages are drawn from. For Section 2 of Simple Reproduction, for example, we can read Engels' note, mainly from Manuscript 2 1870, the schemes from Manuscript 8 1878, Marx, 1885, 399, FN 44. For the entire chapter on accumulation, we can read that it is from that last Manuscript 8. We can thus infer that the schemes themselves date from 1878, i.e. long after Marx's studies of Russia began. The Mega 2 second edition of Volume 2, just published, shows developments in Marx's own thoughts about the schemes and might help us ascertain how and to what extent the schemes need further development. We discover, therefore, that, even in 1878, Marx was still considering, from a theoretical point of view, the capitalist world to be complete. Immediately before Part 3 of Volume 2, which includes the schemes, we read, apart from the capitalist class, according to our assumption the general and exclusive domination of capitalist production there is no other class at all except the working class, OPCIT 352, apparently also written in 1878, judging from Engels' preface, p. 5. Also, in the chapter Simple Reproduction, we read, there are here only two classes, the working class disposing only of its labor power, and the capitalist class, OPCIT, 425, from the 1878 manuscript 8. In other words, the process of proletarianization remains excluded from Marx's last theoretical work on capital, even after studying Russia. In beginning his discussion concerning accumulation of additional constant capital for Department I, Marx says that in order that the transition from simple to extended reproduction may take place, production in Department I must be in a position to fabricate fewer elements of constant capital for 2 and so many the more for I, OPCIT, 501. That is, in transition to accumulation, production for workers' consumption, Department 2, is scaled back as production of means of production, Department I, is increased. Total employed labor power is seemingly constant. When he turns to additional variable capital needed for the expanding Department I, Marx writes, OPCIT, 505. We have explained at great length in Book Volume 1 that labor power is always available under the capitalist system of production, and that more labor can be rendered fluent, if necessary, without increasing the number of 68 laborers or the quantity of labor power employed. We therefore need not go into this any further, but shall rather assume that the portion of the newly created money capital capable of being converted into variable capitals will always find at hand the labor power into which it is to transform itself. Marx seems to be referring here to production of relative surplus value, leading to workers being expelled from production as technology develops. Again, total labor power employed seems rather constant. Logically, Marx is almost forced to make such a statement as long as he presumes a fully capitalist world, as simple population increase would be his only other possibility. Nevertheless, when Marx develops his full schemes of production as accumulation of capital proceeds, both Departments I and II are increasing substantially, with the organic composition of capital in each department being held constant. In his first illustration the organic composition is twice as high in Department I as in Department II, while in his second illustration the two are equal, albeit both higher than in the first. And he writes, regarding Department I, that the capitalist necessity consists in merely storing up the new money capital required for the purchase of additional labor power, OPCIT, 519. What exactly is going on here is quite unclear. It reads as if Marx, working out his calculations of schemes of reproduction under accumulation of capital, has come face to face with the fact that, unlike his earlier statement regarding Volume 1, cited above, that more wage laborers are not needed, more wage laborers are required, after all. Marx, in the schemes of accumulation, offers two illustrations, with his second having higher organic compositions of capital in both departments. The latter presupposes a considerable development of capitalist production and accordingly of the productivity of social labor, a considerable previous increase in the scale of production, and finally a development of all the circumstances which produce a relative surplus population among the working class, OPCIT, 518. This could be a lead into incorporating the production of relative surplus value as the engine for sustaining a renewed supply of labor power. However, Marx never pursued this in drafts being prepared for Volume 2 and does not suggest that as his purpose. Since his first illustration has differing organic compositions of capital in the two departments, while the second has the same, perhaps providing two illustrations only had the purpose of elaborating these alternatives. The schemes of reproduction in Marx are a remarkable attempt at posing a new problem for investigation. They sustain the political economy of economists such as Kalecki, whom Kowalik, 1990, argues is the main continuity from Marx and Luxemburg. They have even influenced mainstream economics. But they do not help much, at least in Marx's own formulation, in addressing a fundamental problem, the possibility of realizing surplus value within a fully capitalist system. Nor do they suggest that Marx was incorporating within his last theoretical work the issue of penetration of capitalism into non-capitalist modes of production. White, 1996, whom we have already discussed, considers Marx's problem in drafting Volume 2. He argues that the first draft, begun by Marx in 1865, failed to establish any necessary connection between expanded reproduction of capital and 69. The extension of capitalist relations, the introduction of time and space as he puts it. Accumulation of capital, for Marx, White, 1996, 196, was to be a process which would reproduce its presuppositions, the capitalists and workers, on an extended scale. To be unable to show that capital created its own presuppositions, that it created civil society, was a serious difficulty for Marx's overall scheme of capitalist development. Marx never came close to resolving this problem. And he could not resolve it as long as he separated theoretical questions regarding accumulation of capital from penetration of non-capitalist forms of production. Primitive accumulation of capital is another matter altogether. See Zaremka, 2002a. Luxemburg on accumulation. Marx's study of the history of capital's penetration, including its difficulties, had a successor in Luxemburg's interest in the question of penetration of non-capitalist forms of production. Luxemburg's interest is evidenced particularly in her Introduction to Political Economy, published posthumously, only half of it found after her murder. In fact, her work used many of the same sources Marx had studied. But she also integrated these questions into her own theoretical work. Marx's Capital and Luxemburg's Introduction to Political Economy have distinct beginning points. Marx begins with commodities. Luxemburg does not get to that until her sixth chapter, after What is Political Economy, Social Labor, and then 3 chapters on economic history, including primitive communism, the feudal system, and the medieval city and guilds. In other words, for Luxemburg, the capitalist mode of production arises in a historical context. Luxemburg's conclusions concerning primitive communism's longevity are indicative. While the last form of primitive communism, the Russian commune, had survived because of its adaptability, there is only one contact that it cannot tolerate or overcome. This is the contact with European civilization, i.e. with capitalism. The contact accomplishes what centuries and the most savage Oriental conquerors could not. Luxemburg, 1925, 103. To determine the comparative power of capital to rip these people from all means of production and to thrust these societies into value-producing ones, we cannot just look at capital. We also have to look at the weaknesses of the primitive societies, including, as she does, developments in their specific practices of warfare. 3. The capitalist mode arising in an historical context indicates that theoretical categories are not only socially conditioned, but socially conditioned within the developing historical setting. Suggestive of a rethinking of fundamental aspects of Marxist theory, we turn to this issue later. Here, we discuss a preliminary, Luxemburg's fundamentally important the accumulation of capital and subsequent anti-critique, and their dismissal by very many critics, which has constrained development of Marxist theory. 70. Confronting the problem of realization is the deepest contribution which Luxemburg's The Accumulation of Capital makes to Marxist political economy. Under extended reproduction of capital, what is surplus value used for? It cannot be merely luxury consumption of capitalists, as that would be simple reproduction. It cannot be increasing workers' consumption, as this is no part of surplus value. The possibility that it could be used for increasing constant capital is more complicated. If the organic composition of capital stays constant, as in Marx's own reproduction schemes in Volume 2, then any increase of constant capital is exactly associated with an increase in variable capital, more workers selling their labor power to capitalists. Could not the organic composition of capital be continually rising, and could not the increasing constant capital then completely absorb surplus value not used for capitalist consumption, with no extension of the capital-wage-labor relation? Yet, a rising organic composition does not mean more machinery being used per work hour, but rather more value, labor hours, in the production of the machinery used by workers in each of their work hours. The latter increase is not so obvious as there is technological change in the production of machinery, even as we have a common sense that workers are working with more advanced technology today than earlier. Magaline, 1975, offers the best starting point for analyzing the difficulties of this question. It should help undermine dogma about the organic composition rising, and thereby realizing surplus value. Surplus value can, however, overcome the problem of insufficient markets when used for extending capitalist domination of the world, i.e. having more wage laborers attached to means of production controlled/owned by capitalists. Then surplus value can be realized, albeit outside the circuit of capital. Critics. There are several factors underlying the dismissal of Luxemburg's work, the upshot of which has been to limit the development of Marxist theory. First, Lenin had said, point blank, that Luxemburg was wrong on the accumulation of capital. While Lenin's own economics had not been carefully criticized by anyone, the success of the Bolshevik Revolution with Lenin as leader provided an imprimatur for his opinions not only on political matters, but also on economics. In fact, Lenin's economics is not all that deep and reflects a Ricardianism that went unnoticed. For example, in 1897 Lenin roundly criticized Sismondi before Marx's own comments on Sismondi appeared in Theories of Surplus Value. It turned out that Marx was clearly more appreciative of Sismondi than would be expected by Lenin's judgment. See Zaremka, 2003. Second, Luxemburg's work received no sympathy from Kautsky, even though Kautsky himself used similar arguments as Luxemburg's when Kautsky in 1902 criticized extensively a book by Tegan Baranowski. Lack of honest evaluation from Kautsky, or even any evaluation at all, was more damaging, at the time, than the fact of Lenin's dismissal. As editor of Theories of Surplus Value, Kautsky could know quite well Marx's thoughts on Sismondi. Furthermore, regarding the 71 editorial board of her party's publication Vorwärts, Luxemburg herself commented that a purely theoretical study on an abstract scientific problem was censured by the entire staff of a political daily paper, of whom probably 2 at the most may have read the book. They did this by denying to men like Franz Mehring and J. Karski pseudonym for Julian Marchluski any expert knowledge of economics, but allowed only those who pulled my book to pieces to be experts. Such a fate has happened to no other party publication as far as I know, and over the decades social democratic publishers have certainly not produced all gold and pearls. Luxemburg, 1921, 47-8. Note that, according to Froelich, 1939, 159, Mehring and Marchluski greeted her book with great enthusiasm. Third, the undermining of Luxemburg's work was accelerated by Bukharin's 1924, long discussion, offered 5 years after her murder. Bukharin's critique played a major role in a process that has led a much later survey of the history of Marxist economics to feel comfortable in concluding of Rosa Luxemburg. Almost no one has been convinced by her attempt to demonstrate that accumulation is impossible in a closed capitalist system. Her theory was wrong. Howard and King, 1989, 112 and 317. Given its importance, Bukharin's commentary should be reviewed. For Bukharin often attacks the words Luxemburg uses to express herself. For example, when Luxemburg cannot find for whom accumulation takes place in Marx's analysis, he attacks her for asking for a subjective aim, a purpose, amounting to a teleology, 1924, 163-4. Bukharin quotes her that the maintenance of an ever larger army of workers cannot be the aim of uninterrupted capital accumulation. Pointing to her complete misunderstanding, he states that the consumption of the workers is nothing other than the production of labor power. And the production of additional labor power is the precondition for the growth of accumulation, OPCIT, 166, italics in original. Where is the misunderstanding when Luxemburg was only saying that capital is not an employment agency for workers, that capital is not working for any interests of workers, including employment? After 8 pages of such types of argumentation, Bukharin already feels confident enough to conclude, "We hope we have thoroughly exhausted the fundamental arguments of Comrade Rosa Luxemburg as far as they are developed in the accumulation of capital, OPCIT, 169. This conclusion appears before he turns his attention to her anti-critique, and virtually the only portion of that which interests him is Luxemburg's 13-page summary of her own extended explanation in accumulation. Her responses to criticisms do not interest Bukharin at all, not even for one comment. Bukharin, 1924, 171-2, quotes Luxemburg from her anti-critique as she tries to understand the difficulty of realization under extended reproduction. 72 Her context is Marx's theoretical delimitation to a purely capitalist society, note particularly the text set here in italics. In the end, the solution of the problem is quite simple. Perhaps we are acting like the writer who is desperately looking for the nag he is sitting on. Perhaps the capitalists are mutual customers for the remainder of the commodities, not to use them carelessly, but to use them for the extension of production, for accumulation. Then what else is accumulation but extension of capitalist production? Those goods which fulfill this purpose must not consist of luxurious articles for the private consumption of the capitalists, but must be composed of various means of production, new constant capital, and the provisions for the workers. All right, but such a solution only pushes the problem from this moment to the next. After we have assumed that accumulation has started and that the increased production throws an even bigger amount of commodities onto the market the following year, the same question arises again: where do we then find the consumers for this even greater amount of commodities? Will we answer, well, this growing amount of goods will again be exchanged among the capitalists to extend production again, and so forth, year after year? Then we have the roundabout that revolves around itself in empty space. That is not capitalist accumulation, i.e. the amassing of money capital, but its contrary, producing commodities for the sake of it, from the standpoint of capital an utter absurdity. If the capitalists as a class are the only customers for the total amount of commodities, apart from the share they have to part with to maintain the workers if they must always buy commodities with their own money, and realize the surplus value, then amassing profit, accumulation for the capitalist class, cannot possibly take place. Luxemburg, 1921, 56-7, italics added. There seem to be no fewer than 3 possible definitions of accumulation of capital offered by Luxemburg in these 2 paragraphs: accumulation as extension of capitalist production, as amassing of money capital, and as amassing profit. Having quoted the entire passage, Bukharin proceeds after a few pages to pick only one of these 3, itself unconscionable, and wipes her off the map. She has an absolutely atrocious conception of capitalist accumulation. For she identifies the accumulation of the total social capital with the accumulation of money capital. She is of the opinion that the aim of the capitalists is incorporated in money as an end in itself. Bukharin, 1924, 179, italics in original. He does not analyze the substance of Luxemburg's passage. Later, Bukharin ignores her saying that money is something between 2 other things, between the accumulation of surplus value in commodities and the use of this surplus value to expand production. 5 There always lies a decisive leap, the salto mortale of commodity production, as Marx calls it, selling for money, OPCIT, 192, italics in original. Instead, he, once again, refers to her defining 73 accumulation as accumulation of money capital, OPCIT, 194, italics in original, 6. If we go back to Luxemburg's discussion of money in the accumulation of capital, she is quite explicit at the very beginning of her chapter 8. There was much to be said for complete abstraction from the circulation of money in the analysis of simple reproduction, where consumption is the be-all and end-all of production. In the process of accumulation, however, the money form has an essential function. It has come to be a feature of capital itself, an element in the circulation of capital. Luxemburg, 1913, 139. Would not it be more correct to interpret Luxemburg to say that an amassing of money capital is a result of a necessity in the accumulation process? Leaving Bukharin aside, while representing a fourth factor in dismissal of her work, attacks on Luxemburg continued, in one way or another, in works by Grossman, Panicoke, Maddock, Sr., Sweezy, Rostolsky, Tarbuck, Kuhn, Howard and King, and Dunayevskia, among others, each of whom is discussed in Zaremka, 2002b, and will not be considered here. Often the critiques are inconsistent, one with another, and each suffers from hasty, careless work. Of course, Luxemburg could be in error. But none of the critiques provides the serious confrontation with her work needed to sustain the charges. Rather, a cult of objection has been created which includes those of many political stripes, as if any breaking with fashion would rebound on its author. Lastly, the connection between Luxemburg's work, particularly the third part of the accumulation of capital and introduction to political economy, and Marx's late research into Russian society has gone unnoticed. This neglect has been largely due to extremely tardy publication of Marx's late notes. It is claimed here that opening up Luxemburg's work on accumulation of capital is nothing other than a major step, post-Marx. Her work has been diminished for too long. Value in its realization, with accumulation of capital understood to focus on increased employment of wage labor weeks, 1982, has made the startling claim that, without full realization of all production within the context of a fully capitalist economy, Marxist value theory must be discarded. Unlike neo-Ricardian value, he says, Marx's understanding of value is snuffed out with incomplete realization. If one postulates that a pure capitalist system is endemically afflicted by the inability to sell all that is produced, then the Marxian concept of value must be rejected. Weeks, 1982, 61, italics in original. Raising the stakes for those who claim chronic realization problems within the capitalist mode of production, Weeks claims that proponents of underconsumptionism, mentioning particularly Baran and Sweezy, are compelled to abandon Marxist value theory. 7. Given that Luxemburg and this author, Zaremka, 74-2000, argue chronic overproduction within pure capitalism, should not Weeks's conclusion, on its own, suggest unsustainability for Marx's value theory? We do not think so, at least in the incomplete form presented. Weeks's argument on the incompatibility of Marx's value theory and incomplete realization, in the beginning, is carefully laid out, starting with numerical tables of reproduction measured in both use-value magnitudes as well as in values. In the process he lays out his understanding of the precise role for Marx's value conception. Marx's conception, not, however, Ricardo's, is at stake, says Weeks, when realization is not assured. Where Ricardians aggregate labor time in disparate production processes, Weeks argues that labor time referencing laboring activity for one product is, in fact, distinct from labor time referencing another product. What is required is a measurement in units of generalized labor time which abstracts from the particular characteristics of each concrete laboring activity, OPCIT, 66, italics added, and that Marx's concept of abstract labor and socially necessary labor does indeed offer the basis for the required intermediating concept, i.e. value. Those necessary abstractions are achieved in practice, socially, through capitalist competition whereby capitalists are forced to interact and adopt norms of efficiency under the discipline of monetary costs. Price is then the observed form of value. Realization involves the conversion of commodity capital into money capital through sale. Realization is required, continues Weeks, because it determines the socially necessary labor time. That is, failure of realization implies that some part of labor time is socially unnecessary, some working time under wage labor conditions is not transformed into value. The conception of value would be therefore undermined. If under-realization is endemic, then it becomes, in effect, merely an ideal, a construction of the mind. Realized abstract labor time in such a case is set by the determinants of the monetary expenditure by workers and capitalists. Production still plays a role, but a very limited one. OPCIT, 73. Further driving the point home, should an external market outside capitalism be introduced? Total realizable value is no longer constrained by the labor time expended in production. If external demand is buoyant, the use values produced can exchange for an amount of money representing labor time far in excess of that expended in production, and the production process determines nothing except the number of use values available for circulation. OPCIT, 72-3. A significant weakness in the structure of Weeks's argument concerns the issue of money. Discussing the possibility of an external market, Weeks refers to money possibly representing labor time far in excess of that expended in production. 75. This must mean that the social base of money, or a subset of monies whatever that might mean, is not necessarily related to capitalism. Indeed, what determines money representing labor time at all? Furthermore, even before considering any possible external market, Weeks refers to the possibility of a failure of realization as meaning that not all produced commodities can be converted into money capital. The quantity of value objectified in the produced commodities is determined by labor time expended if money exchanged against these commodities is equal to the produced value. OPCIT, 71, italics added. This sounds reasonable enough. Except that there is no statement of what money, including its relation to value, is to mean. No theory of money completes his argument. Money is referred to as if obvious. Could not a theory be offered that the value represented by the money transacted in sales does, in fact, represent the value in production, even in the presence of overproduction? This might turn out to be a circular argument. Still, in the absence an explicit concept relating money independently to value, an emptiness in the argumentation surfaces. While Weeks provokes concern for the relationship of value to realization, and while it is correct that laboring in one production process, or in one part of one production process, is distinct from another, we need not consider these as incommensurable labor times, but rather as simply incommensurable labors. We ought not to conflate labor times and labors, the former being measured by the clock as units of value. Witness Marx's discussion of the production of absolute surplus value in which he recounts how minutes are stolen from workers simply by playing with the clock. Abstract labor. The foundation for Marx's value is in the relation of wage labor to capital, in which the worker who has sold her or his labor time is told by the capitalist what actual laboring activity to do. One does not therefore need to introduce an additional concept of generalized labor time, supposedly achieved under the discipline of monetary costs, as Weeks maintains. Value is defined in the production relation, and it would not be neo-Ricardian when Marxist political economy avoids introduction of generalized labor time. Thus, chronic failure of realization is not necessarily inconsistent with having value as a concept applicable to the capitalist mode of production. Value, when the context is wider than capitalism turning away from Weeks, value is, of course, the foundation for Marx's theoretical understanding of the capitalist mode of production. Since his 1847 Poverty of Philosophy, Marx, 1847, Marx's economic categories are to be understood as socially conditioned. Having re-examined accumulation of capital in light of Luxemburg, what then is to be the appropriate object of analysis leading to this concept of value? The capital-wage-labor relation alone, or that relation as well as the penetration of non-capitalist modes of production corresponding to accumulation of capital. The former has been universally presumed, based upon Marx's simplifying assumption that capitalist production is everywhere established. Marx already made this presumption a decade before Volume 1, i.e. in 1858, Marx wrote Engels an outline of what he was preparing and included a significant comment concerning value, suggesting his focus to be on post-proletarianization. This is reduced entirely to the quantity of labor, time as a measure of value. Value as such has no other material than labor itself. It already presupposes 1. The destruction of natural communism, in India etc., 2. The destruction of all undeveloped, pre-bourgeois modes of production which are not governed in their totality by exchange. Although it is an abstraction, it is an abstraction which can only be assumed on the basis of a particular economic development of society. Marx and Engels, 1948, p. 58. In the Grundrisse, we find, the economic concept of value does not occur in antiquity. It is entirely peculiar to the most modern economy, since it is the most abstract expression of capital itself and of the production resting on it. Marx, 1939-41, 776. If penetration of non-capitalism must be included in the object of analysis, is value left unaffected? To help clarify the point, consider a historical example, the need for wage labor in the gold mines of Rhodesia, now Zimbabwe. It was supplied, after 1892, by the British instituting extraordinarily high taxation on peasant land in Nyasaland, now Malawi, and so forcing sons off the land to migrate to wage labor employment in gold mines. Such jobs could provide direct help for paying the land taxes or could provide a market for cash crops used to pay the taxes. Van Onselen, 1976. When the process resulted in lands going receivership and remaining family members being recruited into wage labor work on capitalist farms producing subsistence crops, the full result was the conversion of all subsistence peasant farmers into proletarians producing value. This, then, is a clear accumulation of capital. For cases such as this after capitalism had been established as a mode of production, such a result is often, but unfortunately, mislabeled primitive accumulation. See Zaremka, 2002a. What of the intermediate step in which some peasants are producing cash crops, in turn purchased by those wage labor miners producing value? What of the peasants selling those cash crops because they need to pay taxes? The process involves coercion, the power of the state to expropriate land for non-payment of taxes, not any free market. Where does the traditional focus of value creation upon wage labor producers capture the coercion of becoming proletarianized? There are some indications in Marx's work, albeit rare in his later work, that value is not always defined clearly around wage labor. Consider the following from results. The distinctive character of the formal subsumption of labor under capital appears at its sharpest if we compare it to situations in which capital is to be found in certain specific, subordinate functions, but where it has not yet emerged as the direct purchaser of labor and as the immediate owner of the process of production, and where in consequence it has not yet succeeded in becoming the dominant force, capable of determining the form of society as a whole. In India, for example, the capital of the usurer advances raw materials or tools or even both to the immediate producer in the form of money. 77. The exorbitant interest which it attracts, the interest which, irrespective of its magnitude, it extorts from the primary producer, is just another name for surplus value. Marx, 1933, 1022-3, italics in original. Value, without wage labor? Yet, as we have already noted, this was unpublished by Marx. Reconsidering Marxist political economy. The deeper issue being raised in this chapter may be epistemological. Althusser's, 1965-1970, work, as no other, opens up this space for discussion, opens up the question of the theoretical object of capital. Marx, says Althusser, did not undertake to historicize the categories of classical political economy, categories such as value. Rather, Marx produced new concepts appropriate to his own theoretical object, in circumstances in which he had no philosophical concepts available to think the determination of the elements of a whole by the structure of the whole. Althusser, 1965, 187. Althusser's long discussion concludes with his citing Marx's comment in the 1857-58 Grundriss that in all forms of society there is one specific kind of production which predominates over the rest, whose relations thus assign rank and influence to the others. It is a general illumination which bathes all the other colors and modifies their particularity. It is a particular ether which determines the specific gravity of every being which has materialized within it. Marx, 1939-41, 1067, Althusser, OPCIT, 187. Marx was stating this point in order to explain that economic categories need not follow each other in the same manner as history, but rather should be determined, in capitalism, by the structure of bourgeois society. For Althusser, Darstellung, representation, mise en scène, should be recognized as the key epistemological concept of the whole Marxist theory of value, the concept whose object is precisely to designate the mode of presence of the structure in its effects, and therefore to designate structural causality itself. Althusser, 1965, 188, italics in original. Althusser, however, seems completely unaware of any difficulty with the concept of accumulation of capital, completely unaware of the problematic character of presuming full capitalism, completely unaware that penetration of non-capitalist modes of production may need to be part of the object of theoretical investigation. For Althusser, the capitalist mode of production has structural causality, the feudal mode also, albeit distinct, and the transition from one mode of production to another is a distinct theoretical question. Therefore, theory of the capitalist mode of production does not need to introduce what White would say is space and time, and what others could say is history. While a concept such as value is not to be an historicization of classical political economy's conception. 78 Neither is it, according to Althusser, to have the same theoretical object as classical political economy's theoretical object. Yet, does not a clarified understanding of accumulation of capital undermine an ahistorical understanding of the capitalist mode of production and thus raise questions concerning Althusser's structural causality? We cannot discuss penetration of non-capitalist society by capital without examining what it is that is being penetrated. We cannot examine what is being penetrated without the context, a context which must be historical. A re-evaluation of value and accumulation of capital as concepts will have to address the theory of money. That is, money is popping up all around these issues and cannot be left out of a re-evaluation. We all use money, but what is it? What is it not only within the capitalist mode of production, but before? Has it changed? Note that within Part 3 of Volume 2, when Marx wants to avoid a possibility of considering an increase in money as accumulation, he refers to real accumulation of capital, e.g. it may also happen that surplus value must be converted into money and this money hoarded for a much longer time before this process, i.e. real accumulation, expansion of production, can take place. Marx, 1885, 493. Much discussion within this part centers around monetary questions and questions of hoarding. Still, what is money and its role? On this note and calling attention to Toporowski's 2005 book, which includes an assessment of Luxemburg's work on financial theory as being a pioneering contribution, we come to a halt. Notes 1. This is from the draft results of the immediate process of production, which Marx deleted from Volume 1 before publication. Results can be considered part of the third, next to last, draft of Volume 1. No other material from this third draft has survived, perhaps because the remainder was rolled into the final draft. Why third draft? Consider the Grundriss as a first draft of Marx's life work. Then the second draft can be considered to have been drafted between 1861 and 1863, and includes his work on the history of theories of surplus value. The third, not yet final, draft was begun in 1863 and completed in 1865, including the only draft ever made of what became Volume 3 under Engels' editorship. 2. After pulling results from Volume 1, there is also no record that Marx later returned to the issue of subsumption 3. Marx, judging by a number of his interventions on this issue, seemed to think that primitive communism resisted capital more than Luxemburg argued. Examining this disparity is unnecessary for our purposes. For the text on Bukharin which follows borrows, in somewhat shortened form, from Zaremka, 2002b, 1113. 5. The printed English translation of the Anti-Critique omits the phrase in commodities and the use of this surplus value to expand production from Luxemburg's sentence on its page 71, but has it on page 192, Bukharin quoting Luxemburg. It is very probably a lost line in printing. The full, correct sentence that we cite makes it absolutely clear that Luxemburg does not define accumulation as the amassing of money, rather, money is between two things. A reader of the passage on page 71 in English translation would likely be confused without knowing why. In any case, we are at a loss how Bukharin could so distort Luxemburg's position by skipping over the full sentence reproduced here. He even plays with the word salta mortale in his own text, getting into the reader's subconscious that he, Bukharin, has read her, the reader. 79 is expected to take his word for the fact that, yes, she really does define accumulation as the amassing of money capital. 6. This latter quote is actually in a section entitled Definition of Accumulation. Bukharin immediately continues, under no circumstances should the accumulation of capital be confused with the purely functional role of the latter, the money phase of capital circulation. Still less, as we have seen above, should one confuse the accumulation of capital with the accumulation of its detached functional form, i.e. with the accumulation of money capital in the real sense of the word, of interest-bearing capital, moneyed capital in the English sense. The fact that the movement of the total social capital is accompanied by an accumulation of money capital, as Marx correctly stresses, in no way means that the accumulation of capital is equivalent to the accumulation of money capital, that it is identical with the latter. Bukharin, 1924, 194, italics in original. Note that even Luxemburg's biographer was sucked into this distortion by Bukharin. After Rosa's death, Bukharin published a criticism of her theory of accumulation. As we have already mentioned, he succeeded in fact in uncovering several weaknesses in her presentation. In various places in her book she made the obviously wrong claim that capital accumulation was the amassing of money capital. This was what mattered to the capitalists. In reality, the building up of money capital is only a link in the accumulation process. Bukharin was right in criticizing this. Froelich 1939, 161. Froelich does not cite other weaknesses that Bukharin uncovered and used in his criticism of Luxemburg. 7. It should be noted that Weeks, in his introductory paragraph and last footnote, favorably cites Lenin's economic work of the 1890s on such questions, Lenin being one to criticize Luxemburg's The Accumulation of Capital, Zaremka, 2000, 221-2, 225-35. 5. Rosa Luxemburg and Finance Jan Toporowski. Introduction. Rosa Luxemburg is best known for her attempt in her book The Accumulation of Capital, 1913, to show that capitalist accumulation requires external markets in order to overcome a tendency to stagnation. These external markets formed the basis of her theory of imperialism, which was taken over by Lenin and subsequent Marxists. However, in Chapter 30 of that book, on international loans, Rosa Luxemburg examined the role of finance in capital accumulation. This analysis was perhaps peripheral to her argument, but it has sufficient critical elements to warrant a place for Luxemburg among the pioneers of critical finance, while the fate of that analysis among Marxists reveals how the most important school of radical political economy in the 20th century came to an attenuated view of finance as a factor in capitalist crisis. In this chapter, it is argued that Luxemburg put forward an analysis of international finance that not only allows for a disturbing character of finance, but also looks forward to important aspects of Minsky's analysis in the second half of the 20th century. Rosa Luxemburg's criticism of international banking. For Luxemburg, the context of the system of international loans was crucial. Advanced capitalist countries faced crises of realization, i.e. inadequate demand to allow profits to accrue. At the same time, developing countries lacked the markets for commodity production to take place on a capitalist scale. She argued that international loans are crucial in providing finance so that dependent and colonial countries can buy the equipment to develop their economic and industrial infrastructure, reaching political independence but tied into financial dependence on the older capitalist states. In the imperialist era, the foreign loan played an outstanding part as a means for young capitalist countries to acquire independence. The contradictions inherent in the modern system of foreign loans are the concrete expression of those which characterize the imperialist phase. Though foreign loans are indispensable for the emancipation of the rising capitalist states, they are yet 82 the surest ties by which the old capitalist states maintain their influence, exercise financial control and exert pressure on the customs, foreign and commercial policy of the young capitalist states. Such loans widen the scope for the accumulation of capital, but at the same time they restrict it by creating new competition for the investing countries. Luxemburg, 1913, 421. The raising of the loans and the sale of the bonds therefore occur in exaggerated anticipation of profits. When those hopes are dashed, a crisis of over-indebtedness breaks out. The governments of the dependent and colonial territories are obliged to socialize the debts, and make them a charge on their tax revenues. However, by this time the loans have served their primary purpose, which is to finance the export of capital equipment from the advanced capitalist countries, thereby adding to their profits and capital accumulation. With the crisis, capital accumulation comes to a halt, before new issues of bonds and loans finance capital exports to another country and capital accumulation is resumed. The financial crisis is overcome mainly at the cost of destroying the agricultural economy of the developing countries. While the realization of the surplus value requires only the general spreading of commodity production, its capitalization demands the progressive supersession of simple commodity production by capitalist economy, with the corollary that the limits to both the realization and the capitalization of surplus value keep contracting ever more. Luxemburg, 1913, 421. Ultimately, the peasants have to pay the additional taxes and are destined to see their markets taken over by mass capitalist production. Luxemburg gave an extensive account of international loans in Egypt as an example. Here, the transactions between European loan capital and industrial capital are based upon relations which are extremely rational and sound for the accumulation of capital, because this loan capital pays for the orders from Egypt and the interest on one loan is paid out of a new loan. Stripped of all obscuring connecting links, these relations consist in the simple fact that European capital has largely swallowed up the Egyptian peasant economy. Enormous tracts of land, labor, and labor products, accruing to the state as taxes, have ultimately been converted into European capital and have been accumulated. As against the fantastic increase of capital on the one hand, the other economic result is the ruin of peasant economy together with the growth of commodity exchange. 1. Luxemburg, 1913, 438. Similarly, in Turkey, 83 railroad building and commodity exchange are fostered by the state on the basis of the rapid disintegration, ruin and exploitation of Asiatic peasant economy, in the course of which the Turkish state becomes more and more dependent on European capital, politically as well as financially. Luxemburg, 1913, 445. The Marxian reflective view of finance. Luxemburg's analysis of finance did not win the favor of contemporary Marxist economists. In his pamphlet, Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism, written in 1916, Lenin did not even mention Rosa Luxemburg, but based his economic explanation of imperialism on his critical reading of Hobson's Imperialism, and his view of the role of finance on Hilferding's Finance Capital. Hilferding's book had been published in 1910, 3 years before Luxemburg's, and put forward a more benign view of finance. Hilferding generalized from the experience of banking in Germany, where universal banks organized the capital markets and thereby came to own often controlling stakes in large companies. He argued that banks were a crucial factor in the emergence of monopoly capitalism and the cartelization of the capitalist economy. In Hilferding's view, the banks not only financed the industrial expansion of capitalism into dependent and colonial territories, but also restrained competition between capitalists and financed their cartels. If crises arose, they were due to disproportions in production and class struggles. By stabilizing the markets and finances of the capitalists and their cartels, banks were able to shift the costs of those crises onto non-cartelized capitalists. Because it concentrates control over industry, finance capital facilitates the eventual socialization of the means of production. Hilferding, 1910, chapters 20 and 25. 2. In his insistence that capitalist crisis can only be due to disproportions in production, or struggles between the classes involved in it, Hilferding was undoubtedly the more orthodox Marxist. Marx's views on money and finance do not constitute a consistent analysis, largely because in his time finance was only just emerging into economic preeminence. Recent research by Nelson, 1998, and Bellofiore, 1998, suggests that those views themselves appear to have mangled in the course of Engels' editing of Marx's notes into the widely accepted versions of the volumes 2 and 3 of Capital. However, in at least 2 respects Marx was in advance of the conventional, Ricardian thinking of his time. First of all, Marx distinguished explicitly between the rate of interest and the rate of profit. In the classical political economy of David Ricardo, the rate of interest and the rate of profit were virtually interchangeable. Second, and related to his distinction between the rate of interest and the rate of profit, Marx distinguished between real or productive capital and the fictitious capital of financial assets. Marx, 1894a, chapter XXV. Real capital is the stock of plant, equipment, and materials out of which goods will be produced. Fictitious capital is the structure of financial claims on that capital. This is crucial for the process of equalizing the rate of profit. 84. Across industries. It is through the market for fictitious capital that money capital may be advanced to particular industries, and through that market money may be taken out of particular industries and firms and transferred to others. The scope and significance of finance in Marx's analysis is clearly laid out in Chapter 36 of Volume 3 of Capital. With the title Pre-Capitalist Relations, it may seem an odd chapter in which to find Marx's conclusions on the role of finance in capitalism. But it does conclude Part V of the volume, a part that is entitled Division of Profit into Interest and Profit of Enterprise. Interest-bearing capital. Moreover, the chapter has the added merit of authenticity. In his preface, Engels wrote that, the greatest difficulty was presented by Part V, which dealt with the most complicated subject in the entire volume. After fruitless attempts to complete various chapters in it, Engels confined himself to as orderly an arrangement of available matter as possible. Of these chapters, the manuscript of the pre-capitalist chapter, chapter XXXVI, was quite complete, OPCIT, 4-6. The chapter discusses the historic emergence of credit from medieval systems of usury. Marx wrote that the credit system develops as a reaction against usury. But this should not be misunderstood, nor by any means interpreted in the manner of the ancient writers, the Church Fathers, Luther, or the early socialists. It signifies no more and no less than the subordination of interest-bearing capital to the conditions and requirements of the capitalist mode of production. OPCIT, 600. Marx viewed the battle against usury as a demand for the subordination of interest-bearing capital to industrial capital, OPCIT, 603. In this way, capital ceases to be the fragmentary wealth that is at the unhindered disposal of individual capitalists, but is socialized to be reallocated where the highest return may be obtained. What is crucial here is the use of the word subordination. It clearly indicates the view that finance and credit are led by developments in productive industry. 3. As Engels succinctly put it in a letter to Edward Bernstein in 1883, the stock exchange simply adjusts the distribution of the surplus value already stolen from the workers. Marx and Engels, 1992, 433. In Volume 3 of Capital, such adjustment is supposed to facilitate convergence among firms and different activities, on an average rate of profit, whose decline then sets off generalized industrial crisis in capitalism. Marx, 1894a, parts 2 and 3. For although this could not have been foreseen at the time when Marx was writing, the development of the capitalist system went not towards the subordination of finance to industrial capital, but in fact towards the subordination of industrial capital to finance, hence the sluggish development of industry in capitalist countries that have come to be dominated by rentier capitalism, most notably the UK and the USA from the 1880s through to the 1930s, and from the 1980s onwards. This development is central to the theory of capitalist crisis. According to Marx, economic depressions are supposed to arise from a decline in the industrial 85 rate of profit. Marx, however, recognized that excessive expansion of credit may also give rise to crisis, when confidence in that credit falls, and demand for cash settlements rises. In Volume 3 of Capital, he suggested two kinds of such crisis. One was an internal banking crisis. When credit collapses completely and when not only commodities and securities are undiscountable and nothing counts anymore but money payment. Ignorant and mistaken bank legislation, such as that of 1844-45, can intensify this money crisis. But no kind of bank legislation can eliminate a crisis. OPCIT, 459 and 490. The other kind of crisis that was familiar to Marx was the drain of gold for international payments attendant upon a balance of payments deficit. This results in the successive ruin of first importers and then exporters. Over-imports and over-exports have taken place in all countries. We are not speaking here about crop failures etc., but about a general crisis, that is overproduction promoted by credit and the general inflation of prices that goes with it. OPCIT, 491-2. 5. However, more modern crises of finance capitalism appear to be set off by disturbances in the financial system, which then spread to industry by devastating the balance sheets of industrial corporations. Notable examples of this are the 1929 crash, and the Japanese economic crisis after 1991. For Marxists, these raise very fundamental questions concerning the scope of Marx's analysis, that is the degree to which it indicates salient features of the capitalism of his time, and the degree to which that analysis remains true of capitalism everywhere at all times. This is not a dilemma peculiar to Marxists. It is one that affects adherents of all defunct economists. Perhaps most of all it affects those practical men who believe themselves to be quite exempt from any intellectual influences and who therefore do not yet understand that their obvious ideas were invented by some defunct economist to enlighten circumstances that have since passed away. Marx made one further assumption, that today would be considered controversial. This concerns the manner in which capitalist finance operates. One paragraph below his statement that capitalist finance is subordinated to industry, Marx wrote the following. What distinguishes interest-bearing capital in so far as it is an essential element of the capitalist mode of production from usurer's capital is by no means the nature and character of this capital itself. It is merely the altered conditions under which it operates, and consequently also the totally transformed character of the borrower, who confronts the money lender. Even when a man without fortune receives credit in his capacity of industrialist or merchant, it occurs with the expectation that he will function as a capitalist and appropriate unpaid labor with the borrowed capital. He receives credit in his capacity of potential capitalist. The circumstance that a man without fortune but possessing energy, solidity, ability, and business acumen, 86 may become a capitalist in this manner, and the commercial value of each individual is pretty accurately estimated under the capitalist mode of production is greatly admired by apologists of the capitalist system. Although this circumstance continually brings an unwelcome number of new soldiers of fortune into the field and into competition with the already existing individual capitalists, it also reinforces the supremacy of capital itself, expands its base and enables it to recruit ever new forces for itself out of the substratum of society. In a similar way, the circumstance that the Catholic Church in the Middle Ages formed its hierarchy out of the best brains in the land, regardless of their estate, birth, or fortune, was one of the principal means of consolidating ecclesiastical rule and suppressing the laity. The more a ruling class is able to assimilate the foremost minds of a ruled class, the more stable and dangerous becomes its rule. OPCIT, 601. This Schumpeterian vision comes close to the perfectly efficient intermediation view of finance. It is still the view that prevails in contemporary economics. The more fundamental critic of capitalism, in this regard, turns out to have been Michael Kalecki, who concluded that the key factor in capital accumulation was the free capital owned by the entrepreneur. He wrote that the limitation of the size of the firm by the availability of entrepreneurial capital goes to the very heart of the capitalist system. Many economists assume, at least in their abstract theories, a state of business democracy where anybody endowed with entrepreneurial ability can obtain capital for a business venture. This picture of the activities of the pure entrepreneur is, to put it mildly, unrealistic. The most important prerequisite for becoming an entrepreneur is the ownership of capital. Kalecki, 1954, 94-5, 6. Hints at a more complex view of finance by the founders of the Marxist school emerge in their correspondence, in particular the later letters, which show a lively sensitivity to the way in which finance acquired economic importance as the 19th century progressed. In a letter in 1881 to the Russian economist and translator of Capital, Nikolai Danielson, Marx noted how an influx of gold reserves can insulate the financial system from the industrial crisis. If the great industrial and commercial crisis England has passed through went over without the culminating financial crash at London, this exceptional phenomenon was only due to French money. Marx and Engels, 1936, 384. In a later letter to the German Social Democrat leader August Bebel, in 1885, Engels noted how inflated financial markets would drive down interest rates. In the absence of higher returns from industry, money markets would stay liquid, but their liquidity would not induce industrial investment, a premonition of later English theories of liquidity preference. 87. The chronic depression in all the decisive branches of industry also still continues unbroken here, in France and in America. Especially in iron and cotton. It is an unheard of situation, though entirely the inevitable result of the capitalist system, such colossal overproduction that it cannot even bring things to a crisis. The overproduction of disposable capital seeking investment is so great that the rate of discount here actually fluctuates between 1 and 1.5% per annum, and for money invested in short-term credits, which can be called in or paid off from day to day, money on call, one can hardly get 0.5% per annum. But by choosing to invest his money in this way than in new industrial undertakings, the money capitalist is admitting how rotten the whole business looks to him. And this fear of new investments and old enterprises, which had already manifested itself in the crisis of 1867, is the main reason why things are not brought to an acute crisis. OPCIT, 441. Finally, in 1890, looking back on his early years as an industrialist, Engels bemoaned the distorted view of industry that prevails in the financial markets and their self-regarding nature. He admitted that financial crises may occur that have little or no foundation in industrial reverses. Finance may develop in its own way, but is an arena for the struggle between various industrial interests. But ultimately the financial system must reflect production taken as a whole. Engels' letter to the Swiss journalist Konrad Schmidt, dated October 27, 1890, stands out as a succinct statement of the Marxian reflective view of finance. The money market man only sees the movement of industry and of the world market in the inverted reflection of the money and the stock market, and so effect becomes cause to him. I noted that in the 40s already in Manchester, the London Stock Exchange reports were utterly useless for the course of industry and its periodical maxima and minima, because these gentry tried to explain everything from crises on the money markets which were generally only symptoms. At that time, the object was to explain away the origin of industrial crises as temporary overproduction, so that the thing had in addition its tendentious side, provocative of distortion. This point has not gone, for us, at any rate, for good and all, added to which it is indeed a fact that the money market can also have its own crises, in which direct disturbances of industry only play a subordinate part or no part at all. Here there is still much, especially in the history of the last 20 years, to be examined and established. As soon as trading in money becomes separate from trade in commodities, it has, under certain conditions imposed by production and commodity trade and within these limits, a development of its own, special laws and special phases determined by its own nature. If, in this further development, trade in money extends in addition to trade in securities, and these securities are not only government securities but also industrial and transport stocks and shares, so that money trade conquers the direct control over a portion of the 88 production by which, taken as a whole, it is itself controlled, then the reaction of money trading on production becomes still stronger and more complicated. The money traders have become the owners of railways, mines, iron works, etc. These means of production take on a double aspect. Their working has to be directed sometimes in the immediate interests of production, but sometimes also according to the requirements of the shareholders, in so far as they are money traders. The most striking example of this is the American railways, whose working is entirely dependent on the stock exchange operations of a Jay Gould or a Vanderbilt, etc. These have nothing whatever to do with the particular railway concerned and its interests as a means of communication. And even here in England we have seen struggles lasting for tens of years between different railway companies over the boundaries of their respective territories, struggles in which an enormous amount of money was thrown away, not in the interests of production and communications, but simply because of a rivalry which usually only had the object of facilitating the stock exchange dealings of the shareholding money traders. OPCIT, 478-80. In his critique of Luxemburg, Lenin's associate Nikolai Bukharin rebuked her for exaggerating the need for external markets and her neglect of finance as a centralizing element in monopoly capitalism. Bukharin, 1924, 253-257. In line with Hilferding's analysis of finance as coordinating monopoly capitalism, Marxist critics have largely followed the founders of their school of thought to adhere to a reflective view that, if financial crisis occurs, it is because it correctly reflects critical developments in production, a fall in the rate of profit, increased class struggle, disproportions, and so on. Even after the 1929 crash, the Hungarian Soviet economist Eugene Varga provided a Marxist orthodoxy according to which the cause of the cyclical course of capitalist production is the accumulation of capital resulting in excess industrial capacity. Varga, 1935, 21. The collapse of the long-term capital market was caused by such excess capacity. OPCIT, 3947. More recently, Suzanne de Brunhoff went as far as any Marxist critic has gone in writing that the financial cycle is only a reflection of the economic cycle. Monetary and financial movements reflect non-monetary and non-financial internal and international disturbances. But they reflect them in their own way because of the existence of specific financial structures. De Brunhoff, 1967, 101, emphasis in the original. However, the capitalist form of production is unable to give an entirely functional character to the conditions under which it functions. The credit system preserves a relatively autonomous development. The resurgence of the monetary system in times of crisis is a sign of that autonomy, since the demand for money is 89 completely outside the movement of real production. But the financial crisis also reduces the fictitious mushrooming of credits and restores the monetary basis of credit. OPCIT, 118. But this is because stock prices and credit can fluctuate with a degree of independence of real capital, and inversely with the rate of interest. Marx, 1984a, 467-9. Luxemburg, Finance, and Minsky. There is another aspect of Luxemburg's approach to finance that looks forward to the analysis of Hyman P. Minsky in the second half of the 20th century. Minsky is well known as the author of the Financial Instability Hypothesis, in which the progress of capitalist prosperity or growth autonomously generates circumstances of financial fragility and crisis. Minsky, like many U.S. authors, had in the forefront of his mind the economic debilitation that was caused in his country by the 1929 crash. He favored government intervention to stabilize aggregate demand, as well as central bank loosening of monetary policy, to keep financial crisis at bay. Minsky, 1986. His political economy of finance was essentially a Keynesian one in which the state takes an active role in stabilizing the financial system of its country. Rosa Luxemburg's political economy of finance is somewhat different, but arguably is no less current than Minsky's. In her analysis, the financial system is international, but based in the advanced capitalist countries, as it is today. Governments are weak and, in the poorer countries, are dependent upon the international financial system for financing their loans. By contrast, Minsky's analysis had in mind the U.S. government and the governments of advanced capitalist countries that are less dependent upon the international financial system, or at least have greater scope for manipulating it than is available to the governments of poorer countries. A much more distinctive feature of Luxemburg's political economy of finance, by comparison with Minsky's, lies in the way in which financial risk is socialized and the consequences of that socialization. Minsky envisaged that a socialization of financial risk would allow domestic business to flourish, with its markets underpinned jointly by financial stability and a welfare state. Luxemburg recognized that, in poorer countries, the socialization of financial risk, through state guarantees of commercial foreign debts, has costs that are unequally distributed between locally based and foreign-based enterprises. The locally based ones, largely in traditional activities, have virtually no possibility of escaping from the tax demands of their government. Foreign-based enterprises, usually in the more modern sector of the economy, have numerous opportunities to escape. Hence, the costs of foreign indebtedness in less developed countries are borne by the traditional sector, which benefits least from foreign investment. Over the longer term, the traditional sector becomes economically marginalized, and the traditional state that underwrites the country's foreign debts becomes politically demarginalized. In this way, the developing world approaches the neoliberal ideal of a small state, whose apparent partiality for business masks an oppressive concentration of tax and debt burdens on households and businesses in the traditional sector. The economic dynamics of such states are then determined by financial inflows of foreign aid, and the pulse of foreign direct investment, punctuated by natural disasters and civil disorders. The socialization of risk in the more advanced capitalist countries envisaged by Minsky has somewhat different consequences. The sharing of the risks of financial enterprise facilitates credit inflation in capital markets in particular. The result has been apparent in recent years, in the USA and in Europe, in growing industrial concentration, and the rising influence of financial institutions over industrial corporations. But far from facilitating continuing accumulation, as Hilferding and to some degree Minsky expected, the combination of the socialization of financial risk and industrial concentration has led, in the USA and the UK at least, to industrial stagnation, or slow growth at best. The Monopoly Capital school of Marxist analysis had no doubt that this industrial stagnation was due to the decline of industrial competition. But a case may also be made for a more Vebelnian analysis in which, as a result of financial market stabilization, companies find that profits may be more easily and cleanly obtained from refinancing their operations in the financial markets than from productive activities. This was a possibility that Minsky foresaw, but to which he advanced no remedy. Conclusion. Karl Polanyi, in his pioneering study of the social and institutional roots of economic and financial collapse in the 1930s, wrote that Marxist works, like Hilferding's or Lenin's studies, stressed the imperialistic forces emanating from national banking, and their organic connection with the heavy industries. Such an argument, besides being restricted mainly to Germany, necessarily failed to deal with international banking interests. Polanyi, 1945, 283. In this regard Rosa Luxemburg was exceptional. Her analysis of the international loans system in the period preceding the First World War may have been incidental to her main argument about capitalist accumulation. But the view she portrayed of a financial system that visits repeated catastrophes on the traditional economy, in the course of incorporating it in the modern international capitalist economy, anticipates much of the experience of developing countries since the 1970s. The elements of critical finance in her work survive better than the model of accumulation in which they were framed. Notes 1. See also Aronovich, 1946, 21-6. 2. I am here referring to the version edited and introduced by Tom Bottomore, translated by Morris Watnick and Sam Gordon. 3. As in nearly everything that Marx wrote after the first volume of Capital, it is possible to question the interpretation of his analysis, because of the enormous scope that his 91 notes left for editing. But this chapter suffered least from Engels' editing, and it has not been mistranslated. In the original German, the sentence about the subordination of finance to industrial production reads as follows: Es bedeutet nix mehr und nix weniger all die Unterordnung des instragenden Kapitals unter den Bedingungen und Bedürfnisse der kapitalistischen Produktionsweise, Marx, 1894b, 647-8. Suzanne de Brunhoff prefers to use the word adapt in place of subordinate, de Brunhoff, 1967, 77, for an essential guide to the interpretation of these parts was given by Steindl, 1952, 5. See also Clark, 1994, 6. Kalecki went on to commend Steindl's treatment of this problem in Steindl, 1945. 6. Economics, Poetics, and Crisis Theory Luxemburg, Bukharin and Grossman on the Limits of Capital. Paul Matic. It was a great historical contribution of Rosa Luxemburg, wrote Henrik Grossman, 1929, 20, in Das Akkumulations und Zusammenbruchsgesetz des kapitalistischen Systems. That she in conscious opposition to and protest against the distortions of the neo-harmonists held fast to the basic idea of capital and sought to reinforce it with the proof that there are absolute economic limits to the continuing development of the capitalist mode of production. However, he continued, she failed in this endeavor. Grossman devoted considerable energy, in a number of important essays as well as in his magnum opus, to demonstrating that failure and tracing its roots to Luxemburg's misunderstanding of Marx's theoretical method. Yet, as his tribute shows, he felt a basic sympathy with her intentions even while he thought that the task of fulfilling them had in the event been left to him. The neo-harmonists to whom Luxemburg had been replying were the Russian legal Marxists of the 1880s, above all Michael von Tiggen-Baranowski. Behind them lurked the figures of Eduard Bernstein and Karl Kautsky, themselves antagonists in the struggle between revisionism and Marxist orthodoxy that roiled the German Social Democratic Party, SDP, at the turn of the century. Luxemburg and Kautsky had been allies in the attack on Bernstein. But just as the policies pursued by the orthodox leadership of the SPD in practice did not differ significantly from those defended by the revisionist Bernstein, so Kautsky's defense of orthodoxy in theory did not insist on capitalism's absolute limits. In the face of his antagonists' argument that capitalism, far from heading towards collapse, was pursuing an upward curve of prosperity, Kautsky asserted that Marx had never proposed a theory of economic breakdown as the basis for the socialist movement. Other neo-harmonists were to make appearances in the Marxist debate, most notably Hilf Erding, in Finance Capital, 1910, and Otto Bauer, 1912-13, in direct reply to Rosa Luxemburg. Indeed, it is clear that the mainstream of German socialists drew from the ongoing progress of the trade unions and the electoral growth of the SPD the conclusion that it was the success of capitalism, not its breakdown, that would make possible an eventual socialist victory. This idea, 93, seemed to be supported by the reproduction schemas of Volume 2 of Capital, published under Engels' editorship in 1885, which began to engage the attention of socialist theoreticians at the turn of the 20th century. The schemas were of particular interest to Russians, Lenin as well as the legal Marxists who were seeking arguments against the Narodnik insistence that Russia would not follow the example of Western Europe in the development of a full-fledged capitalism. Marx's numerical model of accumulation seemed to explain how a continuous development of capitalism was possible, even when, as in an industrializing economy such as Russia was, the production goods sector Department I, in Marx's terminology, grew faster than the consumer goods sector, Department II. As the point was expressed by Tiggen-Baranowski, 1901, 26. The volume of demand for commodities in the capitalist economy is absolutely not determined by the level of consumption. Not consumption but production is the determining aspect of the capitalist economy. The interpretation of Marx's schema of expanded reproduction as an equilibrium growth model of the capitalist economy was facilitated by Tagan's abandonment of the labor theory of value, with its implication of a tendency for the rate of profit, source of capital for accumulation, to fall, OPCIT, 18, N1. It was only consistent for Tagan, 1905, 236, to stress, in his book On the Foundations of Marxism, that the whole breakdown theory must be unconditionally rejected. Thus Tagan, as Rosa Luxemburg, 1913, 236, says in concluding her discussion of his argument in The Accumulation of Capital, with the crude joy of a barbarian destroys all objective economic arguments in support of socialism. But, according to Luxemburg, the limitless accumulation depicted in Marx's schemas is illusory, apparently possible merely because mathematical equations are easily put on paper. OPCIT, 119. In reality, in order for investment to continue, each period's commodity product must be transformed into money. The surplus value to be invested in each of the two departments of production must shed its form as surplus product before it can reassume it for the purpose of accumulation. By some means or other it must first pass through the money stage. So the surplus product of departments I and II must be bought by whom? There will have to be an effective demand outside I and II, merely in order to realize the surplus value of the two departments, just so that the surplus product can be turned to cash. OPCIT, 137. Luxemburg located this additional demand in the capitalistically underdeveloped world. This result set an absolute terminus to the history of capitalism, the moment when the world will be completely brought under the sway of capital, when there would no longer be a source of demand outside the system. In fact, Luxemburg argued, the effects of capital's drive to conquer the world would produce conditions leading to socialist revolution long before the theoretically determinable final state of development, as the imperialism stimulated by capitalism's realization difficulties, with its accompanying militarism and increasing 94 pressure on wages and working conditions, becomes a string of political and social disasters and convulsions so that accumulation can go on no longer. OPCIT, 467. Socialism, in the near as in the long term, was not simply a moral or political ideal to be pursued by pressuring an ever more prosperous capitalism into granting more and more reforms, but a requirement, if the basic needs of the working class were to be met. As she expressed the point in the reply to her critics she wrote in prison during World War I. The expansion of capital, which for 4 centuries had given the existence and civilization of all non-capitalist peoples in Asia, Africa, America, and Australia over to ceaseless convulsions and general and complete decline, is now plunging the civilized peoples of Europe itself into a series of catastrophes whose final result can only be the decline of civilization or the transition to the socialist mode of production. Luxemburg, 1921, 147. Luxemburg's critique of the reproduction schemas is in essence an expansion of the assertion in her 1899 polemic against Bernstein, unexceptional in the Marxist tradition, that crises appear as a result of the contradiction existing between the capacity of extension, the tendency of production to increase, and the restricted consumption capacity of the market. Luxemburg, 1899, 10. Her later work examined the social reproduction process as such, considered quite apart from the periodical cycles and crises. Luxemburg, 1913, 35. Marx's schema of enlarged reproduction seemed to show how a continuous process of accumulation was possible. As Luxemburg understood it, however, the schema contradicts both the actual course of capitalist development and the conception of the capitalist total process and its course as laid down by Marx in Capital, Volume 3, OPCIT, 343-342, with its emphasis on the deep and fundamental antagonism between the capacity to consume and the capacity to produce in a capitalist society, OPCIT, 347. In rejecting the reproduction schema as an analysis of the accumulation process, therefore, Luxemburg believed that she was preserving the scientific and revolutionary core of Marx's theory. That theory was central to Luxemburg's thinking in all of its stages precisely because of Marx's insistence on the historical limits of capitalism, foreshadowed in every system-wide economic crisis. Conversely, when Otto Bauer defended the political orthodoxy of the SPD against the threat embodied in the accumulation of capital, he insisted on the neo-harmonist interpretation of Marxian theory that made the reproduction schemas so attractive to the socialist mainstream. Despite the Bolshevik commitment to revolutionary activity, much the same is true of the critique of Luxemburg's theory of accumulation that Nikolai Bukharin published in 1924-1925 in German. Although he expended many pages in distancing his position from those of Tikhon Baranowski and Hilf Erding, Bukharin's view is not essentially different from theirs, just as Lenin's was earlier, and remained close to that of the legal Marxists in the fight against the Narodniks. For Tikhon and Hilf Erding, like Bauer. 95. The reproduction schemas demonstrate the in-principle possibility of limitless accumulation. If this process is disrupted, it is only because the anarchy of the market leads to episodes of disproportionality between the departments of production. Bukharin differentiates his and Lenin's position from this as an insistence that the disproportionality of the entire social production consists, not only in the disproportionality between the branches of production, but also in the disproportionality between production and personal consumption. Bukharin, 1924, 230. In Tikhon's view, as we saw, accumulation could continue in independence of the growth of consumer goods production. This, Bukharin held, was ruled out by a sentence of Marx's to the effect that in the final analysis the production of means of production serves consumption. According to Bukharin, though it is the tendency of capitalism to push production beyond the limits of consumption, we are then dealing with a crisis. OPCIT, 227-8. As Grossman observed in his comments on Bukharin's book, such statements do not constitute a serious treatment of the problem. Against the false, but at least clearly formulated breakdown theory of Rosa Luxemburg, which traces the necessity of the collapse of capitalism to the contradiction between the conditions of the production of surplus value and those of its realization, be objects, but one must not start from one contradiction but from a number of them. The contradiction between production and consumption, the contradiction between different branches of production, the contradiction between industry and an agriculture limited by rent, the anarchy of the market and competition, war as means of competition, all that is reproduced on an expanded scale in the course of capitalist development. Ed. Cit. 266. Enumerating a large number of contradictions accomplishes nothing, but only the theoretical demonstration that they must necessarily reach a critical point and that capitalism will not be in a position to overcome these contradictions in some way or other. Of such a demonstration B.S. work shows not a trace. Grossman, 1929, 45, and 66. The lack of rigor in Bukharin's discussion of the issue contrasts strikingly with his estimate of its importance. The theory of imperialism, he wrote, is closely linked to the theory of capitalist breakdown. The same applies for the perspectives of socialist revolution. OPCIT, 153. The chief reason for his harsh critique of Rosa Luxemburg at this time was undoubtedly the struggle then being waged by the Comintern against the imaginary doctrine of Luxemburgism. The actual enemy was Luxemburg's critique of Leninism, her insistence that mass activity is politically more fruitful than central committee decision-making, and her analysis of the anti-democratic character of the October Revolution as an index of the historically specific character of the Russian situation. While some communists, George Lukács as an example, attempted to combine respect for Luxemburg's economics with abjuration of her politics, the more thoroughgoing mode of attack linked the two. According to the chief opponent of Luxemburgism, 96 within the German Communist Party, KPD, the erroneously led KPD based its theory and practice in the main on the accumulation theory of Rosa Luxemburg, the source of all errors, of spontaneity theories, of false attitudes with regard to the problem of organization. Fischer, 1925, 107, 1. In addition, Bukharin purported to trace to Luxemburg's theory of accumulation, with its emphasis on the need for economic exchange between the capitalist and the not yet capitalist parts of the world. Her incorrect position on the national question, the colonial question, and the peasant question, Bukharin, 1924, 267-70. In reality, Luxemburg had formulated her opinions on these questions, in opposition to Lenin's, long before and quite independently of her theorizing about the reproduction schemas. No matter, for Bukharin the main point of his exercise was to demonstrate that in overcoming Rosa Luxemburg's mistakes, we are inevitably led back time and time again to the theoretical postulates and practical conclusions of our departed teacher, OPCIT, 270. Despite his personal fidelity to Leninism, extended as time went on to acceptance of Stalin's rule, Grossman's respect for Rosa Luxemburg as a political figure is evident in his writing. Nevertheless, he declared, in a letter to a friend in 1931, that he considered it one of his most important tasks to refute the dangerous distortion of Marxian theory due to Rosa Luxemburg and her followers and to show its untenability from various sides. Most fundamentally, he argued in a number of writings, Luxemburg misunderstood the conceptual structure of the argument in Capital, a misunderstanding that she shared with her opponents, from Tigan to Bauer. In Grossman's opinion, the unsatisfying state of Marxian research up to the present is to be explained by the fact that not only no clear ideas have been developed about Marx's method of investigation but, amazing as it may seem, no ideas at all. Grossman, 1929, v. Grossman believed that the key to Marx's methodology was the apparent change in the plan of his critique of political economy visible in the difference between the intentions he announced in the preface to A Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, 1859, and the work as eventually carried out in Capital. Marx originally planned to follow an analysis of capital with successive books on wage labor, landed property, foreign trade, the state, and crisis. The 3 volumes of Capital, however, are organized in terms of a division between the theory of production, circulation, and the capitalist process as a whole. It was Grossman's conviction that the change in plan was due to Marx's discovery of the reproduction schemas in 1863, while attempting to solve the problem of the exact determination of the variations of the quantity of surplus value in the course of accumulation. Grossman, 1971, 17. 3. The change entailed abandoning the idea of organizing the analysis of capitalism in terms of its empirically given categories, for instance by following the reproduction process of a given capital. Instead, the analysis had to focus on the basic relationships, determining the dynamic of the economic system as a whole, between capital, the value of labor power, and the value produced when that labor power is set to work. Grossman's preoccupation with Rosa Luxemburg's critique of Marx and with the whole discussion of the reproduction schemas in part reflected his belief that these central elements of Volume 2 particularly expressed this methodological 97 thought of Marx's, because they formed the starting point of his whole analysis and already lay at the basis of the propositions of the first volume of Capital, OPCIT, 6, for Grossman's philology was, it is now clear, quite mistaken. Study of the Grundriss, first published in German in 1939, demonstrated that Marx had evolved his method of abstract analysis well before writing the contribution, and better knowledge of Marx's manuscripts and methods than was earlier possible shows that there was no change of plan of the sort Grossman imagined. The work Marx originally intended to write was indeed unfinished, an idea Grossman found unacceptable. However, realizing that he would be unable to complete his project, Marx laid out the essentials of his analysis in Capital with the idea that others would be able to complete the concretization of the analysis. 5. But, despite his mistake, Grossman had lighted on a fundamental truth about Marx's analytic procedure, that his explicit departures from empirical complexity, the method of abstraction, as Marx called it, allowed the theoretical isolation of economic processes fundamental to understanding the long-term development of the capitalist system. Thus, Capital proceeds, at first, on the assumption of a closed capitalist economy, without foreign trade or monetary flows, using commodity money and no credit instruments, and producing goods selling at prices equal to labor time values. Only in the course of Volume 3 is the last of these assumptions removed, in order to deal with the phenomena of the rate of profit, its tendential equalization across industries, and its tendential fall. As Grossman emphasized, our results achieved in this way, i.e. by abstracting from empirical complexities, can only have a provisional character, and thus a second, definitive stage of investigation must follow the first, in which a subsequent correction takes account of the elements of actual reality at first disregarded, so that the whole investigation step by step approaches the complicated concrete world of phenomena and is brought into consistency with it. Grossman, 1929, 6-7. For example, when in Volume 3 Marx includes credit operations in the description of the crisis cycle, the analysis of accumulation becomes more realistic. We receive insight into the movements of interest rates and wages in different parts of the upswing. Nevertheless, no new aspects are introduced bearing on the clarification of the industrial cycle and in particular the origins of crisis. OPCIT, 239. Rosa Luxemburg's failure to understand the place of the reproduction schemas in Marx's theoretical structure is glaringly obvious, Grossman pointed out, in a circumstance that she shares with the whole previous discussion in the Marxist camp. That discussion has taken place with reference to a schema that involves only values and not prices. With respect to the individual departments of the schema, this is a fictive, false assumption, that contradicts reality, and is irreconcilable with Marxian theory drawn about the real history of capitalism from a schema depicting individual spheres of production in value terms are worthless, quite independent of whether one tries to demonstrate an equilibrium on the basis of the schema, Hilferding, Bauer, or establish a necessary disequilibrium. R. Luxemburg, Grossman, 1969, 94-5. 6. 98. Once the structure of Marx's argument is understood, then, the fundamental error of Luxemburg's theoretical construction becomes evident, that she took for an exact representation of the actual process, a proportional accumulation in the two departments that is a purely theoretical ideal case, a fiction, that can occur in actuality only exceptionally, thus purely accidentally. OPCIT, 246, 251. The reproduction scheme does not directly hold for the empirically given mechanism of production, but merely depicts a normally proceeding reproduction process under fictive, simplifying assumptions, which consequently amounts only to a preliminary stage of understanding, the first step in the approach to the actual reproduction process. Grossman, 1971, 78, 7. Luxemburg, as noted above, says as much in describing her project. Just as in order to demonstrate and to solve the problem of pure value we must leave price fluctuations out of consideration, so in order to demonstrate the pure implications of capitalist reproduction we must consider it quite apart from the periodical cycles and crises that mark that process. Luxemburg, 1913, 35. But she misunderstood the methodological function of this abstraction in Marx's theorizing. Marx does not mean his schemas to indicate a possible equilibrium growth path, disrupted in actuality by momentary disproportionalities. To begin with, it is central to Marx's understanding of capitalism that it is characterized not by a tendency toward equilibrium but by continual movement away from any temporarily established equilibrium. It is also fundamental to Marx's conception that capitalism as a system tends toward disruption of the basic condition of its reproduction, the existence of sufficient surplus value for capital accumulation to continue. In fact, it can be said that the main lesson of the accumulation schemas is that categories of demand can be resolved theoretically into categories of accumulation, so that the growth of demand is determined by the rate of profit of the social capital and the conditions determining that profit's reinvestment. Maddock, 1998, 28. It is this that renders untenable underconsumption explanations of economic crisis. As Marx observes, it is a pure tautology to say that crises are provoked by a lack of effective demand or effective consumption. Marx, 1885, 486. Effective demand itself is determined by capital accumulation, limited in turn by the profitability of capital. Hence Marx's analysis of capitalism emphasizes the factors that determine the rate and mass of profit over time: the rate of surplus value, the organic composition of capital, and the scale of accumulation. Marx's theory, as Grossman explained, focused on changes in those factors as a basis for predicting the long-term impossibility of continued accumulation, as the normal process of growth itself implied a tendential fall in the rate of profit and so eventually an inadequate supply of profit relative to the existing scale of investment. A further stage of the argument involved introducing empirical complications into the 99 analysis. In particular, Grossman showed, to explain the forces operating counter to the tendency for profitability to decline. For example, Marx abstracted from foreign trade not only in the reproduction schemas but also in his abstract theory of capital. But this is not, as Luxemburg called it, a gap in Marx's work, with respect to the question of capitalist breakdown in which she was interested. As Grossman pointed out, Marx repeatedly emphasized that foreign trade is indissociable from capitalism's existence, though he initially abstracts from it in studying capitalism as a system. Grossman, 1929, 416 f. In a lengthy discussion of the function of international trade in capitalism, Grossman shows how Marx explains its various contributions to facilitating accumulation and weakening the tendency to break down, from the simple expansion of the variety of use values, to the reduction of production and circulation costs, the lowering of labor costs, the cheapening of constant capital, the raising of the profit rate by way of unequal exchange, and the export of capital uninvestable at home because of declining profitability. OPCIT, 422 ff. 8. Capital is overaccumulated, in Marx's conception, when declining profitability spells production of a mass of profit inadequate to accumulation requirements. It is the effort to ward off this moment, not the search for extra capitalist demand, that drives both international trade and imperialism. Imperialist aggressiveness is a striving to restore the valorization of capital at any price, to weaken or eliminate the breakdown tendency. OPCIT, 268. Grossman's and Luxemburg's shared idea of economic limits to capitalism's functioning, expressing themselves in the violence of imperialism as well as in the social effects of crisis conditions, gives material content to the hope for a socialist future. This consideration alone should give pause to anyone still worried about Rosa Luxemburg's spontaneism or Grossman's mechanistic conception of capitalist breakdown. 9. Her views are Indiana this matter no different from his. At a time of crisis, he wrote, in producing the effects of declining accumulation possibilities in the form of unemployment, worsening working conditions, and war, the system shows that it can no longer assure the living conditions of the population. On the basis of this objective situation and through it the class struggle is sharpened. Grossman, 1969, 87-8. 10. Capitalism cannot collapse automatically, because capitalism is a system of relations between people and is constituted, reproduced, and altered by their actions. People do not spontaneously rebel, but act on the basis of their understanding of their experiences. What the issue of spontaneity really concerned was Luxemburg's opposition to the view, shared by Lenin and Kautsky, along with the revisionists and indeed most socialist leaders of her time, that the theory-based tactics of political party leaders could and should direct the socialist movement. Events: the capitulation of the SPD to the war in 1914 and the construction of the Bolshevik Party dictatorship in Russia after 1918, on the one hand, and various attempts of revolutionary workers to struggle without or against the party and trade union organizations of the left, on the other, have proved the correctness of her view. At present, it is harder than it was 100 years ago to believe in people's capacity to abolish a form of life that has come to seem rooted in the nature of 100 things. It is perhaps less hard to believe in the existence of a tendency to economic crisis that a few decades ago seemed to many definitively tamed. Certainly the devastations produced by the phenomena that went under the name of imperialism in Rosa Luxemburg's time are acutely visible today. If economic conditions continue to worsen, as Marxian theory predicts they will, the world's working classes will have to reconsider seemingly solid assumptions about the inevitability of present-day social structures. It is this possibility that gives a point to discussion of these old theories. While it was Grossman, I believe, who correctly understood Marx's contribution to the understanding of capitalist development, Luxemburg's political views pointed to an understanding of revolutionary politics adequate to the Marxian conception of society. They are especially significant at our moment, when the left, as it existed from the mid-19th century to the mid-20th, has for all practical purposes disappeared. Theory, Luxemburg wrote in her Anti-Critique, is performing its duty if it shows us the tendency of development, the logical conclusion to which it is objectively heading. Luxemburg, 1921, 146-7. Whatever theory shows us, it will be the practice of large numbers of people that defines the future. Notes 1. See Chapter 18 of Nettles, 1966, Book for a History of the Myth of Luxemburgism. 2. H. Grossman to Paul Maddock, 16-1931, Grossman, 1969, 93. The chief follower he had in mind was F. Sternberg, whose book on imperialism Grossman critiqued eine neue Theorie über Imperialismus und die soziale Revolution, in Grossman, 1971, 11364. 3. H. Grossman, Die Änderung des ursprünglichen Aufbauplans des Marxischen Kapital und ihr Ursachen 1929, in Grossman 1971, 1704. See also Grossman's important critique of Luxemburg's treatment of money in the context of the reproduction schemes, Die Geldproduktion im Reproduktionsschema von Marx und Rosa Luxemburg 1932, in Grossman 1971, 771095. For critiques of Grossman's hypothesis, see Morph, 1951, Rostolsky, 1977, and Rubel, 1974, 6. H. Grossman to P. Maddock, 16-1931. Grossman 1969, 94-5. This error has been turned inside out in attempts to solve the supposed value-price transformation problem by using the reproduction schemas to constrain the redistribution of surplus value among competitive capitals. See Maddock, 1991-92, 54-5, 7. H. Grossman, Die Geldproduktion, in Grossman, 1971, 78, 8. Grossman did not, of course, confine his critique of Rosa Luxemburg's theory of imperialism to citing Marx's views. He makes extensive use of empirical data about the development of international trade and capital flows to demonstrate the superiority of Marx's understanding over hers. 9. Interestingly, Bauer criticized Luxemburg for a mechanistic conception of capitalism's breakdown, which he insisted would instead be achieved by a united and organized working class. Bauer, 1912-13, 874, 10. H. Grossman to P. Maddock, June 21, 1931, Grossman, 1969, 87-8. 7. Luxemburg's and Kalecki's Theories and Visions of Capitalist Dynamics Tadeusz Kowalik. Introductory remarks. The inclusion of the two names in the title of this chapter stems from my conviction that Michael Kalecki's, M.K., theory is the best theoretical continuation and solution to main problems that Rosa Luxemburg, R.L., wanted to solve in her opus magnum. The first part of the chapter summarizes my perception of R.L. as an economist, and particularly of her views expressed in The Accumulation of Capital, 1913. The next section outlines in a capsule my perception of Kalecki, and finally I indicate some comparisons between these two remarkable personalities and their theories. To begin with, several introductory remarks seem necessary. I am fully aware that I present only one of the possible interpretations of R.L.'s economic theory and her achievements. There are some obvious ideological or political reasons for different interpretations. But part of them stems from the unusual way in which R.L.'s The Accumulation of Capital was written. In a letter to a friend, Luxemburg herself wrote, "The period in which I wrote The Accumulation belongs to the happiest of my life. I lived in a veritable trance. Day and night I neither saw nor heard anything as that one problem developed so beautifully before my eyes. I don't know which gave me more pleasure, the process of thinking, or the literary creation with pen in hand. Do you know that I wrote the whole thick book in 4 months at one sitting? An unheard of thing. Without checking the rough copy even once, I had it printed. Bronner, 1993, 204, 1. I dare say one could write a poem or an article in such a manner, but not a big theoretical book, devoid of flaws and contradictions in its content. Hence, the troubles in the interpretation of her book. 2. I started to be interested in R.L.'s ideas in and after the 1956 liberalization wave, when a group of us, called Young Marxist Turks, were studying R.L.'s The Russian Revolution, Luxemburg, 1922, a booklet that proved to be a real illumination for us. My interest in R.L.'s economic theory came a couple of years later, as a result of my conversations with my teacher and older friend, Oscar. 103 Lang. The son of a textile businessman, he used to say that his hardly literate father introduced him to a noose R.L.'s concept of the so-called organic unity of the Polish kingdoms and Russian economies. In other words, he was convinced, simply as a businessman, that without Russian markets Polish industry would starve. It is also quite likely that R.L., daughter of a merchant and born and brought up in Zamość, in the eastern part of Poland, the first conscious grain of her future theory came from the similar convictions of her family. In fact, Poland did experience a sort of over-industrialization, when was cut off from eastern markets by the outbreak of the First World War and the Russian Revolution. The main thesis of R.L.'s doctoral dissertation, 1897, was just this: she was arguing that eastern markets were nourished by the Polish kingdom's economy. Her too hasty conclusion was, however, that Polish society's struggle for national independence was reactionary. Luxemburg, 1898. Marxian schemata of reproduction, a tool or a theory. In the years after having obtained her PhD in 1897, R.L. was so deeply involved in politics that for more than a dozen years she published very little on economic issues. Only shortly before the First World War, when she tried to compile her lectures in a popular textbook, did she encounter an unexpected difficulty. She was, as she says in her foreword, to present in a clear way a general process of capitalist production in its specific interrelations and its objective historical limits. She quickly concluded, however, that it was not only a matter of presentation, but a real problem that needed to be solved. This statement is important, because, in my mind, she passed from being an orthodox Marxist to a creative one. Until this moment she was convinced that economics as a science had found in Marx's works its crowning achievement and could be developed by his disciples only in details. Now she unexpectedly realized that Marx's theories are not the last word, but should be treated as great inspiration. Moreover, she found in his major work Das Kapital the most important analytical tool, that is Marxian schemata of reproduction. According to the foreword, she was convinced that she had something important to say about the main economic foundations of imperialist policy, hoping that her book would be important for a struggle against it. 3. It is a paradox that in an unfinished part, compiled from manuscripts by Engels in Volume 2 of Capital, Marx left one of the greatest theoretical innovations in the history of economics. Together with Quené's Tableau économique, 1758, it was a milestone in creating the base for modern macroeconomics, for input-output analysis, national accounting, and such elementary notions of the present economic vocabulary as gross domestic product, GDP, or national income, etc. From this strand of thinking stems the remarkable academic careers of the Russian economists Vasily Leontiev and Simon Kuznets in the USA. This concept was the starting point for the achievements of M.K., the Polish economist who was born and brought up under Russian occupation. R.L. was trying to bring to the West the Russian great debate of so-called the Narodniks and legalistic Marxism. When R.L. undertook an attempt to create an original theory based on Marx's 104 schemata of reproduction, in the West both concepts of Quené's tableau and Marx's schemata were almost completely forgotten or simply unknown. For her, they were the most perfect embodiment of the Marxian method of abstraction and the most important tool of economic analysis. Perhaps this is a proper place for a digression on the history of Marxian economics. Mostly under the influence of M.K. and Oscar Lange, I always thought that in Marxist debates there were two different strands of thinking, the one whose central question was about the theory of value and pricing, and the second one trying to conceptualize and develop a general theory of capitalist development. In my opinion, the second current of thinking was much more fruitful than the first one. For Antogun Baranowski, W. Lenin, L. Kravitsky, K. Kautsky, R. Hilferding, P. Sweezy, P. Baran, M. Daub and M. K. Lecky are among the long list of creative Marxists belonging to the second current. One also cannot ignore an impact of Marx and this current upon such eminent non-Marxist scholars as Joseph Schumpeter, Werner Sombart, and Max Weber. 5. Fascinated by the Marx's schemata of reproduction, RL wanted to see in them not only a powerful tool, but a theory. Let us remind ourselves that she criticized this concept for at least three underlying assumptions. First, Marx somehow forgot that in Volume 1 of Capital he rejected Say's law, and in the schemata of reproduction assumed that production creates an adequate demand. Thus, there was no problem in the realization of produced commodities. That is why he could disregard the money form or monetary phase of capital in the process of accumulation. Second, Marx analyzed the process of capitalist accumulation in a pure capitalism composed of only two classes, the capitalists and the workers. This assumption rendered it impossible, in R.L.'s opinion, to answer the question to whose benefits the expansion of production takes place. Without introducing the third classes, one can imagine expansion only as production for production. Third, Marx disregarded the increasing productivity of labor. In Marx terms, the organic composition of capital, C/V, is constant. Contrary to this, RL was convinced that technical progress must express itself in an increasing share of fixed capital in the value of total production, deepening the problem of market realization of production. At different stages of her reasoning, RL tried to reject these erroneous assumptions. However, these attempts did not lead her to an appropriate reformulation of Marx's schemata. After a long consideration of the importance of money in capitalist accumulation in the first part of her book, she did not return to this problem in the last part, where she developed her own approach to the problem. In spite of her obsessive stress on insufficient demand, she has nowhere succeeded in presenting her views on this topic in the form of the reformulated schemata. Similarly, she was unable to introduce the non-capitalist classes or strata or geographically external markets into the Marxian construction. The only correction RL made in the schemata was introducing an increase in the productivity of labor into them. In her repeated conviction, it expressed itself in an increase in the organic composition of capital, C/V. However, her conclusions from this correction were based, as it is widely accepted by now, on 105 the dubious conviction that technical progress must be capital-intensive, which was probably true then, in an era of prevailing mechanization of production in a scarce service sector. Now, we see that there are two other possibilities, a neutral and capital-saving technical progress. Another occasion when RL comes back to the schemata was in one of the most interesting chapters on militarism as a province of accumulation. Here, we find some of the most interesting formulations. Some of them are striking. She rightly noticed that the state may create by sleight of hand a new purchasing power, which has the same effect as a newly opened market. Luxemburg, 1913, 441. The following statement is particularly revealing. In the form of government contracts for army supplies, the scattered purchasing power of the consumers is concentrated in large quantities and, free of the vagaries and subjective fluctuations of personal consumption, it achieves an almost automatic regularity and rhythmic movement of militarist production through the legislature and press, whose function is to mold so-called public opinion. That is why this particular province of capitalist accumulation at first seems capable of infinitive expansion. All other attempts to expand markets and set up operational bases for capital largely depend on historical, social, and political factors beyond the control of capital, whereas production for militarism represents a province whose regular and progressive expansion seems primarily determined by capital itself. OPCIT, 446. RL also rightly criticized the popular view that the state can only redistribute profits and income without changing anything in the conditions of capitalist reproduction. One may ask, however, were these remarkable statements reached in a theoretical way, or were they the result of excellent factual observation? Were Marxian schemata helpful or not? RL made, here, several arithmetic operations based on Marx's two divisions, production of the means of production and production of consumer goods. But, in this way, she was unable to show when and how the state can really create a new purchasing power. As we see now, it was impossible to do that without distinguishing savings and investment, and without introducing a budget deficit and idle productive capacity. She pays a great deal of attention to taxing different social classes, but, lacking these notions, was unable to understand that taxing wage earners does not create a new purchasing power. Only taxing, non-invested, profits has such an effect. RL rightly treated armament as an artificial stimulation. In R.L.'s notes from the period of preparing her Einführung there are some hints in the direction of artificial stimuli. She noted for further elaboration, artificial stimulation of consumption, militarism, colonial policy, railways in Africa, sea expansion. However, she elaborated the problem neither of stimuli of individual capitalists for investment nor of the artificial stimuli created by the state, assuming that greed for profits sufficiently explains accumulation of the capitalists as a class. 106 However, as a consequence of introducing the possibility of creation of additional purchasing power by the capitalist state in armament, she should have revised her strong contention that an expanded reproduction was impossible in a pure capitalism. Strictly speaking, the armament sector does not go beyond a framework of pure capitalism and poses another question, when and whether expenditure of the government in general creates additional purchasing power. Although governments in the capitalist states usually prefer expenditure for armament than for financing employees' consumption, one cannot ignore this question from a theoretical point of view. In this way the notion of external markets gained the new meaning. All in all, RL can be credited with restoring an interest in socio-economic interrelations between the capitalist class and the workers. Moreover, RL was the only known economist who had noticed so early the universal, supercapitalist nature and significance of Marx's theoretical construction, explicitly saying that these schemata will also be of great importance as a tool for planning in a socialist economy. However, her direct polemics with Marx over his schemata of reproduction was simultaneously fruitful and harmful for her way of thinking. It was fruitful in that this concept enriched her imagination, helped her to grasp capitalist accumulation in global, aggregated, terms. It was, however, harmful because she undertook the impossible task of wanting to transform a tool into a theory. As history has since shown, Marx's schemata became fruitful as a starting point not only for theorizing, but also for applied economics. Nevertheless, from a purely theoretical point of view, R.L.'s attempt to formulate global accumulation in precise laws rather ended in failure. From primitive capital accumulation to imperialism in a sphere of political economy, the most important achievement of RL lies not in the use or still less, development of Marx's construction, but in her historical analysis of imperialism. The last 7 chapters of the third part of her book are devoted to the historical conditions of accumulation. In these chapters she hardly used the tools so overwhelmingly dominant in the previous 2 parts of her theorizing. The most important achievement was putting the problem of underdeveloped countries in the center of her analysis. She rightly felt that here lies the key to the problem concerning the disintegration of the global capitalist system. RL starts with quite a narrow notion of imperialism as the political expression of the accumulation of capital in its competitive struggle for what remains still open of the non-capitalist environment, Luxemburg, 1913, 426. But in many instances her analysis, and notions, of the imperialist phase of capitalism is much broader. The chapter on international loans begins with these words. The imperialist phase of capitalist accumulation, which implies universal competition, comprises industrialization and capitalist emancipation of the hinterland where capital formerly realized its surplus value. Characteristic features of this phase are lending abroad, railroad constructions, revolutions. 107 and wars, just as the substitution of commodity economy for a natural economy and that of capitalist production for a simple commodity production was achieved by wars, social crises, and the destruction of entire social systems, so at present the achievement of capitalist autonomy in the hinterland and backward colonies is attained amidst wars and revolutions. OPCIT, 399. This passage wonderfully predicted the events of the second half of the 20th century, even if RL somewhat overestimated the pace of capitalist development in colonies and the ability of foreign capital to industrialize. The awakening of these countries from their lethargy and their striving for economic and political interdependence was born at a relatively low level of economic and capitalist development. But she could not have predicted the far-reaching consequences of the rivalry and Cold War coexistence of capitalist and communist blocs. I would now like to return to R.L.'s overuse of Marx's schemata. Rereading this last part of the accumulation, comparing it with Hobson's, 1902, renowned book on imperialism and with Das Finanzkapital by Hilf Erding, 1910, I could not avoid feeling that being so occupied by Marx's schemata and their use in Russian debates, R.L. undermined her immense ability in the theoretical and historical analysis of global capitalism, not only its new phase. It seems to me that her polemics on primitive accumulation are equally important as her attempt to reconcile a schemata of reproduction with the Marxian view that conditions of production conflict with the conditions of realization. R.L. criticized Marx for the way he used the term primitive accumulation as being related only to the birth of capitalism. In the Communist Manifesto, Marx and Engels described the process of expansion in the world using mainly the artillery of low prices, whereas in R.L.'s eyes, sweating blood and filth with every pore from head to toe characterizes not only the birth of capital but also its progress in the world at every step. Luxemburg, 1913, 433. That is why her notion of global capitalist development contains two different aspects. Only in the sphere of production and exchange, with the most important contract between the capitalist and worker, do peace, property, and equality prevail. But at the same time there is the continuation of primitive accumulation methods of expansion. The other aspect of the accumulation of capital concerns the relations between capitalism and the non-capitalist modes of production which start making their appearance on the international stage. Its predominant methods are colonial policy, an international loan system, a policy of spheres of interest and war. Force, fraud, oppression, looting are openly displayed without any attempt at concealment, and requires an effort to discover within this tangle of political violence and contests of power the stern laws of the economic process. In reality, political power is nothing but a vehicle for the economic process. The conditions for the reproduction of capital provide the organic link between these two aspects of the accumulation of capital. OPCIT, 432-3. 108. These words sound like unbelievably realistic description of capitalism, even that at the beginning of the 21st century. One may only say that it is a pity that these remarkable words were meant as conclusion and not an outline of the research project. Kalecki's continuation. M.K.'s theory of capitalist development as constrained by effective demand is very sophisticated and evolved a rich literature. In Poland his fate has been similar to that of R.L., namely he seems to have been largely forgotten, being better known in the UK, Australia, India, and particularly in Italy, than in his native country. His collected works were published in Polish and later in English, and the 100th anniversary of his birth was celebrated in several countries. Here my task is limited to showing how he used the Marxian schemata of reproduction. M.K. first met Marx's construction in the 1920s, in a book by the Russian legal Marxist, Antigon Baranowski. Although the first of M.K.'s pioneering works, Kalecki, 1933, was obviously influenced by this concept, he did not use it openly. He directly refers to Marx and R.L. for the first time in English in 1939, in Essays in the Theory of Economic Fluctuations, K. Lecky, 1939a, and in Polish in a book, Nominal and Real Wages, K. Lecky, 1939b. However, only towards the end of his life did M.K. Lecky, 1967, pay full tribute to Tegan Baranowski and Rosa Luxemburg. Confronting, as he put it in the title, the Marxian equations of reproduction and modern economics, K. Lecky, 1968a, he analyzed the economic role of armament financed by the government. This leads him to the conclusion that today the external markets in this particular form are of even greater significance for expanded reproduction than at the time when Rosa Luxemburg propounded her theory. The high degree of utilization of resources resulting in fact from these government-made external markets has a paradoxical impact upon Western economic theory. It creates an atmosphere favorable to the construction of models for the growth of laissez-faire capitalist economies unperturbed by the long-run problem of effective demand. OPCIT 466. I shall come back to this optimistic vision in a different context, but for now I would like to touch upon the tools of Leckian analysis. MK transformed the Marxian schemata of reproduction into three divisions. The second division of Marx's schemata, that is production of consumption goods, is divided into capitalists' consumption and workers' consumption. The starting point of his analysis in several works is this three-division schemata, but confronting incomes with expenditures, wages, and profits. For example, in the Theory of Economic Dynamics, K. Lecky, 1954, his crucial equation looks like this. 109 gross profits equals gross investment plus capitalists' consumption. Wages and salaries equals workers' consumption underscore 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 on underscore 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 on. Gross national product equals gross investment plus capitalists' consumption plus workers' consumption. The most important innovation was a confrontation of money incomes, profits and wages, with the material form of them. Further transformations were a reduction of both these sides to savings and investment. Assuming that workers do not save, and deducting it, he gets gross profits equals gross investment plus capitalists' consumption. After further deduction of capitalists' consumption on both sides of the equation, he gets capitalists' gross savings equals gross investment, or S equals I, where S is savings and I investment. In an open economy and with the active role of the state, this equation is developed into capitalist gross savings equals gross investment plus export surplus plus budget deficit. MK stresses that this equation is valid in all circumstances, and that investment, once carried out, automatically provides the savings necessary to finance it. Indeed, in our simplified model, profits in a given period are the direct outcome of capitalist consumption and investment in that period. If investment increases by a certain amount, savings out of profits are pro tanto higher. OPCIT 244. This simple model leads to his famous conclusion that the workers spend what they earn, and the capitalists get what they spend. All depends on the interpretation of the direction of dependence. Introducing to his model time lag between investment decision and their realization, idle production capacity, export surplus over imports and budget deficit, he was arguing, 110 think successfully, that investments are crucial for understanding business cycles as well as the trend of growth. However, investments play a stimulating role stimuli only when they are realized, built. When accomplished they not only increase the supply of commodities or services, but also sack workers, reducing their purchasing power. From this point of view, investments in armament are the most attractive form of stimuli, because they may perpetuate, although its product may never be used, but simply become obsolete by new generations of weapons. Different concepts of capitalism. An attempt to compare the concepts of capitalism of our two thinkers compels us to use a very different base. In the case of RL, this is obviously her main economic work, namely the accumulation of capital, and possibly an unfinished textbook, Einführung in die Nationalökonomie. In M.K.'s case, there are no similar works in 7 thick volumes of his collected works. Nowhere does he present his general view of capitalism. Even his most general book, Theory of Economic Dynamics, is much narrower than either of R.L.'s above-mentioned books. One has to discern M.K.'s views on capitalism, or general lines of thinking on it, in such concise publications as 1. Political Aspects of Full Employment, K. Lecky, 1943 AB. 2. Class Struggle and Distribution of National Income, K. Lecky, 1971a. 3. Theories of Growth in Different Social Systems, K. Lecky, 1970. 4. Observations on the Crucial Reform, K. Lecky and Kowalik, 1971. Remarkably, none of these titles includes the term capitalism. The same can be said of his 3 main books, Essays in the Theory of Economic Fluctuations, 1939a, Studies in Economic Dynamics, 1943c, and Theory of Economic Dynamics, 1954. In fact, the only time K. Lecky used this notion in a title was when he was preparing 2 small volumes of his selected essays, Kiki, 1971b, 1972, when he contrasted publications on capitalism and on socialism. In his first sentence of the introduction he says that the volume contains his main contributions to the theory of dynamics of capitalist economy. However, none of the essays explicitly talks about capitalism, although in the content he frequently uses the term capitalists, as an opposite pole to the workers in a polarized society. Shortly before his death, M.K. planned to write for Penguin Publishers a popular book titled, 12 Lectures on Dynamics of Capitalist Economy, K. Lecky 1991. But in his posthumous papers, we find only 2 pages of an outline, which seems to be a summary of his theory of economic dynamics, K. Lecky, 1954, and later essay on Trend and Business Cycle Reconsidered, K. Lecky, 1968b. This is rather paradoxical, taking into account the fact that he based his whole theories of business cycle and of dynamics upon the very institutional features of capitalism. Even in his most abstract models he was always conscious of an institutional framework. His main criticism of mainstream economics was just this, that it neglected a capitalist framework of analysis. But let us first have a short look at these 111 eminent personalities, who, perhaps together with Oscar Lange, belong to the Polish history of economic thought, as well as to the general history of economics. To begin with, let us consider their differing paths towards economic studies and their occupations. R.L. was a revolutionary and she wrote several publications, among them theoretical ones, while imprisoned. Although she was brought up in a bourgeois, merchant's, family, her formative years as an economist provided the basis for her to become an academic. Although she was one of the first women in the world to get a PhD in economics, she was permitted to teach political economy only at a school for party activists. M.K. was also brought up in a bourgeois family, although, due to bankruptcy, he was privileged only in his childhood years. His father, a textile industrialist, was bankrupted shortly before the First World War, and afterwards lost his job as a bookkeeper. This is why M.K. was unable to complete his engineering studies. Among many other jobs, such as in building construction and in a creditworthiness intelligence firm, he became for a couple of years a self-educated economic journalist and later a self-educated economic theoretician. Having a good training in mathematics and in economic surveys of many branches of the Polish economy, he started his international career at a congress of the newly founded Econometric Society. In 1933, at Leiden, he presented the main ideas of his An Attempt at Business Cycle Theory, just published in Polish. As far as theory is concerned, both R.L. and M.K. took from Marx the very notion of capital, and the conviction that the capitalist system polarized society by 2 antagonistic classes, the capitalists and the workers. Both were interested more in the dynamics of capitalism than in static theory of value and prices. As we saw, both used the Marxian schemata of reproduction to search for the limits of capitalist accumulation. Using more modern words, they treated capitalism as a system limited by effective demand, sharply distinguishing the production of commodities from their realization. Of course, both rejected so-called Say's law. Both treated rivalry and instability as permanent features of capitalism. I think, here, we find a key to understand both the similarity and difference in their general outlooks concerning historical limits of capitalist accumulation, or their theory of a demise of capitalism. In a way both, at least in their intention, tried to make Marx's theory more radical. RL tried to supplement Marx's theory of accumulation by the concept of a breakdown of capitalism, whereas MK is frequently regarded as stagnationist. But, if we take seriously her statement that her concept of Zusammenbruch, collapse, is only an abstract, purely theoretical device, and not a prediction, then the lack of a third world market would probably have to mean a sort of stagnation. One may contend, however, that in the long run capitalism can exist only as a dynamic economic system. RL overestimated the potential of capitalism to industrialize the non-capitalist third world, which is rather doomed to conflicting coexistence with a developed world. We can now see that Western capitalism managed not to be threatened by an insurrection of the international working class against the rule of capital. Luxemburg, 1913, 447. The crucial danger for a capitalist system is 112. Its impossibility to solve a deepening clash between the capitalist developed North and the mostly non-capitalist backward South. MK was also deeply interested in underdeveloped countries, and it is here that he begins to differ from RL. He was not only an analyst of these countries' problems, but one of the best-known experts on this issue and an advisor to several institutions and governments. Generally, in a similar fashion to Keynes, MK wanted to be useful not only in understanding economies, but also by improving their functioning. In contrast, RL not only did not have such an opportunity, but also was extremely suspicious at partial reforms, being involved into the polemics against the reformist Edward Bernstein. Moreover, living in a different epoch, MK participated in creating the foundations of comparative economics. His contribution to this hybrid subdivision of social sciences may be seen in three dimensions. First, he took part in analyzing the new socio-economic system, called communist, really existing socialism, or more neutrally centrally planned economies, actively taking part in trying to reform it. As an aside, our common article on the crucial reform of capitalism was supposed to be an introduction for the outlining of the crucial reform of really existing socialism. He was planning to write another essay on this topic with Brus. Second, MK devoted significant attention to the problem of systemic changes in less developed countries. The most important contribution in this field was his notion of the intermediate systems. Controversy on crucial reform of capitalism. The problem of reformability of capitalism deserves to be treated in a more specific way. As we know, RL was convinced that there was only one type of capitalism, which was more or less an expression of the stage of capitalist development before the First World War, whereas MK not only analyzed, but was also involved in the reform processes, in three different worlds, although he could not be termed an optimist in this respect. If we omit his writing of the 1930s on managing effective demand as an instrument for recovery from recessions, which have some scattered institutional aspects, M.K.'s first full manifestations of distinguishing several regimes of capitalism are to be found in his publications on full employment written during the last years of the Second World War. The most eminent one is obviously his 100 times quoted and best-known essay, Political Aspects of Full Employment, Kalecki, 1943c. I must warn the readers of this chapter that, unless they have read the original publication or that included in the collected works, they will most likely have come across only an abbreviated version of this article containing only 4 of the original 5 parts. 6 in the original version of this essay, MK distinguished, besides traditional, fully fledged, wild capitalism and, at the other extreme, a fascist or Nazi system, two stages, or types, of reformed capitalism. The lower stage was a regime of the political business cycle, which referred to a kind of policy that in 1960s England was called stop and go, stemming from the belief that a continuous full employment policy would undermine the power of business. 113 leaders to control the workers. The higher stage of reformed capitalism would mean full employment capitalism. MK believed that for this to become a reality, a fundamental reform will have been incorporated in it, which will, of course, have to develop new social and political institutions which will reflect the increased power of the working class. OPCIT 356, 7. At that time, MK thought that, without such a crucial reform, capitalism would be scrapped as an outmoded system. Fascism or socialism was to be the alternative outcome. This was the meaning of the last sentence of his 1943 essay. The fight of the progressive forces for full employment was at the same time a way of preventing the recurrence of fascism. In light of the above concepts, M.K.'s last posthumously published article, 8 Observations on Crucial Reform, Kalecki and Kowalik, 1971, 467, seems to be no more than a development of his early concept of fundamental reform. This is why it is surprising that it caused many misunderstandings and was seen as something unexpected given his heritage. The controversial character of this article was already been set by the unusual way in which it was published. Sent originally to the Italian political monthly review Critica Marxista, it was published with more than a year's delay and not in this journal but in a rather more peripheral bi-monthly review, Politica ed Economia. Moreover, it was accompanied by a long and extensive criticism, practically a rebuttal of M.K.'s main idea, written by a well-known Italian Marxist economist, Antonio Pesanti. The main message of M.K.'s article, encompassed in the title, was that a crucial reform of capitalist system had been in his, or in our, opinion quite successfully implemented in the main capitalist countries. MK saw this as a paradoxical outcome of the class struggle. I quote the main theses. Let us imagine that the strong pressure of the masses leads to such a radical reform of the system, in spite of the opposition of the ruling class, that, without abolishing existing relations of production, a new valve is opened for the development of forces of production. There will then be a paradoxical situation. A crucial reform imposed on the ruling class may stabilize the system, temporarily at least. As we argue below, we have to do with just such a situation in contemporary capitalism. OPCIT 467. And, further, we read. Government intervention in the expansion of market became an institution, making it possible to limit unemployment to a few %, and hence in practice to accept something similar to the right to work slogan. This state of affairs, along with a considerable expansion of social security, led to a certain transformation of the working class, which on the whole became radically reformist in its attitude toward capitalism. OPCIT 472. 114. This neo-capitalism, or reformed capitalism, as MK labeled it, shaped by strong pressure of the masses, was also the result of the favorable international environment, namely the emergence of the Soviet socialist camp, and the rivalry between the two camps, each having its own superpower. For Pesanti, the very idea of even temporal stabilization of the capitalist system was unacceptable. It meant for him an underestimation of its internal contradictions, especially economic ones. Pesanti, 1971, 612. Pesanti's contention was perhaps too dogmatic, but similar opinions were also repeated by several of M.K.'s followers. They were at least surprised by M.K.'s stability thesis. Why was this? One of the explanations is because it was rare for MK to write about reforms of capitalism, and the last part of the 1943 essay was hardly known. For a long time he had been well known as a theoretician who was very skeptical about the possibilities for reformability of capitalism. In many publications he had been labeled as a painter of a bleak picture. As usually happens in history, none of the two views appeared to be fully correct. MK was right when describing the situation of the 1960s, and fortunately, limited his opinion by words, temporary at least. In contrast, Pesanti's words appear today to be a better description of the reality of the last quarter of the 20th century, starting with Reaganomics and Thatcherism. Two factors, most probably, played a crucial role: the changed character of the working class and the disappearance of the other superpower. But these are problems for different publications. Notes 1. This was a letter to Hans Diefenbach, May 12, 1917. I obtained the English translation from Professor Paul Zaremka. 2. This is a summary of my book, Kaolik, 1971. Rosa, Luxemburg. Teoria accumulacji imperialismu. Subsequently, an Italian edition, Kaolik 1977, and a Spanish edition, Kaolik, 1979, were published. An English summary, Kaolik, 1964a, in Problems of Economic Dynamics and Planning, Essays in honor of Michael Kalecki. This book also includes my biographical essay on Michael Kalecki, Kaolik, 1964b, which was authorized by him. As an aside, it is because of this work, originally presented in 1964, that I lost a job in the Institute of Economics of the Polish Academy of Science. However, after intervention by some eminent scholars, I was given a job in another one, History of Sciences, providing that I refrained from working on politically loaded problems and carried out more neutral research in the obscure area of 19th century economic thought. I obediently did this until the beginning of the 1970s, when the workers' revolt in Gdansk and Szczecin resulted in a short-lived political liberalization, the Gierek era. 3. It is in fact a pity, and somehow surprising, that this foreword has not been published in both English editions. I think that this is true not only for RL, but also for us. Fornuti, 1989, 319, informs us that Kalecki was critical about Sraffa's price theory because it neglected aggregate demand. I also remember that, after coming back in 1969 from Cambridge, he was upset, saying that even the left-wing economists were preoccupied by unimportant issues. By this he clearly meant the Sraffa school. 5. Max Weber acknowledged his debt to Marx. The following words by Weber are an excellent presentation of Marx's concept of alienation. 115. Market community, as such, is the most impersonal relationship of practical life into which human being can enter with one another. Where the market is allowed to follow its own tendencies, its participants do not look toward the person of each other, but only toward the community. There are no obligations of brotherliness or reverence, and none of those spontaneous human relations that are sustained by personal unions. They all would just obstruct the free development of the bare market relationship. Such absolute depersonalization is contrary to all elementary forms of human relations. Weber, 1968, 636, 6. In the English selection, Kalecki, 1971b, 8, he informs the reader that some of the essays have been abbreviated. 7. The nearest historical example to a full employment capitalism would be the Scandinavian system, which existed at least until the beginning of the 1990s. 8. I co-authored this article. Although it arose from our previous discussions, my role in writing it was limited to the historical part of the essay. I wrote about the old controversy between Bernstein, Hilferding, and R.L. Our several discussions were mainly about the need for a crucial reform of the really existing socialism. M.K.'s idea was to show first that even capitalism had undergone the necessary reforms, and then he would have come to the most important task, outlining of crucial reform of socialism. He repeated several times that during the debate of the 1950s he had underestimated the role of the market, employees' participation, and decentralization. Unfortunately, he died a couple of months later. 8. Imperialism Today. Joseph Halevi. Introduction. Economic theories of imperialism were developed when large corporations began to dominate production and markets, thereby bringing to an end the vision according to which economies expand endogenously by means of competitive accumulation in the Smithian and early Marxian sense, silos Labeni, 1993, and 2. The issue of surplus production and capital, connected to the phenomenon described in I, began to seriously occupy the minds and action of policymakers and related institutional bodies. In this respect, the USA occupies a special place, as it was a trailblazer in imperialism and its manifestation as a quest for markets and capital outlets. By the end of the 19th century, Britain was already on its way to becoming a rentier-oriented economy, and its main concern was how it could, using the crucial role of Indian net exports to the world in order to effect a transfer back to the British metropolis, manage international capital flows in order to deal with a deepening balance of payments deficit. In the same period, however, the USA's concern centered on how to guarantee an appropriate level of international demand for its output. The latter was deemed to be chronically in excess of that required to meet domestic demand. The preoccupation was best expressed by the State Department in a memorandum dated 1898, the year of the American-Spanish War, which was to bring Washington into Asia through the occupation of the Philippines. It seems to be conceded that every year we shall be confronted with an increasing surplus of manufactured goods for sale in foreign markets if American operatives and artisans are to be kept employed the year around. The enlargement of foreign consumption of the products of our mills and workshops has, therefore, become a serious problem of statesmanship as well as of commerce. Quoted from Zinn, 1998, 5. In Europe, the conceptualization of the political economy of imperialism is ascribed to Hobson, Hilferding, Luxemburg, and to Lenin via Hobson and Hilferding. But in the USA the process started earlier and involved, in a fashion 118 sympathetic to imperialist expansion, especially towards Asia, economists of an institutionalist orientation. Charles Conant, for instance, theorized both the system of administered prices in industry and the open-door policy towards China. He did so to counter the strategy pursued by the continental powers and by Britain involving the carving out of special areas of control within that country. Sklar, 1988. Cognizant of the devastating effects of price wars during the early stages of the rise of large corporations, Conant argued that investment can be expanded only by securing stable prices. To a very large extent his approach is more advanced than that of Hilferding. For Conant, the internationalization process is not the autonomous byproduct of private decisions. Instead it must go through state relations, otherwise the appropriate mechanisms required to enable international investment would not be set in place. In practice, and with both eyes on China, he advocated direct intervention to bring about the modernization of non-capitalist areas in order to usher in an expansion of investment and exports from the industrial centers. Such an intervention should be agreed upon by all the industrial countries, which should also cooperate to allocate to themselves shares of world development in proportion to their own productive capacity. Needless to say, the largest share would have had to accrue to the USA. Those ideas were part and parcel of the mindset of the political and economic establishment in the USA, caught between the intense expansion of the nation's productive capacity since the end of the Civil War and the persistence of excess capacity expressed in the long depression of the 1890s. China became the concrete target and terrain of the above economic, political, and institutional views, thereby starting, slowly but surely, the trajectory leading to the clash with Japan. Lefebvre, 1997. The USA did, in fact, reach the status of a super-imperialist power, but not until 1945, and only in such a way as to systematically undo its coordinating role for the world capitalist system. More than a century after the American-Spanish War, which saw the emergence of the USA as a world imperialist country motivated to create market outlets for its surplus capacity, the USA's predicament is closer to that of Britain 100 years ago. It is governed by the necessity to deal with its growing balance of payments deficit lest the country be plunged into a debt deflation crisis. Yet the world cannot be to the USA what India was to Britain. India produced primary commodities and exported them, and was kept in a state of underdevelopment. Britain used the home charges, taxes paid by India to London, protectionism against Indian exports to the UK, free access to the Indian market by British industries and, last but not least, control over the London discount rate to siphon off the Indian external surplus and Indian capital in general, Sen. 1992. By definition, the rest of the world has no external surplus with a third party to be siphoned off to the USA unless it has net exports to the Moon or to some other planet. The only way in which the USA can avoid drastic deflation to adjust the external balance is by compelling the rest of the world to keep rechanneling the surplus it earns with the USA to the US financial system itself. During the last decades of the gold standard-based British Empire, the position of the metropolitan core was secured by political and institutional mechanisms at least as important as 119 the so-called economic ones. The gap between political instruments and economic mechanisms is much wider in the USA than in Britain, and the refinancing of the US external deficit and the sustainability of the debt economic factors or laws are of secondary importance. Thus, the instruments used to guarantee the international financial position of the USA are primarily political and military. From pre-Second World War imperialisms to post-Second World War US imperialism in the light of the transformations induced by post-war capitalism, which in reality is centered on what French writers have called La Triad comprising the USA, Western Europe, and Japan, it would be legitimate to ask what remains of the economic theories of imperialism listed above. An attempt in this was made in 1971 by Michael K. Lecky and in a paper published in the, long-defunct, Economic Quarterly of the Communist Party of Italy, Politica Economia, K. Lecky and Kowalik, 1971. By reviewing the Marxist streams about imperialism, K. Lecky and Kowalik argued that capitalism had attained a state similar to the super-imperialism outlined by Karl Kautsky, in which intracapitalist violent confrontations were unlikely to occur. The crucial reform which stabilized capitalism was due to the applications of a Keynesian financial trick based on military expenditures, which provided an outlet for the surplus in the pure Baran-Sweezy sense. The financial trick, coupled with an increase in wages along with productivity, stabilized and absorbed the working class into the system. Another attempt to look historically at the economic transformation of imperialism surfaced barely a year later in a book written by former Chase Manhattan Bank's economist Michael Hudson, 1972, 2nd ed. 2003. Hudson captured the novel nature of U.S. imperialism before its essential features were fully detectable. U.S. institutions operate politically and militarily not to expand the production and exports of US-based corporations but to make more room for the operation of those very corporations outside the USA regardless of the effects on the American territorial productive system. Furthermore, the USA as an institutional body appears as a surplus collector, not as a surplus distributor via capital exports. This is connected to what Hudson called monetary imperialism. In both the Baran-Sweezy Magdoff, C. Magdoff, 1978, approach and in the Hudson writings, super-imperialism is specifically American, and it is the product of the historical process that led to the Second World War and to its outcome. Rather than a convergence of multiple and potentially conflicting imperialisms, contemporary super-imperialism would be based on the disintegration of the geo-economic spheres of the conflicting imperialisms and the emergence of one hegemonic, single state-centered, imperialist country. The economic interests prevailing in this kind of country, that is in the USA, do not tend towards exports. Thus, its imperialism cannot be ascribed to the wish to find profitable external markets for its own internal potential surplus capacity as thought by Rosa Luxemburg. Nor is the viability of the economy of the country based on securing investment outflows reflecting the need to place somewhere. 120 The surplus of money capital, Hobson and Lennon. Indeed, the macroeconomic viability of the country as a set of institutions protecting the interests of its own global capital depends much more on the ability to generate, compel, an influx of money from the rest of the world. This is the crucial flow that must be guaranteed at all costs, hence, and especially, by non-economic means. Certainly, once the crucial influx is secured, the monies can then be redirected elsewhere abroad. This is how the British metropolis operated, Bagchi, 1982. In my opinion, the revolutionary Marxists of the Belle Époque looked at Britain but had Imperial Germany in mind. Hence, they saw surplus money capital and surplus capacity in a combined manner. By taking on board Hobson's Britain-centered view of imperialism, Lenin viewed Britain as bent on exporting its domestic surplus capital. Rosa Luxemburg, for her part, looked at Germany, which via the Berlin Conference of 1884 and through its export drive, well detailed in Marcello de Sico's classic work on the gold standard, de Sico, 1974, tried to export its surplus capacity. Both approaches fitted quite well in the Hilferding-type framework of the struggle for economic cartelization both within each industrial country and internationally. I will now present what I believe to have been the characterization of imperialism during the Belle Époque until the Second World War. Let us start with Britain. That was the most accomplished form of imperialism, as it exploited India to generate financial surpluses for the City of London while the Empire provided a preferential system for British products. But, as de Sico pointed out, overall British exports as part of total exports were on the decline in third markets because of the rise of Germany and the USA. Beyond the captive markets of the Empire, the issue of effective demand/realization was not the major concern of British imperial institutions, as the economy ran a growing trade deficit. Rather, these institutions were preoccupied with guaranteeing a steady influx of capital, relying on India and also control of the international monetary system known as the gold standard, but, in fact, a pound sterling standard. The whole British geopolitical strategy, including that towards the Middle East, was organized around the economic role of India as a source of international surpluses for British financial imperialism. We now move to the USA and Imperial Germany. These were the two countries seriously concerned with market outlets. The main plank of the U.S. stance was the open-door policy towards China. Although Japan was Asia's main importer of U.S. products, the myth of China's market determined U.S. policy towards Japan. The USA sought to combine direct investment flows to China with U.S. exports. Note that U.S. institutions thought that the amount of capital needed to develop China would be greater than what the USA could supply. Thus, they viewed New York as the conduit of capital from the rest of the world to China. And they considered that the spending of that capital would materialize in demand for predominantly U.S. products. Imperial Germany, by contrast, although quite successful in exporting from its own domestic basis, wanted to create an integrated hinterland of raw materials and markets also outside Eastern Europe, on the very turf of the British and 121 the French in Africa. Hence, the myth of Middle Africa, striding mostly French-dominated Central and West Africa and the Cairo to Cape Town axis. Germany never obtained much from these imperialist aspirations. It had a much more effective center-periphery relation with Eastern Europe and parts of the Tsarist Empire such as Poland and the Ukraine. By 1914, Imperial Germany was the largest holder of bullion, mostly because of net exports and of non-gold arrangements with Eastern Europe. Its extra-European economic relations worked much better with Latin America, both for exports of industrial products and for imports of raw materials, than with Tanganyika in Africa and other colonies such as Papua New Guinea in Oceania. But the drive towards British-type imperialism produced a Bismarckian Luxemburgian effect, the formation of a strong steel-based army and navy, which expanded the heavy, mechanical, and chemical industries in a highly cartelized framework, Berghan, 1996. Thus, for German capitalism, imperialism meant preparing for war, and this had a positive impact on profits and accumulation. Japan's imperialism was centered on the integration of markets and raw materials for the metropolis. Japan proceeded following a virtual and original Marxist textbook on imperialism, where the latter constituted a necessary condition for industrialization. This happened even before the transfer of industry from the state to the Zaibatsu families was completed. Japan invaded Formosa, Taiwan, transforming it into a source of rice. It established a foothold in Manchuria, a center of iron ore and a relatively important market, after the war against Tsarist Russia in 1905, and occupied Korea in 1910. All this was accomplished with a strong support from London and a nod from the USA, which did not mind seeing a local power unsettling the European strategies of carving out parts of China. But Japan's objective, in systemic conflict with the USA, was China, and the impact of the Great Depression on the political makeup of the country was so strong as to give a major impulse to the conquest of the whole of China through the Manchuria Incident of 1931. After devaluing the yen, Japan combined monetary Keynesianism, through budget deficits and low interest rates, Nanto and Takagi, 1998, with Baran-Sweezy military spending for the war against China, initially directed to affirm its position in Manchuria but later extended to the entire country. For Japan, the 1930s was a period of chemical and heavy industrialization, without which the Japanese brand names of today would not have seen the light. But again, the impact was mostly through the Keynesian effect of military spending, since Japanese imperialism failed dramatically in the other British Empire type of task. As pointed out by Takafusa Nakamura in his two magnificent books on Japanese economic growth, Nakamura, 1981, 1983, Tokyo failed to have the yen area operate like a financial lung machine for metropolitan Japan. The yen area was supposed to have a current account deficit with Japan but to generate surpluses with the dollar and sterling areas to alleviate Japan's own deficit with those two areas. Nakamura showed that, although the deficit of the yen area with Japan was bigger than the deficit of Japan with the dollar and sterling areas, the external surpluses of the yen area, earned in dollars, sterling, and gold, were not sufficient to settle, in hard currencies or gold, the external deficit of metropolitan Japan. 122 The more Japan tried to bridge the gap by extending its conquest of China, the more the USA tightened its control on Japanese imports of oil, and the more Japan expanded its operations, the more oil it needed. By 1939 the balance of payments position of Japan was no longer manageable. What followed is known. It should be noted that, although military spending had a standard Keilecki Baran-Sweezy impact, Japanese imperialism was original in its kind. It aimed at conquering resources for the development of additional productive capacity. It did not reflect actual surplus capital and unused capacity. The elements common to the US, German and Japanese imperialisms relate to the central function played by oligopolistic/monopolistic corporations. Considering, however, the different dynamics of these imperialisms and the fact that by the end of the day, 1945, they were squashed by the USA, courtesy of the USSR, the only element of continuity between the Marxian conceptions and the post-war situation is the prevalence of oligopolistic capitalism. In this context, François Ches, 1997, has produced the most recent work focusing on the contemporary global economy as a system of world oligopolies. However, Ches does not pay much attention to the geopolitics of the process, virtually assuming that the action of world oligopolies is naturally abetted by the capitalist countries. It, therefore, misses the crucial functions of politics and institutions in shaping the hierarchical configuration of the post-war capitalist world economy. Post-war imperialism, the USA. In my view, an understanding of the U.S. imperialist trajectory depends on an awareness of both the international economic relations linking the USA to Asia, and to China in particular, Gallaccio, 1988, Lafeber, 1997, and the role of the energy and finance sectors. The first aspect is what put the USA and Japan on a slow but sure collision course. The force pushing towards the clash was, from the U.S. perspective, quintessentially a fear of lack of markets. The economic method was partly consistent with Lenin's view: capital exports will generate import demand for U.S. products. The second aspect will be discussed later. No sooner had the USA attained its full global projection in 1945-46 than it was compelled to undertake measures that led it to relinquish the search for market outlets. It is an example of an attempt to implement a grand design that generated, bit by bit and through geopolitics, unintended consequences of an opposing nature. The grand design was hammered out by Secretary Cordell Hull during the Second World War and especially during the Lend and Lease program with the UK, undertaken with the specific post-war objective of conquering the markets of the British Empire. Quite simply, Washington told London that Britain could pay later by opening the markets protected by the system of imperial preferences devised at the Ottawa Conference in 1932. By the early 1950s, the USA was busily dismantling the remnants of those preferences in order to open up markets for Japan. Furthermore, the creation of markets for Japan did not mean that the capital investment would come from the USA so as to enable US multinationals operating in Japan to export to those markets. The opening up of markets for 123. Japan went hand in hand with closing the window for US multinationals in Japan and East Asia. US multinationals only entered Asia much later, in the early 1970s in Malaysia, Singapore, and Thailand and, from the mid-1980s, in China, always, perhaps unwittingly, as trailblazers for the Japanese keiretsus. This is a story which, very little known in continental Europe, is worth summarizing because it highlights the contradictory nature of post-Second World War imperialism in relation to the other capitalisms. To avoid any misgiving, it is important to understand that the actions undertaken by Washington were not a response to a Soviet threat. Gabriel Kalko has written extensively about this, Demolishing the Orthodox View, Kalko, 1988. Rather, these actions were the product of the grand design itself conceived because a major piece on the chessboard was no longer there the way Washington wanted it to be, China. The end of the nationalist regime in China highlighted the issue of the Third World as a crucial strategic question for the USA and it guided the US-sponsored reconstruction of world capitalism. Kalko's studies are well synthesized by Chomsky, 1992. The basis for U.S. policy in the Cold War era is outlined with considerable clarity in the internal record of planning. With unprecedented economic and military preeminence, the U.S. prepared to become the first truly global power. Not surprisingly, corporate and state managers hoped to use this power to design a world order that would serve the interests they represented. During the war, U.S. planners developed the concept of a grand area, a region understood to be strategically necessary for world control, subordinated to the needs of the American economy. In its early stages, the grand area was conceived as a US-led non-German bloc. It was to incorporate the Western Hemisphere, the Far East and the former British Empire, which was to be dismantled along with other regional systems and brought under U.S. control. Meanwhile, the USA extended its own regional systems in Latin America and the Pacific on the principle, expressed by Abe Fortas in Internal Discussion, that these steps were justified as part of our obligation to the security of the world. What was good for us was good for the world. British officials were unimpressed, denouncing the economic imperialism of American business interests, which is quite active under the cloak of a benevolent and avuncular internationalism and is attempting to elbow us out. As it became clear that Germany would be defeated, the grand area concept was extended to include the Eurasian land mass as well, as far as possible. These general plans were applied to particular regions with much consistency. With regard to the Soviet Union, the doves were reconciled to a form of containment in which the Soviet Union would control most of the areas occupied by the Red Army in the war against Hitler. The hawks had broader aspirations, as expressed in the rollback strategy of NSC 68. U.S. policy towards the Soviet Union has fluctuated between these positions over the years, reflecting in part the problem of controlling the far-flung domains. 124 defended by U.S. power, in part the need for a credible enemy to ensure that the public remains willing to support intervention and to provide a subsidy to advanced industry through the military system. The grand area was to have a definite structure. The industrial societies were to be reconstituted with much of the traditional order restored, but within the overarching framework of U.S. power. They were to be organized under their natural leaders, Germany and Japan. Early moves towards democratization under the military occupation caused deep concern in Washington and the business community. They were reversed by the late 1940s, with firm steps to weaken the labor movement and ensure the dominance of the traditional business sectors, linked to U.S. capital. Britain was later to undergo a similar process, as did the United States itself. Moves towards a European economic community, it was assumed, would improve economic performance, reconcile all social sectors to business dominance, and create markets and investment opportunities for U.S. corporations. Japan was to become a regional leader within a U.S.-dominated global system. The thought that Japan might become a serious competitor was then too exotic to be considered. As late as the 1960s, the Kennedy administration was still concerned with finding means to ensure Japan's viability. This was finally established by the Vietnam War, which was costly to the United States but highly beneficial to the Japanese economy, as the Korean War had been. Chomsky, 1992, 1. Let us now consider more closely, through the Japanese case, why second post-war USA imperialism does not correspond to the various characterizations given to it by the Marxists of the Second International. Until 1937, the USA was a major exporter to Japan and displayed a monopolistic domination in some crucial markets. For instance, around 90% of the Japanese automotive market was supplied by American companies both locally and through imports from the USA. That year Tokyo extended its war in China to the whole country and expelled all foreign automotive companies, thereby requisitioning their plants and facilities. In 1940, the imperial government passed very strict anti-foreign investment laws for virtually every sector of the economy. 10 years later, in 1950, the new Japanese government reiterated those very laws with the support of SCAP, which remained in charge of Japanese affairs even though the country had regained its formal independence in 1952 with the San Francisco Treaty. Not only did Washington, as the highest authority in Japan, approve the discriminatory measures of the Tokyo government, but it embarked on a consensus-seeking campaign within the USA. American businesses were sold the Marshall Plan, to which, initially, both companies and politicians were opposed on the premise that it would increase essential U.S. exports to Europe. Furthermore, unlike the case of Japan, U.S. multinationals were not touched during the war, they continued to operate as U.S. property both in the UK and in Germany. But when Japan reiterated the anti-foreign investment laws, it became very 125 difficult to sell Japan to large sections of American businesses. The consensus was obtained by a combination of fait accompli, subsidies to the most fearful sectors, such as textiles, security-based arguments, and, finally, a not-so-implicit assumption that Japan was bound to have a persistent deficit with the USA. Hence, if American banks and exporters wanted to be repaid, they should allow Japan to again develop its own industries in order to be able to export and earn foreign currencies. Failing that, Japan, given its crucial security role, was destined to become a bottomless pit of U.S. aid, a scenario that scared not only conservative bankers but also businesses. Forsberg, 2000. Things came to a head again during the negotiations for Japan entry into the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, GATT, which occurred in 1955. Tokyo refused to abide by reciprocity in trade relations, and France and Britain stated that they, and the countries over which they had influence, such as Australia in the case of Britain, would use Clause 35 of GATT's statute, which allowed tariffs and other retaliatory measures against the countries refusing to implement reciprocity. To forestall such a move, the USA signed 13 trilateral trade agreements with the countries that together accounted for more than 50% of Japan's trade. Those agreements stipulated that countries would accept Japan's non-reciprocity in return for greater access to U.S. markets. But, domestically, in order to placate U.S. capitalists, Washington had to embark on a new round of subsidies and of cajoling activities. Borden, 1984, Forsberg, 2000. And, as noted by Forsberg, the whole strategy of making France and Britain accept the non-reciprocity of Japan and forego the use of Clause 35 was to open up Southeast Asian markets and Australia and New Zealand to Japanese exports. Yet, these were also areas falling under the system of imperial preferences, renamed Commonwealth preferences. Hence, what, under Cordell Hull, had started as a U.S. plan to dismantle British-controlled areas in favor of U.S. exports and investments became instead a U.S. policy directed towards the recreation of a Japanese economic zone against American exports and American foreign direct investment, FDI. Mutatis mutandis, asymmetrical relations were established, in the domain of trade, and in relation to Europe, but here the space open to US industrial multinationals was very wide, especially in Germany, Belgium, France and, of course, Britain. Thus, if we look comprehensively at the 1945-71 period, we see that US multinationals had quite limited room for operation in Asia, especially in Japan, but also later, in the 1960s, in South Korea and Taiwan, as a result of exactly the same policies of asymmetrical relations. US multinationals, in sectors consistent with the objectives of the 5-year plans, were more accepted in India, whose government followed a foreign policy line that Washington disliked. By the end of the 1950s, US multinationals were welcomed in Latin America, supported by pre-BIS-inspired policies of import substitution. Yet the growth of these markets was not strong, so that the only area where mass profits could be obtained was Western Europe. Thus, after the Second World War, the USA squashed the other imperialisms, but its geopolitics, inspired by grand strategies of economic hegemony, led to constrain the space of US multinationals, explicitly favoring rival companies. The 126 Vietnam War made sure that Japan would still be sheltered and given the specific and most profitable task of building up Korea, which, in its turn, was sheltered by the USA but always open to Japanese dominance without any concession. So how did US imperialism manifest itself? Looking for answers in Rosa Luxemburg, or Lenin will not suffice. The central feature of US imperialism was its relationship to the Third World. The Third World was supposed to remain in a situation of neo-colonial dependency. Production costs had to be kept really low in order to allow raw material exporting corporations, mainly US but with a sprinkle of British ones, to charge a good profit margin on them, as exemplified by the tight oligopolistic structure of the Seven Sisters in the 1950s. In this way the USA ended up clashing with Third World developmentalist movements, from Iran to Indonesia, and from Vietnam to the Belgian Congo. This outlook unified the interest of finance with those of multinational companies in the energy sector and tied them both to the military-industrial complex. As long as the USA ran a net export balance, domestic producers went happily along with those policies, although some branches such as textiles and apparel grumbled, especially in relation to Japan. Raw materials played an important part in this strategy. Rotter, 1987. Indeed, the raw material question paved the road to war in Asia and to intervention in the Middle East. The financial role inherent in the control of oil emerged also in relation to other capitalist countries, but mostly after 1971, when the USA abandoned the dollar-gold convertibility, thereby giving a unilateral answer to the eventuality of a dollar-gold realignment caused by the systematic appearance of a deficit in the U.S. external current accounts. The aim of the U.S. government and business was to defend, by means of dollar devaluation, U.S. domestic markets while keeping the international role of the currency. The rest of the world had to accept dollars while Washington could freely fix the central bank's rate and, by implication, the exchange rate. In this context, the oil shock was not an external event, as it originated from the very entrails of corporate powers within the USA. Spiro, 1999. On August 8, 1974, Henry Kissinger signed the agreement forming the U.S.-Saudi Arabian Joint Commission on Economic Cooperation, the main task of which was in the financial field. In fact, it coordinated the purchases of U.S. securities by Saudi Arabia. Shortly afterwards, members of the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, decided to accept only U.S. dollars for their oil. These events brought about the recycling of petrodollars into the U.S. banking system at the expense of the European and the Japanese. It marked a change in the U.S. stance from supporting global capitalism to clashing with other capitalisms. And that attitude widened in the 1980s when the USA became a globally importing economy, generating a systemic external deficit and with growing gaps in its own industrial base. So what remains of the Luxemburg-inspired view of imperialism? The countries interested in the external markets as a sphere of realization are those of the European Union and Japan. But they are impotent as they do not have the geopolitical capacity to implement a drive towards realization and must adjust to what comes from the USA. The dominant country is not concerned with realization. 127. What matters is the position of its leading corporations in the world. These may be mostly domestic, like Walmart, but big importers of consumption goods whose production they themselves subcontract to China. Hence, China must remain in the role of cheap producer. Given the disarticulation of the U.S. productive system, the most significant corporations are in the military-industrial complex, highly protected by policy and by federal law, in the resource-based sectors and in finance. The crucial question for the USA is how to compel the others to come to the rescue without questioning U.S. international privilege. But the difference in interests between the USA and the two poles of world capitalism should not be understood as a crucial inter-capitalist rivalry, as all three are fundamentally united in relation to the Third World. A much greater clash may occur between China and the USA. The interests of those two countries conflict on many different levels, and a separate study would be needed to elaborate these. However, the situation has been clearly described by the Congressional Subcommittee on U.S.-China Relations. Note how these scenarios, while throwing into doubt the Marxian theories of the early 20th century, are compatible with the Baran-Sweezy-Magdoff approach. They explicitly rejected the role capital exports as a way of absorbing the surplus, and they did not view exports as a central feature of U.S. capitalism and as a means of surplus absorption. By contrast, military expenditure and actual warfare seems to be fundamental to U.S. corporate interests, as portrayed in Monopoly Capital, Baran and Sweezy, 1966. Conclusions. The challenge for imperialism today is how to manage U.S. external deficits in conjunction with the growing indebtedness of U.S. households. This indebtedness, combined with the systemic Baran-Sweezy military Keynesianism, is what allows the U.S. economic system to remain socially coherent domestically, in spite of falling real wages. The governance of the deficit, implying a freedom, relative to the rest of the world, to set monetary interest rates, is the crucial element by which U.S. corporation and the U.S. financial system freely acquires world resources. Such a situation brings up again the question of super-imperialism raised by Karl Kautsky. He viewed it as a convergence between the then dominant European powers. Contemporary super-imperialism does not imply convergence of interests among the advanced capitalist countries. It implies a specific hierarchy that finds its point of equilibrium in treating the Third World as an area of financial rents in addition to its traditional role as supplier of raw materials. It is the Third World that has to a. undergo the privatization of its national assets to resource and finance multinationals, and b. generate through the indebtedness that the privatization policies bring about financial flows towards the central countries. It is, therefore, not surprising, for instance, that European states directly intervened to protect the interests of their own multinationals after the Brazilian and Argentinian crises of 1998 and 2001. They did so in a much tougher manner than Washington, although the entire process of currency stabilization, leading to hyperdeflation, was conceived by Washington with the ruling technocratic groups of those two countries. 128. At the same time, however, the largest sections of European capitalism can get only the crumbs of U.S. super-imperialism, mostly in the form of net exports to the USA directly, and by outsourcing to China. Yet, European capitalism cannot systemically reflate its economies even if it wanted to, as its task is to generate the financial surpluses needed to sustain U.S. deficits and the expansion of U.S. international activities linked to them. From this angle, the view that the USA is free from the external constraints since it issues the international currency par excellence and the holders of that currency have no other option but to recycle their dollar holdings to the USA is not altogether acceptable. If this were so, a governance problem would not have arisen. In other words, Washington would not have opposed the creation of an Asian monetary fund, as suggested by Japan during the Asian financial crisis of 1997-98, nor would it have expended so much effort in attempting to dollarize Latin American economies. It follows that the persistence of the U.S. hegemonic position requires a subdued economic performance, in terms of capital accumulation, in the other countries of the imperialist center. 9. Rosa Luxemburg on imperialism, some issues of substance and method. Roberto Venaiani 1. Introduction. Rosa Luxemburg's theoretical work raises a number of important issues and, although her theses have not gone unchallenged, for a survey, see, for example, Howard and King, 1992, it is fair to say that even when she did not provide the correct answer, she asked the searching questions. Desai, 1979, 179. This chapter analyses Luxemburg's theory of imperialism, focusing in particular on two issues. First, it evaluates Luxemburg's argument that imperialism is the product of capital's need to realize surplus value in an accumulating economy. This is due to the deep and fundamental antagonism between the capacity to consume and the capacity to produce in a capitalist society, a conflict resulting from the very accumulation of capital which periodically bursts out in crises and spurs capital on to a continual extension of the market. Luxemburg, 1913, 347. This view has been indirectly questioned by various authors: Robinson, 1951, Kalecki, 1971, Darity Jr., 1979, Desai, 1979, Howard and King, 1992, who have pointed out some flaws in Luxemburg's thesis of the impossibility of accumulation in a closed capitalist economy. This contribution adopts a different perspective. Luxemburg's theory of accumulation is not examined, but imperialism is directly analyzed in a stationary world. It is argued that capital accumulation is not necessary to capture the essence of imperialism as an exploitative system of international relations. Perfectly competitive markets and differences in development and wealth across countries are sufficient to generate imperialistic international relations, IIR. Developed countries have an incentive to exploit underdeveloped ones quite independently of accumulation needs. Capital's incessant quest for profits seems a more convincing explanation. Second, the role of non-competitive and violent means in IIR is analyzed. According to Luxemburg, they are necessary to create imperialistic relations. In its continuous quest for new territories, capital has to destroy all other forms of economic organization, and this can be achieved, within a reasonable amount of 131 time, only by force. More specifically, the annexation of new territories to the capitalist order can be achieved only by factors such as oppressive taxation, war, or squandering and monopolization of the nation's land, and thus imperialistic policies belong to the spheres of political power and criminal law no less than economics. OPCIT, 396. However, Luxemburg's analysis of the more advanced stage of imperialism, OPCIT, Chapter 30, shows that non-competitive and violent means are also necessary to make imperialism persistent, e.g. by suppressing all attempts at emancipation by oppressed countries. This chapter argues that the latter role is theoretically, albeit not necessarily historically, more relevant, a conclusion with positive and normative implications. From a positive viewpoint, FC characteristic of the imperialistic phase of capitalism are lending abroad, railroad constructions, revolutions, and wars. OPCIT, 419. It is possible to argue that lending abroad is crucial in establishing IIR, while revolutions and wars play an important role in understanding their persistence too. In addition, capital's need to accumulate is not essential to an understanding of the role of violence in IIR. From a normative viewpoint, even when imperialistic relations take the abstractly legal forms of neutral market interactions, as is often the case in neocolonial relations, this hardly makes them acceptable. Imperialism can be understood, and condemned, independently of the non-competitive and violent forms it may take. Both issues are analyzed in the context of a model international economy. To be sure, it is difficult to evaluate the analytical core of Rosa Luxemburg's theory of imperialism abstracting from her detailed historical descriptions of actual imperialistic policies, OPCIT, Section 3. However, theoretical abstraction is necessary to isolate the essential features of the problem and the relevant causal links, as shown by Luxemburg's OPCIT, 36FF, own methodological discussion of the schemes of reproduction. 3. To be specific, an intertemporal generalization of Romer's, 1982, 1983, international economy with a global capital market is set up. The reasons for this choice are twofold. On the one hand, Romer's models provide a very general framework to analyze how the interaction of n different countries in a perfectly competitive capital market can generate IIR. Furthermore, they allow one to analyze explicitly the demand for both consumption and capital goods, a rather desirable property in the light of Luxemburg's critique of Marx's schemes of reproduction as depicting a system driven by production for production's own sake. Luxemburg, 1913, 333. On the other hand, the analysis of Luxemburg's theory of imperialism provides interesting critical insights on Romer's, 1982, 1983, models and on analytical Marxism. 4. And it raises several substantive and methodological issues of general relevance for Marxist theory. The model shows that perfectly competitive markets and inequalities in development and wealth are sufficient to generate IIR. Imperialism arises from capital's incessant quest for higher profits, rather than accumulation, and it is consistent with mutual gains from trade. However, such differences are not sufficient for the persistence of IIR, which depends on the controversial assumption of a strictly positive rate of time preference. Thus, from a substantive viewpoint, differences in development and competitive 132 markets seem insufficient for a complete dynamic analysis of imperialism. From a methodological viewpoint, the results raise several doubts on the possibility of modeling Marxian concepts by means of Walrasian models. On both issues, Luxemburg's theory of imperialism suggests various lines for further research aimed at incorporating differences in power, the use of violence, the active role of governments, and the non-competitive consequences of differential development, as important ingredients of a dynamic theory of imperialism. The model. The world economy consists of n countries in which a sequence of non-overlapping generations exist, each living for t periods and indexed by the date of birth kt, k equals 0, 1, 2. Capital can freely migrate across borders seeking the highest return, whereas labor has no international mobility. Technology is known and available to all countries. In every period t, capitalists in each country can operate the fixed coefficient technology, A, L, to produce a single good, where A, 0, 1, is the input coefficient and L0 is the direct labor coefficient. In every period t, PT is the commodity's price and RT is the interest rate. If international markets are competitive, a unique price vector prevails. In order to focus on international trade, within each country, capitalists are assumed to be identical, thus, the superscript V denotes both a country and its representative capitalist. For all V, XTV is the activity level operated with VS own capital, YTV is the activity level operated on borrowed capital, ZTV is capital lent abroad, LV is VS labor endowment, STV is VS net savings, Omega TV is VS perfectly storable endowment, where Omega VKT is the vector of endowments inherited by V in KT. The market value of Omega TV, VS wealth, in T is WTV PT Omega TV. Finally, CTV is VS consumption, where CTV greater than or equal to B, all T, and B is a socially determined subsistence level. In order to capture the role of international loans in IIR, e.g. Luxemburg, 1913, Chapter 30, a short-term structure of credit contracts is assumed, as in Romer, 1982, 1983. Within each period, countries can operate in the credit market to finance their production plans, but credit contracts do not extend over time and credit can play only a limited role in fostering accumulation. To be specific, consumption, debits and savings must be paid out of current revenue. This assumption rules out intertemporal trade between countries, consistently with the lack of a pure accumulation motive, that is the desire to maximize accumulation of capital per se, unlike in traditional Marxist models, e.g. Morishima, 1973, Romer, 1982. However, owing to the possibility of saving, it generalizes Romer's static models by allowing for intertemporal trade-offs within a country, consistently with a dynamic setting in which agents live for more than one period. Let 15 equals xtvt equals kt, k plus 1, t1 denote vs lifetime plan of activity levels operated with vs own capital, and likewise for zv, yv, sv, cv, and omega v. Let p, r, equals pt, rt. T equals kt, k plus 1, t1 denote the intertemporal path of the price vector during the lifetime of a generation. 5 Let 0 beta less than or equal to 1 be the time preference factor. Each v chooses an intertemporal plan xiv equals 15, zv, yv, cv, sv, to maximize lifetime consumption subject to the constraint that in every t1, national income is sufficient for consumption. Theorem 2 completes the formal analysis of IIR. 15 Theorem 1 defines the system of imperialistically exploitive international relations, in which developed countries, with high capital per capita, emerge as imperialistic exploiters and less developed countries, with low capital per capita, are imperialistically exploited. Theorem 2, I, and 2, derive the structure of the international capital market, in which developed countries and less developed countries emerge, respectively, as net lenders and net borrowers. Theorem 2, 3, proves that the two partitions coincide. A country's position in the international capital market is correlated with its exploitation status. These results confirm the original intuitions of this chapter. IIR emerge from differences in development and a perfectly competitive short-term international capital market in a stationary world. Neither accumulation nor violent and non-competitive distortions are necessary to understand imperialism. The model suggests that the emergence of IIR is better explained by capital's incessant quest for higher profits, rather than inherent realization problems. IIR take the form of the exploitation of less developed countries by developed countries, as a result of the latter's favorable position in the capital market, and derive from capitalists' profit-maximizing behavior. Indeed, it is not difficult to show that the IRS lies in the private ownership core of the economy and that the existence of imperialistic exploitation is consistent with mutual gains from trade. Exploitation takes the form of the international transfer of embodied labor, for which neither oppressive taxation, the public sector is not explicitly included in the model, nor wars nor monopolies are necessary. The neutral operation of international capital markets is sufficient. Let us clarify the nature of the argument. The model raises doubts on the theoretical argument that the economic roots of imperialism must be deduced from the laws of capital accumulation. Since imperialism as a whole is nothing but a specified method of accumulation, Luxemburg, 1921, 61, quoted in Rouse C's, 1979, 17. In general, at the theoretical level neither accumulation nor violence seems to be necessary to understand and condemn imperialism. This by no means implies that effective demand problems in accumulating capitalist economies and the use of violence are irrelevant or secondary in the historical analysis of actual imperialistic episodes. In fact, the above analysis suggests two important 140 points that might contribute to a thorough understanding of the pervasiveness of violence in actual imperialistic practices. First, profit maximization might be more relevant than realization problems to understand the use of violence against non-capitalist strata and countries, especially if the latter are characterized by collective property rights over resources. Second, at a closer scrutiny, the model might be interpreted as suggesting that the crucial role of violence might be to guarantee the persistence rather than the establishment of IIR. The next section focuses on the latter issue. Further substantive and methodological issues. Theorems 1 and 2 provide a complete generalization of Romer's static models. The intertemporal economy displays the same pattern of WPI and WLI exploitation and classes as the T-fold repetition of the static economy and IIR are persistent. However, this result crucially depends on the assumption that beta 1, if beta equals 1, the condition in proposition 3 implies root equals 0, all t, and thus by proposition 2 non-exploitive international relations. As shown in Vanziani, 2000, 2004b, this is a general property of dynamic Romerian economies, which display a tendency to the disappearance of exploitation over time. Thus, although the model provides interesting insights on the emergence of IIR, arguably it does not satisfactorily explain their persistence. In fact, an explanation of the persistence of imperialism that crucially relies on subjective time preference does not seem compelling. First, an explanation of persistent exploitive relations based on exogenous time preference would hardly be different from the neoclassical explanation of inequalities, and its relevance in a Marxian perspective would be unclear. Second, as is well known, the normative relevance of pure time preference is far from being widely accepted, even in non-Marxian approaches. These results have several implications for Roemer's theory and analytical Marxism in general. From a methodological viewpoint, Roemer's models do not seem to provide robust micro-foundations to Marxian concepts, and Roemer's claim that the neoclassical model of a competitive economy is not a bad place for Marxists to start their study of idealized capitalism, Roemer, 1986, 192, should at least be qualified. In particular, it is doubtful that robust micro-foundations to Marxian economics can be provided by means of standard general equilibrium models, OPCIT, 193. This chapter proves that, in the absence of a time preference, Roemer's static models do not provide conclusive support to this claim, since the main results depend crucially on the impossibility of intertemporal trade-offs, an extremely restrictive assumption that represents a substantial departure from a Walrasian framework. It is sufficient to introduce savings to make exploitation transitory, even though the economy is still far from the Walrasian benchmark, due to the significant market incompleteness. From a substantive viewpoint, the model suggests that differences in development and wealth are necessary to generate imperialism, i.e. they enable or make possible an unjust system of international relations, but they are not sufficient for 141 it to persist. Therefore, Roemer's theory of international relations is only a first step in the construction of a complete theory of imperialism. It might be objected that even if IRSs are theoretically relevant to evaluate Luxemburg's theory of imperialism, different conclusions on Roemer's models may derive from the analysis of general RSS. Yet, Theorems 1 and 2 provide a complete dynamic generalization of the static model, which can thus be interpreted as a special case of the intertemporal model under the assumption that STV equals 0, all V. Moreover, if agents save, Roemer's theory is not immediately generalizable to the dynamic context. At a general Rs, PTCTV equals RT-PT omega TV plus LV-PT STV, all T, V, hence, given the linearity of MP and the optimality of omega TV equals omega 0 V, all V, a country can be a WP-it exploiter while being WP-it plus J exploited. J is not equal to 0, depending on the dynamic paths of savings and wealth. However, such changes in WPI exploitation status do not necessarily convey any morally relevant information and may simply be due to optimal intertemporal trade-offs. By Lemma 4, similar problems arise for the WL definition of classes, 16, which also implies that in general the 4 WL classes are not exhaustive. Countries whose WL class status switches, e.g. from CT1 to C3T and J0, a potentially large portion of the society, belong to WL classes, plus, or 0, plus, whose interpretation in Marxian terms is unclear. Finally, if general RSS are considered, the existence of an equilibrium with positive profits is even more problematic. This is particularly evident in Roemer's 1982, 1983, accumulating economies. Even if they are in equilibrium with positive profits in a period, accumulation drives profits to zero after a finite number of periods. Divine and DYMSKY, 1991, Vanziani 2004b. Conclusions. This paper analyses Rosa Luxemburg's theory of imperialism, focusing on the connection between capital accumulation and imperialism and on the role of non-competitive and violent practices in understanding imperialism. An intertemporal model of a global economy with international capital flows is set up, which extends Romer, 1982, 1983. Countries are partitioned based on their position in the international credit market, and a system of imperialistic international relations, IIR, is completely characterized. More advanced countries are net lenders and imperialistic exploiters, while less developed countries are net borrowers and suffer from imperialistic exploitation. From a theoretical viewpoint, imperialism may be better understood as the product of capitalists' profit-seeking behavior and of international differences in development and wealth, rather than internal limits to capital accumulation and effective demand problems. Moreover, imperialism can arise in a perfectly competitive environment where economic relations are mediated only by markets. Violence and non-competitive distortions are not necessary to understand the genesis of imperialism, nor to condemn it. However, under general conditions, perfectly competitive markets and wealth differences do not provide foundations to IIR as a persistent phenomenon. This suggests that violence and non-competitive practices may be crucial to understand the persistence of IIR. 142 Therefore, at a methodological level, the analysis of Rosa Luxemburg's theory provides interesting critical insights on analytical Marxism, and it suggests various directions for further research. In particular, a first step to model imperialism as a persistent phenomenon should be a more thorough and realistic analysis of the role of differences in development and wealth in providing the conditions, e.g. in terms of differences in political, economic, and military power for non-competitive and violent practices on the international stage. This is consistent with the idea that wealth inequalities are causally primary, but normatively secondary in the explanation of IIR. However, it is difficult to capture these causal relations within the fairly narrow boundaries of Walrasian models. Notes 1 Special thanks go to Meghnad Desai and Gil Skillman for long and stimulating discussions. I am grateful to the participants of the conference like a candle burning at both ends. University of Bergamo, December 2004. The usual disclaimer applies. 2 In this paper, railroad construction, i.e. technical progress, is not discussed since it is not crucial for the main thread of the argument. It is an interesting line for further research. 3 A theoretical device is perfectly admissible so long as it merely helps to demonstrate the problem in its integrity and does not interfere with its very conditions. Luxemburg, 1913. 348, 4 For a thorough survey, see Vanziani, 2004a, 5 The index K is not included in 15, YV, ZV, SV and P, W, to avoid confusion in the notation 6 See also Luxemburg's critique of theories which depict the capitalist economy as an economic system in which production is an end in itself, and human consumption is merely incidental. Luxemburg, 1913, 320. 7 As shown in Vanziani, 2000, 2004b, the main conclusions of this paper are robust with respect to changes in the specification of MP. 8 by 2, and V. Romers, 1982, 64, definition 2.1, 2, 1 period reproducibility condition is significantly relaxed. 9 Lemma 1 is valid for general RSS 10 Proposition 2 can be proved along the lines of Romer, 1982, 67, Theorem 2.1. 11 For a thorough discussion of WL and WL definitions, see Vanziani, 2000. 12 By Proposition 2, 4, P, R, to be an IRS, CTV equals, RTPT omega TV plus LV, / PT greater than or equal to B, all T, V13A class, in Marxian usage, is a group of agents all of whom relate to the selling or buying of labor power in the same way. Romer, 1983, 48, 14 Lemma 4 is valid for general RSS and can be proved as in Romer, 1982, 75, Lemma 2.4, 15 The proof of the existence of an IRS is omitted due to space constraints. For a thorough analysis see Vanziani, 2000, 2004b. 16 Given the linearity of MP and the optimality of omega TV equals omega 0 V, all V, the sign of ZTVPIV, and thus, by lemma 4, WL class status may change over time, depending on the path of optimal savings. 10. Rosa Luxemburg's The Accumulation of Capital East and West. Heaping. Introduction. My study begins with this premise: Rosa Luxemburg was not only a Marxist economist, but also a Marxist philosopher. As a Marxist philosopher, Luxemburg put forward a view of world history in which accumulation of capital depends on finding markets in non-capitalist countries. In her view, the main features of accumulation of capital in the imperialist era are as follows. 1. The accumulation of capital is achieved only in a total capitalist economy and depends on external conditions, such as the market and consumption. 2. Western capitalist countries must seek markets in Eastern non-capitalist countries. Thus, West and East together constitute total capitalist accumulation. 3. The accumulation of capital is not only an economic activity, but also a political movement. Economic exchange brings about conflicts in politics and ideology between peoples or countries, and between capitalism and socialism. In my opinion, Luxemburg's view of history was a true reflection of the imperialist era in the sense that it showed capitalist production occupying the dominant position in the world. Thus, Eastern non-capitalist countries depended on Western capitalist countries and became a part of the system of the world capitalism. In Section 3 of The Accumulation of Capital, on the historical conditions of accumulation, Luxemburg examined the role of Eastern non-capitalist countries in world capitalism, and in doing so revealed the relationship between capitalist and non-capitalist countries, Western and Eastern countries, in the imperialist era. In Chapter XXVIII of that book, The Introduction of Commodity Economy, Luxemburg cites the case of China. China in the 20th century was representative of developing countries in terms of its progress. For these reasons, this chapter begins with Luxemburg's analysis of China, and then discusses the mode of China's modernization by examining China in the 20th century. Finally, it discusses Marxist theory of Oriental society and the practices in China in order to evaluate Luxemburg's ideas regarding the relationship between Eastern and Western countries in the imperialist era. 145. Rosa Luxemburg's analysis of China. Rosa Luxemburg's The Historical Conditions of Accumulation set out to explain two problems. The first is how, in an imperialist era, Western capitalist countries can realize capital accumulation by plundering Eastern non-capitalist countries. The second is how Western capitalist countries can plunder Eastern non-capitalist countries. Luxemburg's explanation of the latter presupposed her answer to the former. In her explanation of the first problem, Luxemburg analyzed the contradiction inherent in the capitalist mode of production, the singular relation between Western capitalist countries and Eastern non-capitalist countries. She argued, capitalism is the first mode of economy with the weapon of propaganda, a mode which tends to engulf the entire globe and to stamp out all other economies, tolerating no rival at its side. Yet at the same time it is also the first mode of economy, which is unable to exist by itself, which needs other economic systems as a medium and soil. Although it strives to become universal, and, indeed, on account of its tendency, it must break down because it is eminently incapable of becoming a universal form of production. In its living history it is a contradiction in itself, and its movement of accumulation provides a solution to the conflict and aggravates itself at the same time. At a certain stage of development there will be no other way out but the application of socialist principles. The aim of socialism is not accumulation but the satisfaction of toiling humanity's wants by developing the productive forces of the entire globe. And so we find that socialism is by its very nature a harmonious and universal system of economy. Luxemburg, 1913, 447. In her analysis, Luxemburg pointed out that the inherent contradiction of capitalism is that it cannot tolerate the existence of a non-capitalist mode of production, and yet it depends on non-capitalist production. In other words, Western capitalist countries cannot achieve capital accumulation on their own, and therefore could not survive if there were no Eastern non-capitalist countries, but at the same time the actions of Western countries determine the fate of Eastern non-capitalist countries. In this way, Western capitalist countries maintain the initiative because Eastern non-capitalist countries, while paving the way for the development of Western capitalist countries, cannot dictate the destiny of those countries. Thus, Western capitalist countries depend on Eastern non-capitalist countries while at the same time keeping them in a passive and subordinate position. This contradiction shows that, in a global economy, Western capitalist countries and Eastern non-capitalist countries can never be equal, regardless of any interaction between them in the form of war or commodity exchange. In essence, Eastern non-capitalist countries constitute the economic plunder of Western capitalist countries. This leads to the second question: how do Western capitalist countries affect the plunder of Eastern non-capitalist countries? If it is through commodity 146 exchange, then two possible ways can be visualized. The first is equal exchange. In this case, Western capitalist countries cannot use Eastern non-capitalist countries to realize surplus value, i.e. capital accumulation. This situation will arise if Eastern non-capitalist countries have complete sovereignty, and are able to decide whether or not to have contact with Western capitalist countries and, if so, what form this should take. Obviously, this scenario is not practical, and nor does it conform to the relationship between Eastern and Western countries presupposed by Luxemburg. The other way is necessitated exchange, namely commodity exchange brought about by force. In this case, what and how is exchanged are decided by Western capitalist countries, and Eastern non-capitalist countries play only a passive role. Rosa Luxemburg considered that necessitated exchange best described the relationship between Eastern non-capitalist countries and Western capitalist countries in the imperialist era. Luxemburg's analysis aimed to show how Western capitalist countries realize necessitated exchange at the same time as capitalist accumulation. Luxemburg extended Marx's thinking about capital primitive accumulation. She analyzed international trade and international loans and tariffs to determine how Western capitalist countries plundered the labor and production resources of Eastern non-capitalist countries, and she emphasized the role of force in the exchange relation between Eastern and Western countries, citing the West's relation with China as an example of the latter. According to Luxemburg, invasion by Western capitalist countries destroyed the natural economy of Eastern non-capitalist countries. This process began with the construction of modern transport systems, and was followed by the establishment of trade relations, the dissemination of propaganda for Western capitalist culture, and finally by assuming the sovereignty of the invaded country. The modern history of China is a typical example of this. She wrote, "Modern China presents a classical example of the gentle, peace-loving practices of commodity exchange with backward countries. Throughout the 19th century, beginning with the early 40s, her history has been punctuated by wars with the object of opening her up to trade by brute force. Missionaries provoked persecutions of Christians, Europeans instigated risings, and in periodical massacres a completely helpless and peaceful agrarian population was forced to match arms with the most modern capitalist military technique of all the great powers of Europe. Heavy war contributions necessitated a public debt, China taking up European loans, resulting in European control over her finances and occupation of her fortifications. The opening of free ports was enforced, railway concessions to European capitalists extorted. By all these measures commodity exchange was fostered in China, from the early 30s of the last century until the beginning of the Chinese Revolution." OPCIT, 367. In this passage, Luxemburg roughly depicted the course of China's modernization in the second half of 19th century. In it, she demonstrates three basic points. First, wars have a very important effect on commodity exchange between 147 China and European capitalist countries. According to Luxemburg, commodity exchange between China and European capitalist countries was the result of China being unable to withstand Western invasion. In other words, European capitalist countries relied on wars to achieve a legitimate position from which to conduct commodity exchange with China. Luxemburg reviewed the history of European invasion of China in the second half of 19th century, and concluded that China was involved in a series of wars with European capitalist countries before its own revolution broke out at the beginning of the 20th century. This series of wars started with the infamous Opium Wars, which on the surface arose from the opium prohibition movement, but in reality stemmed from the economic benefit achieved by European capitalist countries in China. Luxemburg described the effect of the two opium wars on Chinese society. The First Opium War broke out in the 1840s and resulted from the banning of opium importation by the Chinese government in the 1830s. Britain introduced opium, until then grown only in India, to China as early as the 17th century. At the beginning of the 19th century, when the price of opium fell, opium smoking became more prevalent among the ordinary people. Opium addiction, which resulted in serious deterioration in physical health, became more common, and opium smoking came to be regarded in China as a public nuisance. This led the Chinese government to take measures to ban the import of opium. This being against the interests of the British bourgeoisie, Britain instigated the Opium War with China in the 1840s, and compelled China to open its ports and conduct commodity exchange with Britain. The result of this war was that, by the Peace Treaty of August 27, 1842, the island of Hong Kong was ceded to Britain. In addition, the towns of Canton, Amoy, Fuzhou, Ningpo, and Shanghai were to open their ports to foreign commerce. OPCIT 371. In essence, the peace treaty guaranteed the British the right to conduct commodity exchange in China by brute force, so compelling China to start down the road of opening up to Western civilization. Luxemburg correctly pointed out the impact of the First Opium War on Chinese history. European civilization, that is to say commodity exchange with European capital, made its first impact on China with the Opium Wars when she was compelled to buy the drug from the Indian plantations in order to make money for British capitalists. In the 17th century, the East India Company had introduced the cultivation of poppies in Bengal. The use of the drug was disseminated in China by its Canton branch. OPCIT 367. These were the splendid beginnings of opening China to European civilization by the opium pipe. OPCIT 369. The Second Opium War broke out in 1857. This time, the British joined forces with the French. With the ending of this war, 148 the great European powers obtained concessions to set up embassies in Beijing, and to start trading with Tianjin and other cities. From that point on, China was unable to keep exchange with European capitalist countries within limits. Second, European capitalist countries' invasion of China was inevitable because the Western commodity economy destroyed the Chinese natural economy. Luxemburg analyzed the change in Chinese economic structure inflicted by the Opium Wars. She pointed out that although the Opium Wars resulted in the invasion of China by European capitalist countries, leading to the introduction of commodity exchange, they also led to the planting of large quantities of opium poppies in China's interior regions, especially Hunan, Sichuan, Guizhou, etc. Here, the aim of opium cultivation was not to meet internal demand, but exchange for money, and hence it was commodity production. Thus, poppy plantations not only stimulated the development of Chinese commodity production, but also destroyed China's natural economy and boosted China's transition from a natural economy society to a commodity economy society. It is exactly because of this change that people regard the Opium Wars as the beginning of China's modern history. Obviously, understanding this, Luxemburg also regarded the 1840s as the beginning of China's modern history, and emphasized that China's modern history is in essence a transformation from a natural economy society to a commodity economy society. This analysis shows the effect of European capitalist countries' invasion on China's social-economic formation. In my opinion, Luxemburg correctly pointed out that China's modern history did not originate from its internal economic development, but resulted from Western capitalist countries' invasion. She also stressed the war's effects in driving Chinese civilization's transformation. This point is very important when considering the relation between East and West in globalization era, especially in relation to China's modernization issues. We will discuss this problem in detail later in this chapter. Finally, it should be noted that European capitalist countries' invasion of China was comprehensive. The great European powers started the Opium Wars to force China to open up its ports and to engage in commodity exchange. Later, to take control of China's market and protect their own economic interests in China, they began to carve up China's territory and loot China's cultural relics, resulting in the partial loss of China's sovereignty and huge depletion of cultural relics. Rosa Luxemburg depicted the all-round destruction to China's economy and culture from European invasion. Both during the wars and in the interim periods, European civilization was busy looting and thieving on a grand scale in the Chinese imperial palaces, in the public buildings and in the monuments of ancient civilization, not only in 1860, when the French pillaged the emperor's palace with its legendary treasures, or in 1900, when all the nations vied with each other to steal public and private property. Every European advance was marked not only with the progress of commodity exchange, but by the smoldering ruins of the largest and most venerable towns, by the decay of agriculture over large rural areas, and by intolerably oppressive taxation for war contributions. There are more 149 than 40 Chinese treaty ports, and every one of them has been paid for with streams of blood, with massacre and ruin. OPCIT 374. Although Luxembourg used China in the second half of 19th century as an example of the preeminent role of war in establishing commodity exchange between Western capitalist countries and Eastern non-capitalist countries, her analysis can be taken as a general one. However, in the accumulation of capital, Luxembourg not only discloses the relations between Western capitalist countries and Eastern non-capitalist countries in the imperialist era, but, also, in exploring this relation, reveals the contradictions inherent in capitalist society, i.e. once all non-capitalist countries in the world have become capitalist countries, further accumulation of capital will be impossible, and this will lead to a socialist revolution. Thus, Luxembourg regarded socialism and capitalism as two alternating social forms, believing that socialism would not come to the fore until the whole globe was capitalized. If China's development continued on the trajectory that began in the second half of the 19th century, Luxembourg's statement may be tenable, but extending analysis to the 20th century reveals a different picture. This period was characterized not by victory of Western capitalist countries over China, but by victory of China over Western capitalist countries. China wrested control from Western capitalist countries and took charge of its own development. The reality directly challenges Luxembourg's view of the relationship between Western capitalist countries and Eastern non-capitalist countries in the imperialist era, and of world revolution. First, it brings forward the possibility of global capitalism. Second, it creates a world in which socialism and capitalism coexist in the imperialist era, refuting Luxembourg's view of the alternation of capitalism and socialism as a historical process. I believe that these challenges arise from Luxembourg's one-sided view. Luxembourg stressed only the contradiction of the social relation between Western capitalist countries and Eastern feudalist countries, and ignored the influence of national conflict between Western tradition and Eastern tradition on the determination of, and changes in, that relationship. In fact, national conflicts are the principal source of contradiction in current world relations, and only by resolving these conflicts can changes in social formation and the progress of human civilization be achieved. Luxembourg pointed out this problem in her analyses of China's colonialization. For example, she pointed out that the Opium Wars, on the one hand, destroyed Chinese feudalist political and natural economical structure and compelled China to open up to the West and to start down the modernization road, but, on the other hand, made China forfeit part of its sovereign rights, which hindered its modernization. In her analyses, Luxembourg highlighted the influence of states' sovereign rights on the modernization of Eastern countries, which ultimately boils down to the national conflict between Western and Eastern countries. It is a pity that Luxembourg did not analyze this problem further, continuing her historicist principle. Instead, she tried to make her historical analysis fit her logical 150 thesis, and discounted the role of national conflict in the different social formations. Thus, Luxemburg's picture of the relationship between Eastern and Western countries remains on level ground, or linear. She could not see past the need for Western capitalist countries to create a world capitalist system involving also Eastern non-capitalist countries. She could not see that once Eastern countries obtain national independence, they will play a dynamic role in changing the relationship between East and West and making progress in world history. Although there are some deficiencies in Luxemburg's thesis, her historical analysis is of great value, because it inspires us to take sovereignty in national countries as the basis of an examination of the special road of Chinese modernization and the relationship between Eastern and Western countries in the interaction of national conflict and social formations contradiction. Once we begin our research on this theme, we must make our field of vision 20th century China. The establishment of national states and the mode of China's modernization. The concept of national states came into being along with the Western capitalist movement, which is a form of state established by the bourgeoisie in order to guarantee the smooth development of the production of commodities, and by corollary to confirm the political rights of states by laws. Thus, the emergence of a national state is an indicator of the formation of a modern state. Lenin, 1959, 319, once defined a national state as the typical, normal state for the capitalist period. In the 19th century, all great European powers obtained sovereignty of Chinese territory, transportation, and the right of trade in Chinese ports by entering into treaties with the feudal government of the Qing dynasty, and forced the Chinese people to accept the Western concept of national states. At the beginning of the 20th century, faced with the reality of a China that had become a semi-colonial and semi-feudalist society, the Chinese people saw more and more clearly that China's problem was not whether or not to establish a national state, but what kind of national state to establish, which resulted in the Chinese selecting the modernization road. Having built up such consciousness, the Chinese people accepted the idea of national states, and applied the concept to the modernization of China. While China was considering how to establish a national state and reflecting on its modernization road, Western capitalism had already entered a new development period. The principal contradiction of Western capitalist societies was changing from one of conflict between the bourgeoisie and the feudal class to one of conflict between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. As the mechanization of industry flourished, a proletarian revolution that began in Western Europe spread to the Orient, eventually becoming a worldwide movement. As the ideological system of the proletariat, Marxist philosophy developed the concept of national proletarian states based on a worldwide movement. Lenin generalized all the principles of this new notion of national states as 151 complete equality of rights for all nations, the right of nations to self-determination, the amalgamation of the workers of all nations. This is the national program that Marxism, the experience of the whole world, and the experience of Russia, teaches the works. OPCIT, 386. The principles put forward by Lenin took the concept of national states to a new level. Moreover, the success of the Russian October Revolution put into practice the concept, developed by the proletariat in Oriental countries, of establishing national states at a higher level. It confirmed Eastern countries' dynamic role in promoting world progress. The success of the October Revolution gripped the whole world, and for Marxists revealed the truth that only by establishing socialist modern countries can Oriental nations rid themselves of Western countries' colonial domination, realize self-independence and make their way to modernization. The success of the October Revolution had strongly positive effects on China, leading to the establishment of modern national states and setting it on the road to modernization. From the 1920s to 1940s, Chinese intellectuals heatedly discussed China's modernization. At that time, Chinese intellectuals were well aware that the key issue was not the successive introduction of advanced industry and science and technology created by West, but obtaining national sovereignty so as to establish a national state in a modern sense, i.e., what kind of national state should China establish, a capitalist or a socialist one? Chinese intellectuals discussed this question at both the practical and the abstract level. At the practical level, they mainly discussed potential problems that would hinder modernization, such as the nature of Chinese society, war and revolution, the relationships between Chinese and Western cultures, the form modernization would take, and so on. At the abstract level, they engaged in discussing the idea of national states through metaphysically structuring Chinese culture, such as critically assimilating the mode of philosophical thinking, both ancient and present, in both China and the West, constructing the contemporary humanities and social sciences, discussing the relationships between national consciousness and modernization, criticizing modernity, and so on. Participants generally belonged to one of four main schools of thought: liberalism, the Three People's Principles, Neo-Confucianism, and Marxism. Marxism, being based on a higher historic level at which to study and reflect on China's reality, accurately and successfully solved these problems. Mao Zedong's essay on New Democracy, after analyzing the historical characteristics of Chinese society and the nature of Chinese revolution, suggested that China should first establish a new democratic republic for solving the problems of Chinese sovereignty and democratic revolution, and afterwards develop a socialist republic for building a modern socialist country. In the light of national nature, the new democratic republic that China wanted to establish will be different from the old European-American form of capitalist republic under bourgeois dictatorship, which is the old democratic form and already 152 out of date. On the other hand, it will also be different from the socialist republic of the Soviet type under the dictatorship of the proletariat, which is already flourishing in the USSR, and which, moreover, will be established in all the capitalist countries and will undoubtedly become the dominant form of state and governmental structure in all the industrially advanced countries. However, for a certain historical period, this form is not suitable for the revolutions in the colonial and semi-colonial countries. During this period, therefore, a third form of state must be adopted in the revolutions of all colonial and semi-colonial countries, namely, the new democratic republic. This form suits a certain historical period and is therefore transitional. Nevertheless, it is a form which is necessary and cannot be dispensed with. Mao Zedong, 1965, 350. This passage shows that Mao Zedong viewed the establishment of a national state in China as a process, the ultimate goal of which was to establish a socialist republic, with the construction of a Sino-modern country and the establishment of a new democratic republic being only a means of achieving that goal. The means depended on the end. If China intended to establish a socialist republic, it should take the socialist way to achieve the democratic revolutionary task. In turn, the means of resolving problems should clear the way to realizing the aim. By taking the socialist way to resolve the democratic revolutionary task, a new democratic republic becomes the natural foundation of a socialist republic. Thus are the aim and the means internally integrated, in the process revealing much about the nature of China's modernization, as well theoretically resolving problems, such as how to establish a Chinese national state and how to achieve modernization. War played a decisive role in establishing a national state. Ever since the Opium Wars, China had been involved in the worldwide national liberation movement. Facing a series of negative outcomes brought forth by the Opium War, the Chinese people were obliged to take the way of war to resolve Chinese modernization problems. Thus, war had become the principal way in which China attempted to establish national states during the first half of the 20th century. The aim of wars was to strive for the national sovereignty. This aim was the basis for a series of wars in China, from the second half of the 19th century to the first half of the 20th century. In addition to the Opium War, the Taiping Kingdom movement, the Sino-French War, the Sino-Japanese War and the Yihotuan movement in the second half of the 19th century, but also the Revolution of 1911, the May 4th movement, the May 30th movement, the Northern Expedition, the Agrarian Revolutionary War, the War of Resistance against the Japanese and the Liberation War in the first half of the 20th century were all aimed at resisting imperialist aggression and, hence, formed part of the National Liberation Movement. Mao Zedong, OPCIT, 314, once commented on these wars: thanks to the Chinese people's unrelenting and heroic struggle during the last 100 years, imperialism has not been able to subjugate China, nor will it ever be able to do so. 153 However, war in 20th century China was very different from wars in the 19th century. First, the class leading the war changed from the feudal government of the Qing dynasty to the Chinese Communist Party. In the Northern Expedition, the Agrarian Revolutionary War, the War of Resistance against the Japanese and the Liberation War, the Chinese Communist Party took either the principal or the leading role. Second, and as a result, the task of the war changed. In the second half of the 19th century, the enemy was imperialism, not feudalism, and war therefore constituted national revolution against imperialist oppression. However, wars in the first half of the 20th century had two principal enemies, anti-imperialism and anti-feudalism, i.e. the aim of war was to combine the national revolution against imperialist oppression abroad and democratic revolution against feudal oppression at home. Mao Zedong made an exquisite analysis on the relationships between the two major tasks. These two great tasks are interrelated. Unless imperialist rule is overthrown, the rule of the feudal landlord class cannot be terminated, because imperialism is its main support. Conversely, unless help is given to the peasants in their struggle to overthrow the feudal landlord class, it will be impossible to build powerful revolutionary contingents to overthrow imperialist rule, because the feudal landlord class is the main social base of imperialist rule in China and the peasantry is the main force in the Chinese Revolution. Therefore the two fundamental tasks, the national revolution and the democratic revolution, are at once distinct and united. OPCIT, 318. Third, determined by the task of war, this war was of the nature of a democratic revolution, but not the democratic revolution of the bourgeoisie, rather it was a new democratic revolution led by the proletariat, thus forming a part or stage of the Chinese Socialist Revolution, and therefore part of the world proletarian revolution. Therefore, this war must establish a socialist republic, and walk up to the road of socialist modernization. The war laid the foundation for China's modern national state, and also changed the relationship between China and the West. In conducting a comprehensive survey of Chinese history in the 20th century, we can clearly see that, through establishing a national state, China created a unique modernization trajectory, during which it formed a relationship with Western capitalist countries quite different from that which existed previously. Before the 1950s, the relationship between China and the Western capitalist countries was mainly based on war over the sovereignty of China. From the 1950s to the end of the 1970s, the relationship between China and the West is best described as a Cold War, though this kind of relationship would not allow China to develop because of its lack of access to international capital. However, that period saw China establish its socialist economy and politics, consolidate its state power and become a powerful modern socialist country, thus creating a solid foundation for reform and opening up to the Western world, as occurred from the end of the 1970s and remains ongoing. It is because of its past, that it was within China's 154 own power to open up to the Western world in the late 1970s and early 1980s, and decide to communicate with Western capitalist countries and develop itself by means of international capital. This particular modern road constitutes the mode of China's modernization. Evaluation on Luxemburg's viewpoint of the relationship between the East and the West. In my opinion, China's method of modernization confirms two aspects of Rosa Luxemburg's analysis of the relation between Western capitalist countries and Eastern non-capitalist countries in the imperialist era. 1. Capitalist countries and non-capitalist countries coexisted interdependently, but with the capitalist mode of production assuming a dominant position. Whether they wanted to or not, non-capitalist countries had to go down the road of modernization with the aid of capitalist countries or by adopting the capitalist mode of production. 2. As the capitalist mode of production originated in the West, the relationship between the West and the East was formed in order for the West to win new markets in the East to realize the accumulation of capital, thus compelling Eastern societies to shift from agricultural to industrial and become part of an integrated capitalism. This is the general influence Western capitalism had on Eastern societies. I will take these 2 points as the start of my analysis of the relationship between the East and the West in an era of globalization. Rosa Luxemburg considered only the effects of the West's actions on the East, but not the effect of the East on the West. China's modernization shows that, in the imperialist era, Eastern societies could participate in global modernization in their own way, namely by absorbing the benefits of Western achievements while resisting the negatives effects, thus creating a new concept of a modern and civilized society to stand alongside the Western one. Thus, the relationship between the West and the East becomes a contradictory combination of interaction and inter-restriction, in which there are two kinds of contradiction, on the one hand the change of social formation and, on the other hand, the cultural conflict between East and West. In order to make this issue explicit, it may be helpful to review Marx and Engels' theory of Oriental society. Marx and Engels believed that Oriental modernization was a substitute for social formation and that in the process of modernization both the West and the Orient would undergo a transformation from pre-capitalism to capitalism. However, the form and content of this transformation were very different in West and East. The transformation of Western societies originated in the West's traditional mode of production, whereas the transformation of the Orient came about through the culture collision between East and West. Thus, in the West the replacement of social formation appeared as a rational course, taking the mode of 155 production as the medium, whereas in the East it appeared to be a cultural choice and renovation, taking the cultural tradition as the medium. Marx and Engels discussed the modernization of Oriental societies closely around the substitution of its social form. As a whole, Marx and Engels' research on the substitution of the Oriental social formation focused on two aspects. The first was cultural development. They researched the kind of influence that the introduction of Western European capitalism would bring to the cultural development of the Orient. Would the influence be positive or negative? The second aspect was cultural choice. They pondered how the Orient should adopt its culture to realize its own modernization. In this regard, Marx and Engels analyzed the capitalist development of some Asian and African countries such as India and Algeria as well as Russia, and summed up two ways in which Western Europe capitalism was introduced in the Orient. One way, such as happened in India and Algeria, was that Western European colonialists, according to their need, reformed the traditional commune system. Alternatively, Oriental societies learned actively from the West under the pressure of modernization, innovated their traditional mode of production, and finally took the road of capitalism. Here Russia is an example. Marx and Engels observed that the two ways had very different effects. However, what Western Europe colonialists brought to the Oriental societies was a negative effect. Marx especially noticed in an abstract on the commune land tenure system written by Kowalewski, the British colonialist, when reforming the commune land tenure system of the India and making it private according to their own way, did not lead the India agriculture to adopt the capitalism mode of production, but resulting in extravagance, and therefore formed the development of usury. As we know, in any society, production is always the foundation for progress, and social development can only occur if consumption is adapted to production. If consumption exceeds the limits of production capacity, or if a society only consumes but does not produce, then that society will decline. An example of the latter situation is that of British colonialists in India, who in their capitalist extravagance violated the original mode of production without establishing an effective alternative, i.e. a capitalist mode of production. It is obvious that the substitution of colonialism for India's social formation by no means brought vitality and advancement. In fact, this substitution was more of a social recession. In contrast to India, in 1861, the Reformation of Russia encouraged the agriculture sector to gradually adopt a capitalist mode of production, under which it evolved into commercial and industrial capitalism. Thus, the development of Russia was founded on producibility from the very beginning, which injected new energy into Russian culture. In this case, substitution brought social progress and cultural renovation. The difference between India and Russia shows that, although the introduction of Western European capitalism to Oriental societies made the social formation of capitalism inevitable, due to the world historical laws, it did not mean that Oriental societies would progress. If they wanted to develop, they must adopt the positive aspects of Western capitalism and establish effective mode of production. However, if they implemented the negative factors and start with 156 extravagance, they would be bound to regress. The outcome depends on Oriental societies' cultural choice in their acceptance of Western capitalistic culture. Thus, the cultural choice became the inherent request for Oriental modernization. On this issue of cultural choice, Marx and Engels did not simply explain the positive or the negative influence of Western capitalism on Oriental societies. Instead, they began with the inherent contradictions of capitalism to study how Oriental societies should choose to accept the positive achievements from Western capitalism and realize their own modernization. The basic concept of Marx and Engels on this matter was that only through the way of proletarian revolution could Oriental societies solve the problem of capitalistic development, and realize their own modernization. This basic concept was especially expressed in the pondering upon the Russian problem. Early in the 1870s and 1880s, before Russian capitalism thoroughly developed, Marx and Engels had conceived that Russia could carry out socialist revolution directly with the aid of the Western proletarian revolutionary achievements. This was put forward by Marx and Engels in the Manifesto of the Communist Party, preface to the German edition of 1872. The Communist Manifesto had as its object the proclamation of the inevitably impending dissolution of modern bourgeois property. But in Russia we find, face to face with the rapidly developing capitalist swindle and bourgeois landed property, just beginning to develop, more than half the land owned in common by the peasants. Now the question is, can the Russian obshchina, though greatly undermined, yet a form of the primeval common ownership of land, pass directly to the higher form of communist common ownership? Or, on the contrary, must it first pass through the same process of dissolution as constitutes the historical evolution of the West? The only answer to that possible today is this: if the Russian Revolution becomes the signal for a proletarian revolution in the West, so that both complement each other, the present Russian common ownership of land may serve as the starting point for a communist development. Marx and Engels, 1951, 23-4. Here, they considered capitalism and socialism as two kinds of social formation, and also as two types of modernization. In terms of social formation, they believed that socialism is more civilized than, i.e. superior to, capitalism, and reflects the inevitability of human historical development. In terms of modernization, socialism and capitalism represent two types of development that Oriental nations could choose. Marx and Engels mainly took the latter meaning to explain the Oriental modernization, stressing the meaning of cultural choice. For the reasons given above, I believe that cultural choice was essential for Oriental proletariat taking the way of the proletarian revolution to resolve the problem of capitalist development and taking the socialist way to realize their modernization. The mode of Chinese modernization supported Marx and Engels' hypothesis of Oriental modernization both in theory and in practice. Theoretically, Chinese 157 Marxists originated the theory of new democracy and the theory of building socialism with Chinese characteristics, their aim being to prove that only by initiating a proletarian revolution and adopting socialism can the peasant be reformed, the bourgeoisie be conquered, the transformation from agriculture to industry be realized and productivity rapidly expanded, thus enabling communication on an equal level with Western capitalism and participation in the creation of world history as an independent nation. In practice, before the 1970s, China obtained full sovereignty through war and embedded socialism in its economy, politics, and culture with the help of a proletarian revolutionary force. After the 1970s, with the help of an international market, China added a capitalist interior to its capitalist exterior, developing a socialist market economy, and thus developing its unique mode of modernization and establishing new relationships with Western capitalism. The theory and practice of China's modernization provide support for Luxemburg's change of view regarding the relationship between the East and the West in the imperialist era. 1. The relationship between Western capitalist countries and Eastern non-capitalist countries is not unidirectional but bidirectional. When the Western capitalist countries invaded the Eastern non-capitalist countries with capital, they brought new opportunities for the Eastern non-capitalist countries at the same time. As long as the Eastern non-capitalist countries can transfer the extrinsic condition into intrinsic factor of self-development, they can develop and coexist with the Western capitalist countries. Thus, the principles of Marx's Capital and Luxemburg's The Accumulation of Capital are applicable to the development of the Eastern non-capitalist countries. 2. If Eastern non-capitalist countries can solve their own modernization problems through socialism, the worldwide socialist economic and political movement in the world will continue to strengthen. If this strength can reach the degree of inter-resistance with the strength of the capitalist economy and politics, then the proletarian revolution would not occur as Luxemburg predicted. It will not happen only after the capitalism eliminates all non-capitalist mode of production. It will firstly happen in the Oriental societies where the capitalist mode of production is relatively weak and becomes one of the factors that can restrict and weaken capitalism. As long as we acknowledge that the amendments are in accord with history, we will create a comprehensive new view of world history and the future. 11. A very political economist Rosa Luxemburg's theory of wages. Teaching Marxist political economy. Rosa Luxemburg considered the problem of wages only once, not in her opus magnum, The Accumulation of Capital, Luxemburg 1913, but in the lectures she gave at the party school of the German Social Democratic Party. Every half year, from October 1907 onwards, she taught a course on political economy 4 days a week. The arrangement lasted until summer 1914. Her focus was on economic history and the theory of political economy. In particular, she expounded the main tenets of Marx's critique of political economy. In her view, as expressed many times in her correspondence, one could not understand economic history without understanding economic theory and vice versa. The eminent scholars of the German historical school, the economic historians, lacked theoretical training and insight as much as the votaries of pure theory of economics lacked historical knowledge, both sides opposing each other in a rather sterile deadlock. Luxemburg was, according to many of her pupils, a demanding teacher and, to her surprise, a highly successful one, much respected and adored by her students, many of whom became top functionaries of the German socialist parties and/or the trade unions in later years. 1. The publication of her lectures on political economy was planned as a series of 8 booklets. In the summer of 1909, she started working on the manuscript. It was actually written as a textbook, in a highly popular style, meant for a large audience of intelligent working men and women, as Luxemburg put it too. In February 1910, Luxemburg had finished the text for the first 2 booklets, What is Political Economy? And Social Labor. The text for the subsequent booklets would have to be revised. Her opus magnum was in fact an offshoot of this work on the Introduction to Political Economy, Luxemburg, 1925. In 1910, working on the chapter on the world economy and imperialism, she became aware of some unsolved problems in Marx's unfinished analysis of the accumulation process. What began as an effort to popularize a highly complex part of Marx's theory of capitalist development changed into a research project, to find and to correct what was wrong in Marx's presentation of the logic of the reproduction and accumulation of total capital. In January 1912, Luxemburg decided to write a whole book on imperialism instead of just a chapter or a booklet for Introduction to Political 160 Economy, and to publish both her criticism of Marx's unfinished tableaux économiques and the solutions she proposed for the gaps and unsolved problems she had detected there. Laschet saw, 2000, 411. 1 year later, in January 1913, the book was actually published. Only parts and fragments of the manuscripts written for Introduction to Political Economy, about 500 pages in total, have survived, among them the part dealing with Lohnarbeit, wage labor, which comprises a longer section on the theory of wages. In 1916-17, When in jail, she was able to rework the manuscript, still hoping to publish it. When the manuscript was rediscovered after her untimely death, large and important parts, including the chapters or booklets dealing with the theory of value, with capital and profit, and with the theory and history of crises respectively, were missing. Eventually, Paul Levi, her lawyer and friend, published what had been saved of the manuscripts in 1925. In his preface, he praised it highly as the first sketch of a comprehensive Marxist cultural and economic history. Levi, 1925, 8, personal translation. The longest chapters of the fragmentary manuscript are devoted to an outline of economic history, including a chapter on the history of commodity production and exchange. Only the chapter on wage labor deals with some of the laws of modern capitalism, especially with the laws ruling the level and development of wages. Marx's critique of the classical theory of wages in 1875, commenting upon the draft for the Gotha program, Marx realized that, even among his followers in the German socialist movement, nobody had understood his theory of wages, one of his crucial new contributions to political economy. Nobody had grasped his concept of the wage form or the importance of it, that wages are not what they seem to be, the value or price of labor, but rather a disguised form for the value of labor power, mu. 1925, for accordingly, nobody had understood the complexity of his theory of wages. Tackling the core problem of the new science of political economy, the distribution of the wealth of nations between the basic economic classes of bourgeois society, the classicists spent considerable effort on the explanation of the origins of profit, of interest, and of ground rents in particular. As to wages, they agreed upon a general idea: wages were a price belonging to a special commodity, and as with any other commodity, its market prices would oscillate around a center, a natural price. Political economy had to determine the natural rate of wages similar to the natural rates of profit, of interest, or of rent. Wormel, 1939. According to the physiocrats, the level of the minimum or subsistence wage was the natural one. Ricardo had shifted away from this doctrine and developed the concept of the relative wage. Not nature, but history and society, changing customs and habits, determined the normal level of wages. But his insights were ousted from the center of political economic orthodoxy as the Malthusian Labor Fund doctrine won the day from the early 1820s onwards. Vint, 1994, Lapides, 1998. It provided an apparently scientific case against trade unionism, some sort of ultimate 161 proof that working-class organizations and collective actions were bound to fail in a futile struggle against a universal and natural law. In the 1860s, the Labor Fund doctrine came under attack. John Stuart Mill had professed his doubts about the doctrine, allowing for alternative explanations for the levels of and changes in the price of labor. The about turn was largely due to Thomas Dunning's 1873 essay on trades unions and strikes, first published in 1860, providing arguments in defense of trade union action based upon the intrinsic defects of a labor market. Actually, Marx started to outline a similar series of arguments, referring to, and several times quoting, Dunning in both his manuscripts of 1861-63 and 1865-66. None of these arguments appeared in Volume 1 of Capital, as Marx reserved the full treatment of wages and trade union action either for Volume 3 or for another, more specialized work. 7 in Capital, Volume 1, one can find, from the very first edition onwards, an explicit attack against the doctrine of the so-called Labor Fund, Section 5 of Chapter 24, instead. In his theory of accumulation, which is not confined to the last section of Capital, Volume 1, Marx planned to develop various propositions about the rise and fall of wages in capitalist economies, about the changes in real and nominal wages, and about the tendency of the relative wage to decline in the long run. Marx used to criticize the false critique of political economy of his socialist contemporaries as vigorously as, sometimes even more viciously than, he took issue with the classical and the vulgar economists. He outright rejected Lassalle's formula for the iron and inexorable law of wages, which he regarded as mere phraseology. Of course, Marx disagreed with the political point Lassalle had tried to make: if there was such a law, trade unions would be useless, as only government support could help to solve the social question. 8. On the contrary, Marx's theory of wages did not only leave space for trade unions, but could be read as an argument in their favor, transforming them from a mere nuisance into an indispensable ingredient for the working of any labor market and of the wages system at large. 9. Marx and Engels did not hesitate to criticize false claims and erroneous doctrines popular among trade unionists, such as fair wages or equal wages. No such simple catch-all formulas were to be derived from Marx's theory of wages. As Engels put it, Marx had demonstrated at length that the laws regulating wages are highly complicated. These laws are anything but iron; on the contrary, they are highly elastic. Engels' letter to August Bebel, 18/28 March 1875, Mu. 35, 127, personal translation. Of course, there was not one law, but quite a complex of laws that would, taken together, allow for a rational explanation of the changes and differences of the rate of wages. Schumpeter, for one, agreed with Engels. According to him, Marx's theory of wages is highly complex, forming an extremely complex whole which covers practically all the aspects of the wage phenomenon. This whole must be pieced together from many parts of his writings. Schumpeter, 1954, 664n. That was why he did not even try to discuss it at any length. Only a few of Marx's laws pertaining to wages have ever attracted any attention, such as the infamous, and disputable, law of immiseration. 10. If there 162 is a law of wages in Marx, it is the law of the decline of relative wages. It follows directly from the overall rise of the general rate of surplus value, which he regarded as an inevitable, general tendency of capitalism. A decline in relative wages is compatible with a rise in real wages, although it implies a general fall in the value of labor power regulating money wages. Like his theory of value or his theory of money, Marx's theory of wages is developed step by step throughout the 3 volumes of Capital. Thus, the section on wages that we find in Volume 1 of Capital, section or Part 6, on wages, does not give us the whole theory. It is actually crammed full with anticipations. In this section, Marx is leaping ahead as far as to the national differences in wages, Chapter 22, and the effects of world market competition. In Capital, Marx is sticking to the analysis of the general relationship between capital and wage labor and reserves the exposition of all the different forms of wages and the detailed analysis of their movements for the special study of wage labor. Marx, 1867, 683. In Marx's plans, as well as in the unfinished manuscripts for volumes 2 and 3 of Capital, we find more chapters dealing with wages. In Volume 2, the circulation of variable capital as well as the individual consumption of the wage laborer is analyzed as part of the circulation process of capital. Money, wages paid and spent, the effective demand of wage laborers, play a crucial part in Marx's analysis of the reproduction of total social capital, including the accumulation process. In Volume 3, he intended to go even further and to include trade unions and cooperatives in his analysis. Marx's letter to Engels, January 25, 1868, Mu. 32, 24, CW. 42, 527. Thanks to his public lecture on value, price, and profit, which he read to the Central Council of the International Workingmen's Association, IWA, in June 1865, we get a better idea of Marx's plans for Volume 3. In this lecture, Marx took issue with the popular idea that any general rise in wages would both harm employment and be rendered futile by ensuing price increases. 11. Although Marx was successful in convincing the large majority of the members of the General Council that struggles for higher wages and shorter working hours were necessary and could be successfully waged, he refused publication of his speech. He did not suffer from modesty, but was afraid to anticipate too many of the new ideas from his still unpublished book. 12. Obviously, Marx planned to include some chapters or paragraphs on the effects of a general rise or fall in wages on both prices and profits in Volume 3, and in his manuscript for this volume we find a section, paragraph 5 of Chapter 2, dealing with this issue. Here, Marx tried to explain the phenomenon of a rise or fall of prices, production prices, following a rise or fall of the general level of wages, Mega 2/4.2, 279, cf. Marx, 1894, 3026. That very phenomenon was not easy to explain in terms of a labor theory of value, and it had puzzled his opponents in the General Council debate. Unsolved puzzles in Marx's theory of wages. In Capital, the capitalist is depicted as an honest fellow most of the time. Marx operates under the assumption that laborers receive the full value of their labor. 163 Power and employers do not try to cheat them or to push nominal wages below the level of the value of labor power. 13 The price and value of labor power are regarded as quantitatively congruent, and any changes in the value of labor power are supposed to be directly followed by proportionate changes in the nominal or monetary wage rates. On the labor market, the law of value governs. As elsewhere, for instance with respect to money, Marx starts with an obvious contradiction. Labor power is a commodity in the market like any other commodity, but it is a very peculiar commodity as well, so it is not a commodity like all the others. Labor markets are like any other markets, but they are not, on the contrary, they are quite different from any other market. Kratka, 1995. Accordingly, Marx assures us that the value of labor power is determined like the value of any other commodity. But, as labor power is a very peculiar commodity, its value is determined in a peculiar way as well. In order to determine the magnitude of that value, Marx starts with the amount of social labor necessary to produce and reproduce a unit of the commodity labor power. In so far as it has value, it represents no more than a definite quantity of the average social labor objectified in it. Marx, 1867, 274. But then, without hesitation, Marx drops the notion of the production of human labor power and replaces it by the mere existence of an individual capable of labor, so that production of laborers becomes reproduction and maintenance of already existing human individuals. That is a rather awkward way to say that the labor power of wage earners is actually not produced as a commodity but only appears as such on the labor market, and thanks to the making of such a very peculiar market. 14 Immediately, Marx proceeds to the statement that the maintenance and reproduction of the individual requires a certain quantity of the means of subsistence. Marx 1867, 274. This quantity, provided all the means of subsistence have already adopted the character of commodities, represents a sum of exchange values. So it is possible to pass over from the value of the labor power to the value of a given quantity of other commodities, the means of subsistence or a certain quantity of wage goods. The commodity labor power, as it appears in the second step of Marx's initial account, is the only commodity to be entirely produced and reproduced by other commodities, while all other commodities are produced and reproduced by living labor plus inputs of other commodities. Hence, Marx jumps from a labor theory of the value of labor power to a cost of production theory and forgets about the real process of the making of wage laborers. Of course, the value of labor power does not represent any kind of minimum subsistence. Marx hastens to point out that the necessary level of subsistence is highly variable in time and space depending upon the impact of various factors. As often, he refers to averages. Here, it is the average amount of the means of subsistence necessary for the worker which determines the value of his labor power. Marx, 1867, 275. That average contains a physical element, the wear and tear on the human body that results from a day's or a week's labor, which has to be compensated by a sufficient amount of food in order to keep the same individual in good health and with the strength necessary to be able to continue to work. Even that is highly variable, depending upon the kind of labor performed. 164 And the type and quantity of food and nutrition that society, and/or nature, have to offer. However, it does at least determine a minimum level, a basic limit below which money wages cannot or should not fall. Like his predecessors Torrens and Ricardo, Marx stressed the importance of a moral and historical element that incorporates ongoing changes in human needs and in the ways and means of satisfying them. Needs are highly elastic, and human beings are able to adapt to varying circumstances. They are able to learn and to adopt and to develop new needs and habits, although, in the longer term, historically developed and acquired needs become second nature. Workers, as members of a civil, bourgeois society, have families and children. Thus, the needs of their dependents and the costs of their reproduction enter into the determination of the value of labor power, as do the costs of the development of human labor power, i.e. the costs of special training and education. All of these factors must be added to the definite quantity of the means of subsistence we need in order to determine the value of labor power. From the beginning, we are told that the value of labor power is highly variable. It can change in all directions and it will change, first, according to changes in the definite quantity of the means of subsistence which are on average necessary, and, second, according to changes in the values of the commodities that make up this quantity. Marx, 1867, 276, 15. Two different kinds of determinants are combined, the values of each single commodity belonging to the definite quantity of the means of subsistence, which are determined in the same way as the values of all other commodities, and, second, this definite quantity or amount or bundle of commodities, means of consumption, itself. Harvey, 1983. Hence, the value of labor power, as Marx theorizes it, poses a problem. The value of the commodity labor power is the only value in the capitalist world that is determined not by the amount of social labor necessary to produce it, but by the amount of social labor necessary to produce the amount of inputs or ingredients that are regularly used in the process of its production. Those inputs are commodities, so they can be summed up as values within the framework of a theory of value. Labor, however, as was well known to George von Charasoff, 1910, a contemporary of Rosa Luxemburg, is like a basic ingredient or a basic means of production, which is also entering its own production process. Marx, however, deals with the issue of the value of labor power as if it were not produced by labor but by commodities only. Or, to put it differently, he treats the process of consumption as an automatism that requires no human labor input. Of course, Marx's basic idea is easy to explain. As a rule, working-class families do not hire other people to do their cooking, cleaning, washing, etc. Whatever is produced within a working-class household is produced by means of the available labor of family members. Most importantly, it is produced as a commodity not for sale, but for the subsistence of the family members themselves, for immediate consumption. No value, no paid or unpaid labor, can occur in this context. 16. Domestic work brings forth use values for a definite group of consumers, nothing. 165 else. Obviously, this difficulty is not as easy to solve with respect to the necessary labor involved in training and education. 17. That settled, we run into another, more serious, problem. In order to determine the precise, definite quantity of means of subsistence or the real wages, at an average, not a minimum, level, we have two choices. The first is to fall back upon money wages, the quantity of money income available to working class people, which very effectively restricts their choices as consumers and forces them to put up with a rather moderate range and scope of means of subsistence on a regular basis. This is a rather disturbing option, remembering that the value of labor power was meant to regulate nominal money wages, not vice versa. Alternatively, we can try to find a way to establish a social norm of consumption for the working class in capitalism, a definition of the normal scope and range of necessaries and amenities for working class people, the standards of living that is available to and achievable by them. But what determines the social norm of consumption that rules the normal rate of the real wages? Aglietta, for one, saw the problem clearly. Aglietta, 1979, 152, Kratka, 1983. 18. The so-called regulation school forgot about it as quickly as possible. Who or what does determine that amount of necessaries? Who selects and delimits the scope of wage goods in the realm of commodities? Workers are bound to restrict their purchases to wage goods not because the means of production are forbidden to them, but because they lack the means to buy means of production of their own and to start their own business. In a market economy, it is the amount of money that they have to spend on a regular basis that excludes them from the markets for production or capital goods. But they are free agents, responsible for their living and setting their own standards of life, whether they remain in working-class communities or prefer to follow the example set by the middle classes. In the manuscript of 1857-58 and again in the surviving fragments of the first redaction manuscript for Volume 1 of Capital, written in 1865-66, Marx stresses the importance of money wages for the free laborer. 19. It is the laborer himself, not his master and employer, who spends the money wages he earns. He spends them as he likes, and he is responsible for his own life and that of his family. So he can waste his wages. In fact, he can turn the money into whatever use values he wants. Mega, 2/4.1, 103, Personal Translation. But he cannot increase his money wages at will, so that he will be excluded from quite a lot of means of subsistence that are beyond his resources. Obviously, we are going round in a circle. The socially necessary amount of means of subsistence, ranging from bare necessities such as food and clothing, to amenities, the full range of provisions for a decent and healthy life of the working man and his family, depending on a social norm of consumption, determines the normal level of average money wages. But, inevitably, it is the amount of money wages available that determines which commodities, what means of subsistence in the market are and remain accessible for wage laborers. Working men and women buy what they can afford with the monetary wages they earn. And what they can afford and what they buy regularly becomes a wage good, a means of consumption belonging to the normal standard of living for 166 working class people. Hence, it is not that money wages depend on the value of labor power, but that value depends on the money wages paid and spent on a regular basis. Raymond Aron, 2002, 456, went as far as to dismiss the Marxian concept of a value of labor power altogether, dismissing it as completely void and useless, completely unquantifiable. In his view, Marx lacked any reasonable theory of wages. We cannot escape the consequence, that the value of the labor power remains indeterminate and perhaps cannot be determined in any conclusive way, at least not independent of existing patterns of income distribution and consumer spending. Once again, we run into the problem that labor power is not a commodity like all the others, but commodified only under very special circumstances and as the result of a rather powerful social fiction. 20. However, if that is true, it is not only the distinction between the value and price of the labor power that falls down, we also lack any theoretical base on which to analyze fluctuations in wages over time. What is more, the magnitude of surplus value, and thus the core category of Marx's analysis of capitalism, turns out to be indeterminate as well. Whether or not a laborer is exploited or rather exploiting his employer, and at what rate, is almost impossible to determine. The corollary is clear and devastating. If there is no unambiguous way to determine the value of labor power, Marx's law of the fall of relative wages cannot hold, nor can it even be formulated in any meaningful way. Wages are not a residual category after all. Rosa Luxemburg's reformulation of the law of wages. While Rosa Luxemburg was teaching political economy, Marx's theory of wage labor came under attack by two German economists, Bortkiewicz, 1907, and Oppenheimer, 1912. Bortkiewicz had his doubts about the concept of value of labor power in 1907. He believed that this value could not be determined in the same way as the value of other commodities because it is different from other commodities. As there is no private production of human labor power for the market, nor any competition between private producers of this commodity, there is no way to establish any average socially necessary labor time for the production of 1 unit of labor power. Bortkiewicz, 1952, 57. Oppenheimer rejected the whole concept of labor power as a commodity, holding that the free laborer is hired, not bought, as he never transfers the rights to his own person to any employer. Oppenheimer, 1912, 124. 21. The Marxists, however, did not respond to the challenge. 22. Luxemburg started her chapter on wages in a rather conventional way, pointing out some of the peculiarities of the commodity labor power. Labor power cannot be separated from its proprietor. Workers cannot wait, they cannot store up their commodity, they have to spend whatever they earn, and, last not least, labor power has a peculiar use value, that is the capacity to perform labor and, even more important, surplus labor. Luxemburg, 1921, 733-4. First, she wanted to demonstrate the complexity of Marx's laws of wages and, in particular, to restate 167 the law of the decline of relative wages. Second, she wanted to show in some detail that the mechanism of these laws is quite different from what orthodox, bourgeois economics and Lassallean radicalism tells us. She did not quote much nor discuss propositions either from Marx or from one or the other of the classical economists. 23. Regarding the exchange between wage laborer and employer, she simply stated that the employer pays the value of the commodity labor power, a value that is immediately, within the same phrase, equated with the production costs of this very commodity. But she did not stop there, surpassing this initial proposition easily enough. The worker, Luxemburg continued, has received his wages and can do with it as he pleases. OPCIT, 741, personal translation. A remarkable statement, as Luxemburg had no opportunity to see Marx's manuscripts from 1857-58 or later. 24. What determines the value of labor power? Luxemburg again departed from the simple proposition she used in the opening paragraph of her chapter, and stated that the entrepreneur pays the value, that is the production costs of a unit of labor power, whenever he pays a money wage that is sufficient to cover the worker's keep. OPCIT, 739. State regulations of wage levels apart, why should any capitalist respect the rule that the money wages paid should be sufficient for the laborer to buy his necessary means of subsistence? Obviously, that is a highly contested terrain. Why should employers have any say at all about the living standards of their employees? In practice, they have not directly but by determining their wage rates and the amount of money wages their workers can earn. The capitalist, any capitalist, as a buyer of human labor power starts to argue, what is sufficient? What is necessary? How much necessaries is enough? What amount and/or quality of provisions is more than necessary? What is normal for wage workers? What should be regarded as a traditional standard of life for this class of people? This is strange for in a class society that proclaims its openness and rejects the social logic of established ranks or estates. So, at the core of the struggle between the buyer and the seller of the commodity labor power we have an argument about normal or traditional and necessary standards of life, a debate that focuses on only one half of the bargain, the wage laborer. The necessary standard of life for the employer is not at stake here. So again, as in the ongoing struggle over the length of the working day, both the buyer and the seller of the commodity labor power are insisting on their rights, the buyer demanding to pay not more than a fair and reasonable price, as the market allows, the seller demanding to receive at least a price covering his normal production costs. Both sides are right, no one is claiming anything beyond the horizon of the market exchange, both sides are demanding only what they are entitled to receive in a regular market exchange. Both follow the logic of exchange or argue from the point of view of the pure commodity, or pure exchange, as Luxemburg puts it. Rosa Luxemburg comes up with a solution. There is no determination, no law of wages without the trade unions. Only by the incessant activity of trade unions. 168. And within the context of organized labor markets can something like a norm for money wages be established for large groups of wage laborers? It is only thanks to the trade unions that the labor power as a commodity can be sold at its value. Luxemburg, OPCIT, 764, personal translation. Trade unions do not abolish the law of value for the commodity labor power. On the contrary, it is only because of the trade unions that the law of value can ever have any validity for the commodity labor power. Without them, no labor power would ever be sold or paid for at its value. Employers would push the level of money wages as far as possible towards and beyond the minimum level of the mere subsistence costs, while workers would organize and fight back to prevent just that. 25. Trade unions would try their best to push the level of money wages up as far up as possible. Marx, in his lecture of June 1865, insisted upon the peculiarities of the particular commodity labor power and its value. He placed the effects of trade union bargaining in the context of the industrial cycle and of the general tendencies of capitalist production. Even if trade unions succeeded in preventing a fall in money wages during the phases of crisis and stagnation, or achieved some rises during prosperity, on the whole, during the full course of an industrial cycle, they would just succeed in realizing the average level of money wages, more or less corresponding to the value of labor power. Marx, 1865, Mega, 2/4.1, 425. But in the few remaining pages of the first draft of Volume 1 of Capital, written in 1863-64, Marx argued that trade unions are nothing but combinations formed by the workers for the protection of the value of their labor power, preventing a fall of the money wages below that value or a depression of that value below its customary level. Marx, 1867, 1070, Mega, 2/4.1, 11. Whatever their results, organized struggles for the standard of wages are necessary, and without them, the value of labor power would be a mere fiction. Mega, 2/4.1, 432. Luxemburg's solution was a highly political one. She remained within the framework of Marxist orthodoxy, though, because she did not deny or abandon the concept of the value of labor power. But, in contradiction to the Marxist orthodoxy that even then took the fictitious commodity labor power for granted, she insisted upon the peculiarities of this very special commodity. As labor power was a highly peculiar commodity, its value could not be determined in the same way as that of every other common commodity. Free competition between market agents was not enough, could even prevent the formation of a value, a social norm strong enough to regulate average monetary wages. Accordingly, a completely free labor market, a labor market without any kind or degree of organization and cooperation, should be regarded as a buyer's market, ruled by the employers alone. Without some organization on the side of the sellers of labor power, without restriction of the competition between workers, the value of labor power could not prevail, at least not for the large majority of wage earners. Rosa Luxemburg had run into one of the various open ends of Marx's theory, where his pure theory of capitalism turns out to be very political. Unfortunately, Baranowski had refuted the whole concept of a value of labor power and challenged the Marxist orthodoxy, which had no real answer to the recent developments in real wages throughout the capitalist world, which 169 lived through one of its golden ages from 1893 to 1914. In his view, labor or labor power was not a commodity at all. Wages could not be considered a value phenomenon, and Marx's theory of wages was outright wrong or just tautological. Baranowski, 1913, 1920, 26. The normal standards of living for workers were determined by the level of money wages, not vice versa. A good pupil of Marx had to come up with another theory, relying upon the power relations between capitalists and wage laborers, and nothing else. With respect to the wage levels, the level and quality of the trade unions was to be regarded as the decisive factor. Baranowski, 1913, 45. That looked, of course, quite similar to Rosa Luxemburg's position, but was actually something quite different, although highly critical with regard to the neoclassical orthodoxy in the making. The first Marxist debate on the theory of wages, Rosa Luxemburg's impact, the accumulation of capital, Luxemburg 1913, met with fierce resistance from the Marxist economists in the German, Austrian, and Russian social democratic movement. If anything, Luxemburg had triggered off the first serious debate on Marxian macroeconomics, Kratka, 2006. Her introduction to political economy, however, did not arouse any similar reactions. As Paul Levi, 1925, 3, remarked in his preface, the important chapters on value, on price, on the rate of profit and on the theory of crisis were missing. The chapter on wages did not attract much attention. 1 year later, Fritz Sternberg, 1926, published his study on imperialism. He was the only Marxist economist to follow the lead of Rosa Luxemburg and to support her basic insight, the idea that non-capitalist areas were indispensable to understand both the historical development and the inner mechanisms of modern capitalism. What is more, he tried to spell out the consequences of Luxemburg's analysis of capital accumulation on a global scale, in particular with respect to the theory of wages and the industrial reserve army. A reformulation of Marx's theory of wages was one of the central contributions of his book. Henrik Grossman attacked it, Sternberg responded, and, 3 years later, Grossman published his own magnum opus, which included a severe attack on Luxemburg's theory of wages. Again, Sternberg responded, defending Luxemburg's approach and his own theory. Grossman, 1928, 1929, Sternberg, 1929, Sternberg, 1930. This is the only Marxist debate on the theory of wages that Luxemburg's introduction had triggered off. According to Sternberg, a decline in relative wages was inevitable in the longer term. In this respect he agreed with Luxemburg. But a rise in real wages and the average level of monetary wages was nonetheless possible even beyond the 10-year period of an average business cycle. 27. The crucial factor, in Sternberg's view, was not the trade unions but the relative weight of the surplus population, and the Marxian industrial reserve army in particular. Its size, its structure and development, its expansion and contraction as it occurred not only within one industrial cycle but also in the longer term determined the chances of wage. 170 struggles. During the recent phase of imperialism, the surplus population had shrunk and nearly disappeared thanks to large-scale emigration from the capitalist heartlands of Europe. As long as the pressure from a large and increasing surplus population was no longer felt, trade unions in Europe could do their job and push up wage levels, which they had done successfully. Sternberg, 1926, 1929. What we get from this reformulation of Marxian laws of wages are historical laws valid for peculiar periods in time. The centerpiece of Sternberg's explanation of the long-term rise in real wages among the European working class in particular was a historical conjuncture, not the regular course of industrial cycles. For some time, workers in Europe enjoyed a kind of close season, and as long as this close season lasted their real wages continued to rise. But in the longer term and due to successful imperialist expansion of several capitalist powers, the working class had to face another period of decline, not only of the relative wages but also of absolute wage levels, at least for the large majority of wage earners. Sternberg's historical interpretation of the laws regulating wages was harshly attacked. Henrik Grossman accused him of theoretical treason and did not fail to blame Rosa Luxemburg for the grave mistakes of her pupil. Grossman, 1928. In his view, both had abandoned the value theoretical core of the matter and gained nothing. In his magnum opus, published just a year later, he devoted the last section to the theory of wages. Grossman, 1929, 586-03. Luxemburg had abandoned the core of Marx's theory of wages and she was glossing things over when she ascribed a central role to the trade unions. Grossman, 1929, 587. Any rise in real wages could be explained on the base of Marx's law of value. As capitalist industry developed, both the productivity and the intensity of labor were bound to rise and real wages would rise accordingly. But in historical time, this tendency would be offset by the rising organic composition of capital and a rise of technological unemployment. Grossman, 1929, 595-8. Sternberg reacted and produced a lengthy critique of Grossman's book in turn. Sternberg, 1930. His critique focused heavily upon Grossman's treatment of the development of wages in the longer term. He claimed to have actually done what Grossman had demanded and presented as a task still unsolved by Marxist economists. In his book he had already demonstrated how a long-term rise in real wages and a long-term decline in the relative wages were both possible, even necessary at the same time. Sternberg, 1930, 75. Grossman's main explanation for the long-term rise in real wages, the rise of the average intensity of labor, did not fit the facts. Unfortunately, both men had a point. Grossman was right. Marx had treated the value of labor power as a variable that depended upon the variable working time as well as upon the variable intensity and productivity of labor. But Luxemburg and Sternberg were also right. The rise of the average money wages and the real wages in the longer term could not be explained without the big, historical conjunctures of the labor market and the big tendencies of capitalist development. Obviously, it was not so easy to cope with the complexity of Marx's theory of wages. The political element of that theory, discovered by 171. Rosa Luxemburg, was particularly hard to swallow for orthodox Marxists, who swore on the law of value and could not conceive of the value of labor power as contested terrain. Notes 1. Socialists were actually excluded from teaching positions at universities in the German Empire, as were students with a working-class background. Hence, socialist and working-class organizations had to organize their own schools and to build up their own higher education, which they did, following the basic insight that Wissen ist Macht, knowledge is power. 2. Luxemburg was a prolific writer and excelled in popular economic and political journalism. Her journal articles as well as her many public speeches and lectures had won her the support of large parts of the left in the German Social Democratic Party as well as in the trade unions. 3. In January 1919, Rosa Luxemburg had to flee and hide in a Berlin ridden by civil war and infested with armed mobs, still wearing uniforms of the Imperial Army, but out for murder. Eventually, she fell prey to these murderous gangs. Her apartment was plundered and many of her papers were stolen and destroyed. In fact, some of the notes that Luxemburg had prepared for her lectures at the party school as well as some notes taken by her students have survived. Among them, we find 2 lectures dealing with volumes 2 and 3 of Marx's Capital, a lecture dealing with the history of political economy, another dealing with the labor or wage funds theory, and 2 chapters of the planned book, a shorter chapter on slavery, which has already been published several times, and a long, unpublished chapter on the feudalism dealing with the rise of the towns and the medieval market economy, cf. Kratka, 2008, for according to Marx, this is one of the historical peculiarities of wage labor in its modern form and crucial for any understanding of the historical role of the proletariat. In a letter to Engels, written on January 8, Marx praised the presentation of wages as the irrational form of appearance of a relationship hidden behind it as one of the 3 fundamentally new elements of capital. Mu. 32, 11, Personal Translation, CW, 42, 514, 5. In fact, Mill's Principles of Political Economy, first published in 1848, had already acquired the position of the leading textbook of political economy in the English-speaking world, a position that it was to retain until it was gradually replaced by Alfred Marshall's Economics. In 1869, Mill publicly announced his conviction that the labor fund doctrine was entirely false. 6. Both Marx and Mill praised it highly. Lapides, 1998, 84. 7. After Marx had changed his original plan of 1858, the 6 books plan including a book on wage labor in the 1860s, he consequently distinguished between the general study of the capitalist mode of production and special studies which should go into much more detail regarding the history and the variety of modern capitalism. Hence, the complaint by Lebowitz and others that Marx never wrote a book on wage labor is misguided. Lebowitz, 2003. 8. That is a very popular notion among the European left until this very day. 9. As his treatment of the making of the British factory laws clearly demonstrates, Marx was convinced that in the end only state action could help workers to stabilize their temporary gains in the never-ending struggle with their employers. Hence, trade union action had to change into outright political action. 10. It is actually stated as a general law referring to the working class as a whole, not only to the pauperized sections. Even if the absolute standard of life of the wage laborers remains the same or improves, their relative wages and their relative social position, compared with that of the capitalists, would be bound to decline in the long 172 term. Marx, 1867, 798. For a brief presentation of the increasing misery debate, see Lapides, 1998, 237, 11. This, as everybody will realize immediately, remains the prevailing dogma in our times. 12. See Marx's letter to Engels of June 24, 1865, and Engels' letter to Marx of July 15, 1865, Mu. 31, 125, 128, CW. 42, 162-3, 168. The manuscript of Marx's lecture rested unpublished until his daughter Eleanor found it and published it in the original, English version, in 1898. 13. Of course they do, but the general theory is not the place to deal with such cases. 14. This is one of the cornerstones of Marx's critique of classical, and neoclassical, economics. The labor market is not a market like all the others but a very peculiar institution, one of the basic institutions specific for modern capitalism. Kratka, 1995, 15. Lebowitz, 2003, accuses Marx of making the false assumption that the amount of necessary means of subsistence is given at any moment and treats this quantity as a constant magnitude. He is wrong. Taking the amount of necessaries or the quantity of means of subsistence as given at any time and place is not the same as treating it as constant. In fact, Marx uses this assumption only to develop his basic concept of surplus value, and he drops it when he starts analyzing the different methods of absolute and relative surplus value production and the big changes occurring in the capitalist mode of production due to the constant pursuit of surplus value by capitalists. Lebowitz does not like the manner in which Marx actually treats the value of labor power as variable, but that is a completely different matter. 16. Of course, exploitation of labor is also possible in the context of the family household, but it takes a different form. 17. In my entry on Einfach und kompliziert Arbeit, simple and complicated labor, in historisch-kritisches Wörterbuch des Marxismus, one can find a short history of the Marxist debates on the so-called reduction problem, dealing with the different values and average wage rates of different kinds of labor power. Kratka, 1998. 18. Aglietta, 1979, in his seminal study of U.S. capitalism, regarded the very establishment of such a social norm of consumption for the working class as one of the crucial unsolved problems of Marx's theory of wages. 19. Actually, even in the Britain of 1867, wage laborers were not completely free as market agents and wages were not yet paid in cash as a general rule. The truck system, still in sway in many industries despite the Truck Act of 1831, was generally suppressed by law as late as 1887. 20. Human labor power, accordingly, should be regarded as a peculiar fictitious commodity. The term, of course, is Polanyi's more than Marx's. Nonetheless, from Marx's analysis of the conflict about the labor contract and the determination of the normal working time in particular, it becomes sufficiently clear that he actually did conceive of human labor power as a very peculiar commodity, a commodity that could come into existence and rise to normality only thanks to a large variety of political actions. Cf. Kratka, 1995. Nonetheless, one can blame Marx for not emphasizing the peculiarities of the ways in which the value of this highly special commodity is determined. 21. That argument is still in use today, although nowadays the phenomenon of a labor contract is widely accepted. 22. The debate on the value-price transformation in Volume 3 of Capital, that raged at the same time, only established the bad habit of replacing the Marxian concepts of value of labor power and variable capital by real wages, in fact a bundle of wage goods regarded as one of the material inputs into the production process. That habit persists to this day, including the so-called new interpretation of the transformation problem. 23. She did, however, in her lectures at the party school, deal with the wages or labor funds theory, starting with the classical economists and proceeding to its critique. 173. She presents Marx's theory of wages as the critique of these earlier and contemporary critiques, a critique going beyond both the labor funds theory and its critics. Cf. Kratka, 2008. 24. These manuscripts were first published a long time after his death, in 1933, 1939-41, and in 1978-82 respectively. They are now available in the Mega, as well as in the collected works. 25. In 1913, Nikolai Bukharin, 1913-14, had brought forward a very similar argument with respect to the importance of the continuous struggle about the normal level of real wages for the Marxian theory of wages and exploitation. 26. Tigan attacked the neoclassical doctrine of value and distribution by the same token. 27. For an extensive and well-informed discussion of the rise of real wages in 19th and 20th century Europe, see Scholl-Lyers, 1989. 12. Rosa Luxemburg on trade unions and the party *. The polemics with Kautsky and Lenin, an assessment. Andrea Panax I. Introduction. In the title of my contribution, the concentrating on certain keywords of the historical lexicon of the labor movement, trade unions, party, Luxemburg, Lenin, Kautsky, might come dangerously near to the idea of a return in general terms to a series of questions that have determined and accompanied the checkered fortunes of Rosa Luxemburg in the different communist, socialist and heterodox Marxist strains throughout the 20th century. The connection with the various Russian revolutions, which has induced several specialists as Nettel, 1965, the main biographer of Rosa Luxemburg, has shown to maintain that there is a continuity between her critique of the Leninist concept of party in 1904 and that of Bolshevism in power in 1918. The political battle against Luxemburgismus in the German Communist Party, KPD, during the 1920s and at the Fifth Congress of the Comintern in 1924, and the construction of Luxemburgism as a deviationist system, refusal of the Bolshevik spontaneity consciousness paradigm, objectivism, opportunism in organizational issues, national nihilism, in the commonplace Stalinism inaugurated with the famous letter to Proletarskaya Revoljucija in 1931, Elsner, 1952, Bonn 1965, won the returns to Luxembourg in Leftist, Frolic, 1939, Basso, 1970, or in heterodox socialism, Loret, 1930, and critical Marxism, Lukács, 1923, Matic, 1978, the post-Stalinist attempts of reconciliation with Leninism in East German historiography or of a re-evaluation of an original tradition in the Polish case. These events and the topics represent on the whole a very rich and fascinating chapter in the history of socialist political culture, to which it would be worthwhile to dedicate oneself, but, on this occasion, I would only like to clarify the role of Rosa Luxemburg in a specific moment of the European socialist movement, that is, in the years around the time of the First Russian Revolution up to the First 176 World War. In these years Rosa Luxemburg's thought on trade unions and the party is particularly rich and original in respect of the classical approaches to these subjects in the Marxism of the Second International. Her conceptions, however, cannot be considered as a systematic alternative elaboration, they should more likely be considered as replies to the problems caused by the geographic expansion of socialism, by the growth of social and political experience of the working class movement, by the new events the movement had to cope with. Between East and West. I believe that an essential way of interpreting Luxemburg's theoretical and political contribution in this historical period is the understanding of her particular position in the international socialist movement. This was already indicated by various scholars, but perhaps not fully developed. Rosa Luxemburg plays a very stimulating and visible role which differentiates her from other travelers of the European left, such as Karl Radek and even the more influential Parvus II as a binding figure between East and West. Schmidt, 1988, in particular with regard to the entry onto the scene of the labor movement in the Russian Empire and the political and organizational developments of this movement in the area dominated by the model party of the Second International, the German Social Democratic Party, SDP. To focus on her role, beyond the studies dedicated to her life and political thought, it is still essential to consult, even 30 years after its publication, a work by Strobel, 1974, in which the author has reconstructed the internationalistic specificity of Rosa Luxemburg's party, the social democracy of the Kingdom of Poland and Lithuania, as a mediator between the socialist movements of West and East. Strobel has insisted mainly on the role that this party has had in the Europeanization of the socialist movement in the Russian Empire. I believe, however, that the relationship between the two movements, both in the thought and political positions of Rosa Luxemburg around the time of the First Russian Revolution and after, had taken on a more conflictual nature, and that the flow of influence was less of a one-way development than is suggested by Strobel's book. Russian Social Democracy and Working-Class Politics: The Critique of the Leninist Conception of the Party, formulated by Rosa Luxemburg in her famous article about organizational questions of Russian social democracy, published at the same time both in Die Neue Zeit and in the Menshevik Iskra, could appear simply as the overpraising of the German model of a party founded around a proletarian base already strong and educated, which for this very reason could take in tow, assimilate and take on internally its diverse elements, the dropout supporters and the petty bourgeois ones. Luxemburg, 1904, 233-3. This was not the only time which Luxemburg imposed upon the socialists of Eastern Europe and of the Russian Empire her position within the SPD, and even Lenin became aware of this when his reply to Die Neue Zeit was turned down rather offensively by Karl Kautsky. 177. One naturally has the right to reply to this criticism, but I must ask you to do it in the same manner that the comrade Luxemburg did it, underlining the points of view based on principle and putting in second place the Russian disagreements. Die Neue Zeit is not the proper place to unleash a battle over the Russian disagreements. Letter from Kautsky to Lenin, dated October 27, 1904, in Geyer, 1958, 218. Even at the London Congress of the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party in 1907, in which her contributions, first as a representative of the Sozialdemokratische Partei Deutschlands, SPD, and then as a Polish delegate, represented a substantial support for the Bolsheviks, so much as to incur the approval of the young delegate Stalin III, Luxemburg wished for the victory of the principle of class autonomy and of the revolution of the proletariat. Not in its peculiar Bolshevik form, but in the form that it is conceived and brought forth by Polish social democracy, in that form which most nearly approaches German social democracy, in the spirit of true Marxism. Luxemburg, 1907, 388. Actually, to return to the article in question, the presentation of the German model was preceded in the text by an analysis from within the Russian situation which went back to a key issue in the social movements developed in the country from the times of revolutionary populism, that of the substitutional promotional role of a socialist movement in a purely political revolution which already the Narodnaya Volja, the people's will, whose influence had been considerable in early Polish socialism, too, had to assume as its own. According to Luxemburg, in Russia social democracy has had the task to substitute with a concerned intervention a period of the historical process and to lead the proletariat directly from the political atomization, which constitutes the basis of an absolutistic regime, to the highest level of organization, inasmuch as it is a class aware of its goals. Luxemburg, 1904, 218-19. Some months earlier, in the same Menshevik Iskra, Pavel Axelrod had dedicated 2 committed articles to the problem of the presence both of a revolutionary tendency in general and of a proletarian tendency in the Russian movement. The Russian reality itself was the main obstacle to the process of a complete class education and unification of the workers in an autonomous proletarian party, which could be obtained only by means of the full participation of the workers themselves in the political life and in the building of their own organizations. Axelrod, 1903-4, 132-55. Faced with this real contradiction, the Leninist position, which Luxemburg focused on the image of the Jacobin tied to an organization of conscious workers, was 178 Confuted by the Polish socialist on the basis not of a generic accusation of authoritarianism but of the diminishing or negation of a possible autonomous experience and therefore of an effective, complete working class politics which it implied. For behind the organizational questions of Russian social democracy, there was a deeper and longer debate in Russian as well as in Polish socialism about the relationship between the workers and the intelligentsia in the labor movement. Poland was the native land of Jan Makicki, the author of Umstwenie I Rabocii, The Intellectual Worker, Geneva, 1945, whose critique of intelligentsia socialism had some common roots with Rosa Luxemburg in a radical detachment, at the beginning of 1890s, from Polish patriotism in the form of the Polish Socialist Parties, PPS, social patriotism. The role assigned to the Polish proletariat by PPS according to both Makicki and Luxemburg would squander the strategic importance of the Polish working class, which would then presumably operate in the context of a much more limited, perhaps not even viable market of an independent Poland, D'Agostino, 1969, 61. 5. The paths divided as Makicki saw in socialism as such through his class analysis of the movement and the role of intellectuals in it the same instrumental control over the proletariat as in nationalism. Luxemburg's anti-nationalism largely based on her analysis of the industrial development in Poland and of the integration between Polish and Russian economies as the common foundation for the unification of the two proletariats implied on the contrary a socialist avant-garde role by the Polish proletariat and a kind of socialist mandate by the European movement for the whole working class of the Russian Empire. All that had been shown, according to Rosa Luxemburg, by the great May Day struggles of the early 1990s in Lodz, Warsaw and other Polish industrial centers, in the same years when Russian workers could only organize clandestine mówki in the woods. 6. The Russian Empire in 1905. A few months after the publication of that article, the Russian Revolution of 1905 radically changed the whole point of reference. The book dedicated to the situation of the Russian working class by the Russian socialist writer Konstantin Pajitnov, published in Russia in 1906 and the following year in Germany by the Social Democratic official publishing house with an update on the recent revolutionary events, is perhaps the one from which the confrontation and the transformation of the social climate with respect to the situation before the revolution emerges most clearly. Pajitnov's book ends with a description of the great development of working-class consciousness and organization created in a year of revolution which was worth, according to the author, more than 10 normal years. Our working class will never forget that great year which opened the eyes of the Russian proletariat and which has tied it very tightly to the international workers' movement in the battle for the final liberation of the working class. Pajitnov, 1907, 252, 7. The revolutionary experience had removed the working class from the influence of the reactionaries, the organizations promoted by the chief of police Zubitov, and of the liberals. It had helped greatly to develop unions bound 179 to social democracy by a relationship of the German type, having reduced the number of working day hours. It had created the conditions of greater cultural and educational opportunities and laid the foundation for the social and political growth of workers. It had hence opened a new era in the history of the working class movement of the Russian Empire and marked a new day. I müssen beginn der Tag, was the concluding line of Pajitnov's book in its German version. It is in reference to this new situation and in regard to the new experience carried out by the labor and revolutionary movement in the Russian Empire that the writing of the pamphlet Mass Strike, Party and Trade Unions, Luxemburg, 1906, 297-367, indicates, for Luxemburg, a change of direction, an overturning of the way of interpreting her role in international socialism, which is expressed simply, but not less startlingly, in the idea of giving the lessons of the Russian revolutionary movement for the German case. With regard to the work of Pajitnov, mainly of a descriptive and historiographical nature, Luxemburg's text was chiefly political in nature, centered on the German labor debates. It, however, gave a detailed account of the working class conflicts during the revolution, and even of the more important conflicts that had preceded it. paying particular attention besides the forms of struggle and the relationship between class struggle and organization to the spread of the movement amongst the most different proletarian groups and in the various regions of the Russian Empire, from the two capitals to the Lithuanian and Polish cities, from south-central Russia to the Caucasus and to the Siberian towns. The revolutionary experience had shown, in Rosa Luxemburg's balance sheet, not only the narrowness of the Plekhanovite outline of a Petersburg-centered workers' movement, but more generally the abstractness of a theory professing that the power of the working class depends, in the first place, on the clarity of its political consciousness. 9 As a great revolutionary political experience, 1905 had shown the scantiness of a conception of class consciousness as an inevitable product of its social being and general historical development. Krylova, 2003, 11. German labor movement and the Russian lesson. After the months she had spent in Warsaw in the midst of revolutionary events, after her arrest, her release from prison and her forced stay in Finland, Luxemburg was certainly not returning to Germany to discuss the primacy of the SPD in international socialism. Her pamphlet had a very clear purpose, that of influencing the work and decisions of the SPD Congress in Mannheim and of 1906. Since the preceding congresses of the labor unions at Cologne and of the party at Jena had ended with contrasting points of view, one refusing to resort to mass strike action since it was a political weapon foreign to the goals of a unionist movement and, on the other hand, Jena accepting it in certain cases of political confrontation. But while the Congress of Mannheim ended the discussion with a compromise whose main function was to sanction the alliance between the unions and the party and the division of duties between them, a compromise which was repeated at the International Socialist Congress in Stuttgart the following year. 180 Luxemburg's pamphlet started a critical analysis of the strategies and results of the German labor movement, which used the Russian lesson to point out the limits of the idea of separating the political and the economic struggle, to criticize the pedantic cult of the organization and the disregard for anything that did not come from the center, a feature characterizing the German model of the trade unions since the early 1890s. With a passionate description, corresponding to the deep interest of the European labor movement in the Russian events, she showed at the same time the German leaders' incapacity to overcome a corporative logic and to permit the development of a true popular movement, connecting in the goals and forms of struggle organized and non-organized workers, employed and unemployed, and getting to all those proletarian elements which were still outside of any labor organization. Some of the views in Luxemburg's pamphlet, however, were openly scandalous, and not only to the union leaders. If mass strikes should come about in Germany, it is almost certain that the least organized groups will have the greater capacity for action, certainly not the printers but those least organized or not organized at all, the miners, the textile workers, perhaps even the agricultural workers. Luxemburg, 1906, 347. Mass action. The issue of mass action had never been solely a trade unionist one, but in the following years it had to take on a directly political connotation, from the battle to change the Prussian electoral system to the ones against militarism and the dangers of war. This issue would have reappeared, but in a different light, which would have greatly changed the personal and political relationships between Luxemburg and the man who was generally considered to be the main representative of Marxism in German social democracy and in the whole Second International, Karl Kautsky. One can assert very synthetically that Kautsky, in the years preceding the First World War, clearly felt that a new era had come about and that preserving the results of the preceding era was now the main question. This is for him a new historical phase in which, starting from the road to power, 1909, Kautsky sees a tendency to exhaustion of the period of peaceful development of capitalism, when the masses of Western Europe were given political rights and the possibility of organizing themselves. Kautsky, 1911, 113, and to return to a situation dominated by the problems of war and inflation, which might witness the explosion of the action of the masses as an unpredictable and uncontrollable factor. In these years, Kautsky is probably one of those who most clearly sees the entrance on the social and political scene of new movements which had not been touched, or at least had not been heavily involved, in the long formative work of the Second International. In the debates of these years, in which he is opposed by the theoreticians of the new tactics based on the unleashing of the actions of the masses, Anton Pannekoek even more than Rosa Luxemburg, the defense of the organization becomes for Kautsky the dominant element. The pitting of organized and non-organized workers ended up in his writings with two opposing 181 types of behavior, rational and irrational, and, in fact, two different groups of human with different characteristics, a first group characterized by realism and refusal to engage in adventurism, with clarity of needs and goals and respect for the hierarchies and for the capacities, and another group with a tendency to ignore their instincts and give in to more immediate impulses, and characterized by excitability and a predisposition to action and rather than reflection, by instability. 10. It is significant how this delineation of a social landscape full of dangerous elements led Kautsky to a new assessment of the 1905 Russian Revolution, in which the predominant element was a fear of the spread of the Russian method, which would have jeopardized the growth of social democracy in a country like Germany by pointing to a model which pursued a means of pressure so primitive as a chaotic movement of unorganized masses. Kautsky, 1914, 202. The different evaluation of the Russian Revolution would thus have been one of the main points of disagreement between Kautsky and Luxemburg in 1910, demonstrating how with the events of 1905 Russia not only invaded the sphere of international socialism, but also was destined to remain there in a disturbing way, and no longer in the light-hearted way of the early days which had captivated even Kautsky. For Kautsky at this point, as Luxemburg said, the long period of mass strikes represents with its continual coming and going of economic and political actions, of strikes and confrontations, a specific product of Russian backwardness. Luxemburg, 1910, 305, thus came about a rigid antithesis between a revolutionary Russia and a parliamentary Western Europe. Ibid, 314. The meaning of a revolutionary period for the class consciousness of the proletarian masses continued to be, for Luxemburg, the main lesson of the Russian experience. This belief in the results of historical progress for the working class did not change for her until the outbreak of the First World War. At the end of her essay on the theory and the practice, in which she praised highly the benefits of the call to charge of a revolutionary period and sharply criticized the Kautskian conflict between Germany and Russia, leading to the paradox that the stronger social democracy, the weaker the working class, she wrote that all notwithstanding, our cause proceeds and that our crops bloom in any weather. Luxemburg, 1910, 345. Only the catastrophe of August 4, 1914 destroyed her conviction in the irresistible necessity of the advent of socialism. Garas, 1976, 28, and led her to the radical alternative of socialism or barbarism. The First World War and the European labor movement, notwithstanding various theoretical and political divergences between Rosa Luxemburg and the leftist supporters of mass actions, such as Pannekoek and Rodak, common ground between them was found in the reference to a situation of impending crisis that involved essentially the more industrialized and civilized countries of Europe and their working classes. Rosa Luxemburg wrote, 1978, 31, constantly took as her starting point the more highly developed capitalist countries. 11. The accumulation of capital was the theoretical foundation of that assumption. 182. The appeal to mass action and to mobilization of new social actors, concerning directly such countries as Germany, became more and more a red flag in front of the German labor leaders. A few months before the outbreak of the First World War, the obsession with the role that the unorganized masses might play was exorcised by the leading circles of the German labor movement by resorting to the category of syndicalism, arbitrarily blaming Rosa Luxemburg for such ideas and setting up against the Polish revolutionary national barriers that could already be called patriotic ones. Comrade Luxemburg is pushing forward syndicalism, continual putsches, agitation, and wildcat strikes. Now here and now there. These things are not possible in Germany. 12. The behavior of German labor masses at the outbreak of the First World War seemed to provide a reassuring answer to such worries. However, in the picture of mass action that Luxemburg's 1906 pamphlet had offered to the European labor movement, there was something at stake that went well beyond the German disputes. The reaction of the labor masses to the outbreak of war in the industrial European countries was a source of anguish and despair for Rosa Luxemburg. She lived dramatically, as Paul Sweezy noted in the introduction to the Italian edition of The Accumulation of Capital, in Luxembourg, 1913-14, and was disillusioned by the failure of the labor movement to oppose the war. She paid for the limitations of a theory focused on the more developed countries and on the univocal growing revolutionary potential of the labor movements in those countries, a perspective in which there was no place for an analysis of the nationalization of socialist movements and organizations in the era of the Second International. In any case, the events provoked by the war, and the resurrection of a problem of working-class politics in a particularly blurred and dramatic context, would confirm, as Rosa Luxemburg had already asserted in her 1906 pamphlet, that in Europe the Russian experience could no longer be ignored. Notes 1. A late specimen of Luxemburgismus can be found in Elsner, 1952, which has two distinct parts, A Life of Struggle and An Erroneous System, Luxemburgism. 2. Parvis may have had an influence on Rosa Luxemburg too, particularly regarding such questions as the establishment of a capitalist Weltmarkt, the flimsiness of a liberal bourgeoisie in Eastern Europe and the idea of the political Massenstreik, Amadeo, 1974, 295-6, 3. Il Congresso di Londra del Partito Operaio Social Democratico della Russia, Appunti di un delegato, in, Stalin, 1955, 77-8. 4. The theme of substitutionism was at the core of Trotsky's polemics with the Leninist conception of the party too. Our Political Tasks, Trotsky, 1904. Trotsky not only quoted Axelrod's articles, but dedicated to him his own writing. 5. The emphasis on the role of the larger Russian market, adds the author, is a point common to his Makachsky's and Rosa Luxemburg's criticisms of Polish social patriotism. D'Agostino, 1969, 61. In the historical literature, D'Agostino is a rare exception in focusing on some common theoretical grounds in Luxemburg and Makachsky. On Polish social patriotism and the theory of organic integration of Polish capitalism in the Russian market, developed by Luxemburg in her doctoral 183 dissertation on industrial development in Poland, see Lim, 1995-96, particularly 5028. 6. Notwithstanding her radical antinationalism, it is not difficult to find in Luxemburg's writings some signs of a patriotic pride as concerns the struggles of the Polish working class. In that, she sharply diverged from Russian Marxists of the time and from the commonly shared myth of the St. Petersburg working class built by Plekhanov, 1890-92, and confirmed by Kautsky, 1896, 489. Petersburg is today a revolutionary center much more important than Warsaw. The Russian revolutionary movement has gained a greater international meaning than the Polish one. For the beginnings of May Day in Poland and the important role of Rosa Luxemburg in them, see TYCH, 1989. For the Polish socialist movement as a model for the Russian labor movement, see Luxemburg, 1897, 7. The work of Pajitnov is a good example of the general revolutionary enthusiasm because the author represented a moderate tendency in Russian socialism. From the same Menshevik field, another work edited in Germany by the SPD publishing house, Cherwanin, 1908, expressed a more critical view, but this reflected also a greater distance in time from the events and the entry into an atmosphere of reaction. In the preface to Der politische Massenstreik, Kautsky, 1914, 7, not yet a renegade but already irremediably a centrist, compared the writings of Luxemburg and Chervanin on 1905 as the two extremes, between which, I think, the truth is in the middle. 8 letters by Luxemburg in 1905-06 provide good examples of this, see Luxemburg to Mering, May 2, 1905, on the strikers in Poland that were more than in the whole remaining Russia, Luxemburg, 1979, 143, Luxemburg to Karl and Louise Kautsky, 2. January 1906, on Petersburg, where the revolution never will succeed on its own, now it can only succeed if it succeeds in all of the Russian Empire, Luxemburg, 1971, 143, 9. This formulation by Plekhanov pamphlet Socialism I Politicheskaya Borbier, 1883, is quoted by Anna Krylova in a very interesting analysis not taking into account, however, Luxemburg's views on 1905 about the revolution's impact as a turning point and a push to new reflections among Russian Marxists on the questions of class consciousness and class instinct. See Krylova, 2003, 11. As concerns Luxemburg, in the pamphlet on mass strike she distinguishes among a class instinct, a theoretical, latent consciousness, and a practical, active one, that is not the refusal of the educational work of social democracy, but an analysis of the conditions in which the results of this work can reveal themselves. 10. This was a series of characteristics which Kautsky, in his polemics with Pannekoek, took up directly from Gustav Le Bon's book on the Psychologie des Folles. 11. On Revolution as the work of proletariat in the industrialized countries, see also Badia, 1974, 254, 12. Speech by Gustav Bauer, in Protocol, 1913, 298. 13. Rosa Luxemburg, the woman, the revolutionary. Eduarda Macy. Revolutionaries, especially if communist, are usually represented as hard-hearted and unfeeling, or as fanatics, as pitiless and inhuman, fighting for abstract principles, their lives far removed from the positive lives of real people who, according to current ideology, are the privileged. Revolutionary women, in particular, are considered to lack femininity. Reviewing Hodgins' autobiographical novel War Trash, Jason Overdorf, 2004, writes about the main character, Yu. The more he observes the decisions of the camp's party leaders' symbolic struggles to fly the Chinese flag, for example, the more he comes to believe that their faith leaves no room for humanity. I was ambivalent about the attempt to resetize the flag. Yu reflects. On the one hand, I admired the courage our men had displayed, and in a way I'd been awestruck by their passion and bravery, which I have to admit I didn't share. On the other, I doubted whether it was worth losing a man's life for the sake of a flag, which, symbolic as it might be, was just a piece of nylon cloth. Making explicit the striking parallel between fervent communism and religious fanaticism, Yu concludes, I had noted there was a kind of religious fervor in some of these men, who were capable of laying down their lives for an idea. To appeal to the rights even the most trivial of the individual against the mystification of religions or ideologies makes sense as a vindication of humanity, and as such is sometimes even revolutionary, when people in power are instrumentally, and falsely, employing religions and ideologies with the aim of subjugating the individual. For example, during the First World War the flags of different countries were flown to conceal the butchery promoted by the crowned robbers, according to Lenin's definition, and their dirty interests, to denounce that, and to rebel against it, had then an absolute meaning. Patriotism as a value was then diminished, the flag had become just a piece of cloth. The rights of the individuals joined with the highest values carried by the multitudes united in strife. They carried new flags, new ideas, according to the needs of their times which could newly justify even the sacrifice of the individual. New flags were not a falsehood to hide overpowering but a symbol of redemption. 187. On the contrary, according to the current way of thinking, religious fervor as well as faith in any idea is a form of fanaticism. Anyone who engages religion in or sacrifices him or herself to promote an idea is a fanatic, and a flag is in any case only a piece of cloth. According to this ideology, beginning with Socrates and Jesus, history at least until Rosa Luxemburg was assassinated and was thrown into the Spree Canal in Berlin is littered with the senseless voluntary sacrifices of individuals who confer no dignity on themselves, especially those who promote such a distorted morality to other people, who are also sacrificed. This ideology would force everyone to shut themselves in, to defend their private selves, to be without ideas or religions that form the basis of intercourse and community with other people, to be isolated and undefended against overpowering forces, economic, military, social, cultural. Goodwill cannot make up for a lack of religious faith or great ideas, but it is possible to avoid projecting the wretched present back to misshape the past. It is possible, at least, To educate people today who are deprived of hope to know that such contingent loss is not a necessary attribute of the human condition. To promote an active resistance against destructive forces that affect even the consciences, transmission of history is vital. This is in contrast to current ideologies that promote destruction and which hold that the very notion should be outlawed and the teaching of history abolished, at least at a popular level. Reference to biographies of great personalities can be a medium to the recovery of history. As regards the history of communism in the 20th century, knowing the individuality of the great communists may help to give the light to the distorted and defamatory image suggested by those who intend to insure themselves against any possible revival of a communist hypothesis. At the same time, it may help individuals to assume their rightful place not alone but in community with other people in supporting great ideas. Rosa Luxemburg's letters to close friends reveal aspects of her character that are not always immediately apparent in a superficial view of the public figure, but which enlighten and enrich it. On April 1899, she writes to Leo Yogi Khes, her partner for 17 years. "It's the form of my writing that no longer satisfies me. In my soul a totally new, original form is ripening that ignores all rules and conventions. It breaks them by the power of ideas and strong conviction. I want to affect people like a clap of thunder, to inflame their minds not by speechifying but with the breadth of my vision, the strength of my conviction, and the power of my expression." Hughes and Anderson, 2004, 382. She is aware of her excellence and boldly declares it in passionate words. Thought's passion is the force of the feminine genius of womankind that frees itself from subjugation and asserts itself, ignoring all rules and conventions. A common misunderstanding on the part of the enemies of women, and partly shared by shoddy feminism, is to confuse women's strong thought with hardness. 188. A lack of a sensitivity, too much brains and no body, the erroneous belief that deep feeling and human sensitivity need to be expressed as sentimentalism or sweetness, flabbiness taken for nonviolence or weak thought. In a letter written in December 1916 from prison to Emanuel and Mathilde Worm, Luxemburg's words against pessimism and plaintive shabbiness are so harsh as to appear almost unbelievable, addressed as they are to a dear friend. But contention isn't deeper than love, as we see in the last lines. Do you have enough now for a New Year's greeting? Then see that you remain a mensch. Being a mensch is the main thing. And that means to be firm, lucid and cheerful. Yes, cheerful despite everything and anything, since whining is the business of the weak. Being a mensch means happily throwing one's life on fate's great scale if necessary, but, at the same time, enjoying every bright day and every beautiful cloud. Oh, I can't write you a prescription for being a mensch. I only know how one is a mensch, and you used to know it too when we went walking for a few hours in the Sidendi fields with the sunset's red fight falling on the wheat. The world is so beautiful even with all its horrors, and it would be even more beautiful if there were no weaklings or cowards." Hughes and Anderson, 2004, 388. To the same friends, from prison, in February 1917. "Your whole argument against my watchword 'Here I stand, I can't do otherwise' amounts to the following: good, so be it, but the masses are too cowardly and weak for such heroism. Ergo, one must fit tactics to their weakness and to the axiom, walk softly, and you'll walk safely. What a narrow historical view, my little lamb! There is nothing more mutable than human psychology. The psyche of the masses, like the eternal sea, always carries all the latent possibilities, the deathly calm and the roaring storm, the lowest cowardice and the wildest heroism. The mass is always that which it must be according to the circumstances of the time, and the mass is a1ways at the point of becoming something entirely different than what it appears to be. A fine captain he would be who charted his course only from the momentary appearance of the watt-degree-er's surface, and who would not know how to predict a coming storm from the signs in the sky or from the depths. My little girl, the disappointment over the masses is always the most shameful testimony for a political leader. A leader in the grand style does not adapt his tactics to the momentary mood of the masses, but rather to the iron laws of development. He holds fast to his tactics in spite of all disappointments and, for the rest, calmly allows history to bring its work to maturity. What do you want with this particular suffering of the Jews? The poor victims on the rubber plantations in Putumayo, the Negroes in Africa with whose bodies the Europeans play a game of catch, are just as near to me. Hughes and Anderson, 2004, 388-90. 189. This, like many of Luxemburg's other writings, reveals a strong feeling of self, the responsibility of the leader who answers not only to herself, but to history. In doing so, she achieves a deep serenity, rising above judgments based on psychologism, and, as a Jew, rising above the plaintive shabbiness, she expresses the highest attributes of the Jewish universalistic mind. Her human concerning for colonized people is deeply linked with her genuine internationalism and with the theoretical research into capitalism in the peripheral zones of the world. From a letter to Sonia Liebknecht-Ronke, May 1917. One morning last April, you may remember, I urgently called the two of you on the telephone at 10 o'clock to go hear the Nightingale who was giving a full concert in the Botanical Gardens. What am I reading? For the most part, natural science geography of plants and animals. Only yesterday I read why the warblers are disappearing from Germany. Increasingly systematic forestry, gardening and agriculture are, step by step, destroying all natural nesting and breeding places, hollow trees, fallow land, thickets of shrubs, withered leaves on the garden grounds. It pained me so when I read that. Not because of the song they sing for people, but rather it was the picture of the silent, irresistible extinction of these defenseless little creatures which hurt me to the point where I had to cry. It reminded me of a Russian book which I read while still in Zurich, a book by Professor Sieber, about the ravage of the Redskins in North America. In exactly the same way, step by step, they have been pushed from their land by civilized men and abandoned to perish silently and cruelly. I suppose I must be out of sorts to feel everything so intensely. You know, sometimes, it seems to me that I am not really a human being at all, but rather a bird or beast in human form. Inwardly, I feel so much more at home in a plot of garden like the one here, and still more in the meadows when the grass is humming with bees, than at one of our party congresses. Surely I can tell you this, since you will not immediately suspect me of betraying socialism. You know that, in spite of it all, I really hope to die at my post in a street fight or in prison. But, my innermost self belongs more to my titmice than to the comrades. And not because I find a restful refuge in nature like so many morally bankrupt politicians. On the contrary, in nature too, with every step, I find so much that is cruel that I suffer very much. For example, imagine that I cannot get the following little experience out of my mind. Last spring, I was coming home from a walk in the fields, along my silent, empty street, when I noticed a little dark spot on the pavement. I bent down and saw a silent tragedy. A big dung beetle lay on its back, helplessly defending itself with its legs, while a large group of tiny ants swarmed around on top of it and ate it alive. It made my flesh crawl. I took out my handkerchief and began to chase away the brutal little beasts. But, they were so insolent and stubborn that I had to fight a long struggle against them. When I finally freed the poor victim, and placed it far away on the grass, I saw that 2 of its legs had already been eaten. 190 away. I walked away with the agonizing feeling that in the long run I had done it a very dubious favor. Hughes and Anderson, 2004, 391. In this letter, as well as in a passage from another letter to Sonia Liebknecht, Breslau, December 15, 1917, mentioned in the movie of Margarethe von Trotta, cf. von Trotta, 1986, in which a buffalo cruelly beaten is depicted with shared agony, we can perceive her empathy with the suffering not only of human beings but of all of creatures, the communion with living beings. This feeling, and this thought, is connected with the internationalism of Rosa Luxemburg. She puts herself above the ethnocentrism at that time rooted in so many Marxists, and she launches, almost a century in advance, a warning against destruction of natural environment and living species. A passage again from another letter to Sophie Liebknecht, December 1917. Last night my thoughts ran this wise: how strange it is that I am always in a sort joyful intoxication, though without sufficient cause. Here I am lying in a dark cell upon a mattress hard as stone, the building has its usual churchyard quiet, so that one might as well be already entombed. Through the window there falls across the bed a glint of light from the lamp which bums all night in front of the prison. At intervals I can hear faintly in the distance the noise of a passing train, or close at hand the dry cough of the prison guard as in his heavy boots, he takes a few slow strides to stretch his limbs. The grind of the gravel beneath his feet has so hopeless a sound that the weariness and futility of existence seems to be radiated thereby into the damp and gloomy night. I lie here alone and in silence, enveloped in the manifold black wrappings of darkness, tedium, unfreedom, and winter, and yet my heart beats with an immeasurable and incomprehensible inner joy, just as if I were moving in the brilliant sunshine across flowery mead. And in the darkness I smile at life, as if I were the possessor of a charm which would enable me to transform all that is evil and tragical into serenity and happiness. But when I search my mind for the cause of this joy, I find there is no cause, and can only laugh at myself. I believe that the key to the riddle is simply life itself. This deep darkness of night is soft and beautiful as velvet, if only one looks at it in the right way. The grind of the damp gravel beneath the slow and heavy tread of the prison guard is likewise a lovely little song of life for one who has ears to hear. At such moments I think of you, and would that I could hand over this magic key to you also. Then, at all times and in all places, you would be able to see the beauty and the joy of life, then you also could live in the sweet intoxication, and make your way across a flowery mead. Do not think that I am offering you imaginary joys, or that I am preaching asceticism. I want you to taste all the real pleasures of the senses. My one desire is to give you in addition my inexhaustible sense of inward bliss. Hughes and Anderson, 2004, 392-3. 191. The individual's pain flows into everybody, but the individual comes off stronger. It is not stoicism, and not, only, optimism of the will, but the feeling of joy. It is the same as in the great mystics Saint Francis, many Buddhists, and in the great materialists, in whom joy is in the actual feeling of life, and in molding a shape, also, to the future.